To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to join our Telegram group and listen to the latest audio. Not the worst place to bleed out. The throne still stood. The wall behind it also survived. The rest of the throne room was blasted away, and bodies, both human and demon alike, covered the remains of the floor. The air smelled of iron and ozone. Outside, the world was dark. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and purple lightning occasionally lit the world around him. Adulin would have preferred a more peaceful place, in a field of flowers or in his own home at the right age. But he couldn't complain. He had seen worse, far worse. The hero's party journey was over. Adulin had killed the Demon King. His party lay dead around him. His gaze drifted upward. The Demon King sat on the throne, watching him. Well, he was still dying. Adulin quickly looked away. He hoped the Demon King wouldn't try to talk. With everyone dead, it was finally quiet. He wanted to keep it that way. "Mage!" the Demon King said, his voice strained. Adulin ignored him. He was used to it. A decade-long journey, and not a single one of them had taken the hint. Why would the Demon King be any different? He wanted to teleport away, to spend his last moments alone. But he didn't have any mana left. What little remained was already being used to numb the pain and keep his head clear. A quiet chuckle broke the silence. "Mage," he repeated. "You don't have to talk. Just listen. Maybe pain would be better. If it hurt enough, maybe he wouldn't have to hear him." No, he didn't like pain either. It wasn't much of a choice. If he broke the spell, he wasn't sure if he could cast it again. "You and I are the same," the Demon King continued. "I see that clearly. They weren't the same. If they were, he would have shut up already." The Demon King chuckled again. "Your social reserves are empty," he said. Adulin decided that he didn't like him. He was the only one who had taken the hint and then apparently decided to ignore it. Adulin started humming loudly. "The control is fading," the Demon King said. "At last." With his remaining hand, he reached into his coat, then pulled it out. A red stone rested in his palm, the Philosopher's Stone. Adulin didn't like where this was going. Was he going to use it to keep talking to him for all eternity? He shuddered at the thought. It had been a long time since he'd been alone. It was starting to affect his thoughts. The Philosopher's Stone was powerful. Powerful enough to rewind time, defy death itself. The Demon King could revive his sages, wipe out humanity. Adulin didn't care. He had done his duty. The Demon King was dead. He glanced at him, dying. He was still dying. Whatever came next wasn't his problem. Or wouldn't be in a few minutes. He coughed, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips. He tried to wipe it away right. He had forgotten. He didn't have any hands left. The blood started dripping from his chin onto the cold stone. Drip, drip. It was distracting. He hated it, but it was still better than talking with him. The Demon King studied him, faint amusement in his gaze. "You're not curious how I intend to use it?" "No," Adulin finally said. He didn't want to answer, but he hoped that would shut him up. "Didn't. I'm too weak to use it properly," the Demon King said. "But I can still use it within this hall." Adulin went back to ignoring him. The Demon King didn't seem to mind. "I will reincarnate everyone here," he said, "into another world, one without cruel gods to control us." At first, Adulin didn't react. It took him a moment to process the words. "No," he said, his voice raw, but it was already too late. A bright white light burst from the stone, flooding the room. His voice failed him. "No, leave me out of it." The magic didn't stop. He was going to be reincarnated, with the most exhausting people he had ever met. Adulin felt like his head was going to explode. Pressure built behind his eyes, like something was being forced into his mind faster than he could process it. He groaned as his eyes fluttered open. His vision was a blur, narrowed to a tunnel. It took him a few moments to stabilize it. Then he took in his surroundings. He was in a back alley, lying in filth. A knife protruded from his chest. Ugh, interesting way to start a second life, he muttered. The smell returned to him. The place reeked of filth and piss. It wasn't that bad. In the last few months he'd smelled worse. Adulin reached for his mana and felt it. The reserves were so small he barely noticed them. Just enough to cast the simplest healing spell he knew. The knife was stuck in his heart, but he was alive. He didn't question it. He was reincarnated with the Philosopher's Stone. He gripped the handle, and with a deep breath he pulled it out. Without delay he cast the spell. Isolated spots across his body burned. The wound on his chest burned the most, and soon after it closed. Ugh escaped him. He'd forgotten how strange the spell felt. It didn't flood his body with warmth. Instead, it isolated each wound and healed it individually. Saved mana, but it always felt wrong. And this body, it had numerous wounds that had never fully healed. The spell didn't solve the pressure in his head. If something was wrong with his body, the spell would have fixed it. That only left one thing: his reincarnation. Then, when he thought about where he was, the answer came. Adulin had inherited the body's memories. First, it felt weird. He had to think about something specific to get what he needed. He had enough experience with implanted memories, and this didn't feel the same. He thought about who he was. The answer came naturally, like he was recalling his own memories. The body belonged to Dareth. The boy was barely 16 and had just awakened his system. He was from the town of Grest. His family was dead. His father was the last to go 2 years ago. Illness and not enough coin to treat it. Fuck! Adulin cursed. He wanted to strangle the Demon King. After everything he went through, he was reincarnated in the body of an orphan who had died over his last bronze coin. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The boy had a difficult life. He had come to Myth, the capital of the Mythian Empire, to find something better for himself. The little coin he had didn't last, and he was left on the streets. Status, Adulin muttered. A translucent window flickered into existence before his eyes. Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana, 4/30. Level, 3. Attributes. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Endurance, 7. Intelligence, 3. Constitution, 5. Attribute points available, 1. He stared at the mana section of the window. It was the first time he'd seen mana reduced to numbers. In his old world, there was no way to measure mana. You just felt it. The system was a blessing from the goddess. The bitterness in his mouth deepened. Dareth's memories of the system didn't seem too trustworthy. His current attributes were those of a normal human, maybe slightly weaker. His level increased when learning new skills. The new skills encompassed everything from learning a new spell to acquiring a new farming technique. Crafting items successfully also counted toward his level. With every increase in his level, the blessing gave 1 point to every attribute, and an additional point that he could use. It took him a few minutes to find the right questions to get what he needed. Now he had a basic understanding of it. He looked below the status window. New skill detected, precision healing. Skill tier, 5. Level increased. Attribute points available, 1. He wanted to test it, but his stomach growled. He would do it later, he was hungry. The Archmage who killed the Demon King had to find a job to eat, Adulin said and closed the window. But the bastard was still alive. The goddess's blessing worked for him. The only thing he had to do to increase his strength was to cast spells. He just needed time. He left the alley and looked around the street. Disgusting. That was the word that came to him. Rotting food and dead rodents were everywhere. The houses. There weren't any houses. They were shacks people lived in. Most of them didn't even have a door. Somehow, the smell was worse on the street than in the alley he'd left. A few people were lying in their excrement, their skin pale, their eyes glossy. Drugs. It wasn't the first time he'd seen people like this. His old world had them, too. Mana-enhanced drugs. Boy! Adulin looked at the man who called out to him. Could you spare some sea coins for the healers? The man said between weak coughs. Middle-aged. The spark in his eyes was almost gone. He wouldn't last the night. Adulin could heal him, but it wouldn't fix the addiction. He would be back to the same condition in a few months. His mana had slightly recovered, and it was enough for a single spell. After that, he would be left without mana for at least an hour. Cough. The man kept coughing. He needed to use his spells to improve his blessing anyway. He stepped towards the man and crouched. He hesitated. The man's body was filthy, but after glancing at his own hand, the hesitation was gone. Touching his forehead with his index finger, he cast a healing spell that would infuse life force and rejuvenation. The spell worked fast. Adulin was gone, moving faster than before. He could hear the man puking behind him, getting rid of the corrupted mana the drugs had left in his body. A few eyes turned toward him, but he ignored them and kept walking. He had to get food. For that, he needed coin. For coin, he needed a job. But to get a job, he needed to go to the market square or the craftsman district. The former was in the center of the city, while the latter was on the other side of the city. He gave up on the market. The place was always crowded during the day. He hated crowds. But if he wanted to go to the craftsman district, he had to move through the market unless he went through the harbor first. Going through the harbor, he could avoid half of the market. It was the better option. He didn't like that. The only other option was leaving through the west gate. But he didn't have enough information about the land outside the city. Just that it was dangerous, and Dareth was too weak to even consider leaving the city. Two bad choices. He clicked his tongue and started walking in the direction of the harbor. The walk toward the harbor didn't change the scenery much. The only difference was that there were two human corpses. One recent. The other had been dead for days. That wasn't his problem. This second life would be his vacation. After he earned enough gold. After walking for some time, the smell of fish hit him. The harbor was nearby. The smell brought back bad memories. The open sea. A small cabin, shared by all his party members. He stood in the middle of the street, watching the edge of the harbor district, when something tugged at the back of his shirt. He turned. A boy was looking up at him with pleading eyes. "Mister, could you help my mom?" the boy said. The boy barely reached his leg, dressed in rags and filthy. If he had to guess, he was less than 5 years old. The day had to get worse. After some consideration, he said, "Where is your mom?" The boy stared at him, not understanding the words. He spoke in his native language, not this world's language. He understood it, thanks to Dareth's memories, but speaking it was another problem. "Your mother where?" he asked again, the words coming out stiff. The boy smiled, grabbed his hand, and pulled him along. "This way, mister." In a few minutes, he was standing in front of a sickly young woman. She was unconscious, but breathing. The low mana pool was making things harder. He had to touch her to check her condition. He crouched in front of her and checked her eyes. The spark in them was dangerously low, but still there. She had a few more days to live. 2, maybe even 3 days. He patted the kid on his head. "She will be fine." The kid stared at him with a questioning look. He couldn't heal her now. He didn't have enough mana for that. How was he supposed to tell that to the kid? "What is your name?" Adulin asked. "Telian, mister. What's yours?" The boy said. "Ad." Was he Adulin or Dareth? He was inside Dareth's body. Even the system called him Dareth. He would be Dareth. It would be harder for his party to find him if he used that name. And he didn't want to see them for the next decade. "Dareth. Look, kid, I can't heal now." Telian was quiet, his expression changing a few times. "Now?" "Yes, my mana is recovering." The boy looked like he had trouble understanding it. So Adulin said, "Tonight. I will heal tonight." Telian smiled. "Thanks, mister. I'll wait." Adulin chuckled, patted the boy's head again, and left. Adulin stood at the edge of the harbor, where the slums ended and the harbor began. The problem was still there, too many people. Taking a deep breath, he started walking. It was a mess. Shopkeepers yelled, and people haggled over prices. The smell was worse. People gave him strange looks and avoided him. It made moving through the crowd easier. Ships crowded the docks. Sailors shouted as they hauled crates across the docks. On the left side, he noticed the temple of the goddess. The smaller one, meant for sailors and the less fortunate. It was a large building that stood out from everything around it. The courtyard was clean and tidy, filled with trees and flowers, brick and marble. It didn't belong there. Not among the wooden buildings patched with clay and mud. He didn't spare the temple a second look. He didn't have love for the divine. Soon he passed through the harbor and reached the gate to the craftsman district. It wasn't guarded. He went through. The craftsman district felt closer to the temple than to the harbor or the slums. The buildings were all brick, and some of the better ones had marble. Some even had courtyards similar to the temple. In front of every building hung a sign. Most looked like houses with shops on their ground floors. Wooden signs, carved with simple images, hammers, shears, swords, and armor. The better ones were painted. After searching for some time and ignoring the disgusted looks he got, he finally saw a sign with potions and herbs carved into it. This was what he was looking for. At least he hoped. He wasn't sure how things worked in this world. He stood in front of the shop for a few minutes. It was hard for him to talk to strangers. Even harder now since he had to ask for a job. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and stepped inside. The shop smelled of alchemy. He loved the smell. His house had a similar smell, just more potent. There was no one out front. He looked over the desk and found a bell. The kind you press. He gave himself a few moments to prepare and rang the bell. After almost a full minute, a man came out and looked at him. His face turned angry. "Get out, worthless brat. This isn't a charity." The man shoved him out of the shop. Adulin stared at the door that had just been shut in his face. That was unexpected. He gave himself a quick look over and chuckled. His hands were dark with dirt. His clothes were nothing more than rags, blood covering his chest. Touching his hair, he felt dirt caked in it. He caught his own smell and gagged. That made sense. He wasn't on the demon continent anymore. He was in the capital of an empire. No wonder everyone stared at him with disgust. Why didn't that bastard reincarnate him in a noble house? One thing was clear. He had fallen. From Archmage to a beggar. Adulin wasn't having a great day. After getting kicked out of the shop, it didn't take long for the guards to notice him. They didn't ask questions. They just grabbed him and threw him back into the harbor district. He hadn't realized how hard life as a normal citizen could be. Well, his was closer to that of an addict. The stairs were still there. Now they stung. Adulin sat on a barrel, his gaze drifting over the open sea. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do next. He needed to take a shower and get rid of the smell. Find proper clothing, something that wasn't rags. Make himself presentable enough so that shopkeepers wouldn't chase him out, and he could ask for a job. A simple water spell wouldn't fix the smell, but it could handle the dirt. Anything stronger would require additional mana. Double, maybe even triple what he had. He clicked his tongue. Archmage with the mana pool of a dog, he muttered. His gaze shifted to the dockworkers unloading cargo from a ship. A basic levitate spell would make that job trivial. But he would probably get chased out or maybe even beaten before he could offer his help. Telion was still waiting for him to heal his mother. He needed to use spells that the blessing hadn't recorded to grow faster. He had enough mana for one healing spell, and he had already used it twice. Maybe his mother would know how he could earn some coin. That would make it worth healing her. Daretha's memories were useless in that regard. If they weren't, he wouldn't have died in a back alley for a bronze coin. Adulin exhaled quietly and pushed himself off the barrel. It didn't take him long to get back, but more than 3 hours had passed since he woke up in this world. Night was coming. He needed a place to stay, or at least food. Telion was lying next to his mother, asleep. She looked the same as when he'd left her. Getting rid of the corrupted mana wasn't something the kid should see. He'd already seen enough. Adulin didn't want him watching what came next. It wouldn't be pleasant. That was one of the reasons he left before he saw the aftermath of the addict he had healed. He nudged the boy with his foot. The boy stirred, blinking up at him. It took a second to recognize him before he pushed himself upright. "Mister." Tilian's voice lit up. "Will my mom be better now?" The kid looked up at him, eyes bright. Took him a few moments to find the words. "She will be better." Tilian grabbed his sleeve, eyes wide. "You promise?" Adulin coughed. "I promise. I'm going to need a favor." "What is it, mister?" Was it even safe to let the kid wander off? He wasn't sure. He didn't have enough mana to block his senses properly. He clicked his tongue. That left him with no good options. His plan had failed before it even started. "Is it safe for you to take a walk?" Adulin said. The kid stared at him, confused. This was harder than he expected. The kid had been fine so far. He'd be fine for 15 minutes. Hopefully. "Go walk," Adulin said. He paused, searching for the words. "Come back in 15 minutes. Tilian hesitated. "But, go." "Okay." The kid started walking toward the harbor. Smart kid, Adulin thought. He waited until the kid was far enough away, then knelt beside the woman. He checked her eyes again. The spark was still there, but dimmer than before. As expected, the spark had never been wrong. He grabbed her shoulders and turned her onto her side. His hands slipped slightly, so he adjusted, bracing her with his knee. That left his right hand free. Taking a deep breath, he touched her head and cast the healing spell. 3 seconds later, her body jerked. Adulin held her in place as she gasped, retching violently. Dark fluid spilled from her mouth, the smell sharp and pungent. Her whole body trembled with each heave. After a whole minute, it was finally over. Adulin moved her from the black liquid on the ground. The woman was breathing hard, and the spark slowly grew brighter. She would be fine after some rest. He stood and looked at the liquid on the ground. He checked his mana. There was still some mana left, not enough for a spell, but enough to work with. He reached into his core, pulled what little remained, and guided it outward, surrounding the liquid. The simplest way to deal with corrupted mana was to burn it with mana natured toward destruction. There were more efficient methods, but with what he had left, this would have to do. Fire. The mana shifted, responding to his will. Violet flames flared to life around the black liquid. They burned hot enough to consume even the smell. After a few moments, nothing remained. Then a translucent window appeared before his eyes. New skill detected. Mana control. Skill tier 8. Level increased. Attribute points available. 4. Adulin stared at it. Tier 8. That alone gave him 3 attribute points. It didn't make sense. The control he'd used to burn the liquid wasn't anything special. He frowned slightly. He needed to find a library and figure out how the skill tiers worked, and where to spend his points. Intelligence was supposed to affect mana. At least that was Daritha's guess. The boy hadn't been certain. Adulin wasn't about to risk it on a guess. He felt his mana pool expand. Status. Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana, 1/60. Level, 6. Attributes. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Endurance, 10. Intelligence, 6. Constitution, 8. Attribute points available, 4. He looked at the mana value, then at the intelligence attribute. Both had doubled. From 3 points and 30 mana, to 6 points and 60 mana. So the boy might have been right. Still, that wasn't enough to act on. No point wasting points when he didn't understand the system yet. Thank you, the woman said. Adulin nodded toward her. The kid wasn't back yet. Not surprising. He'd said 15 minutes. It had only been 5. Adulin glanced at the woman. She was still breathing hard. It felt awkward. Still, leaving now didn't feel right. So he stayed, looking out toward the harbor. Sometime later, the breathing returned to normal. Did you help me? Yes, Adulin said. Thanks. She swallowed hard. Why? Tilian asked me to, Adulin said. That felt like the best answer he could give. At first, she smiled, but then it faded away. What will it cost? She held her breath, waiting for the answer. Nothing. Her expression didn't change at that, so he had to elaborate. For the kid. No, her expression tightened. Fear creeping in. Please take me instead. Leave Telian alone. Adulin tilted his head. What? She looked around, still dazed, then focused on him again. You're not taking him, she said, her voice tight. Adulin stared at her. That wasn't what he meant. How did she even get that from what he said? His speech wasn't great, but not that bad. Where is Telian? Adulin needed to de-escalate the situation. But he also needed to choose his words more carefully, so that she didn't jump to an even worse conclusion. Telian, we'll be back. She remained frozen. Adulin just hoped the boy would be back soon. This wasn't good for her health. Mom! Telian ran toward her. She turned just as Telian rushed into her arms. He clung to her tightly, and she held him just as firmly. They stayed like that, both of them crying. Adulin was glad the misunderstanding was over. That had been awkward. Very awkward. Adulin just stood there while the boy and his mother talked. When it was finally over, she turned to him. I'm Lyra, she said softly. Thank you. Dareth, Adulin said. Lyra hesitated for a moment. Then she said, will the cravings come back? Adulin wasn't sure. In his old world, they didn't disappear after precision healing. That didn't mean it wouldn't work here. It shouldn't. But based on how much corrupted mana she'd purged, there was a chance. A small one. He'd need to check to be certain. Analyze would be enough. Or body analyze if he wanted to be thorough. His mana pool was growing, but it was still not enough to use them. If it grew a few more times, he would be able to. Not sure, he said, focusing as he spoke slowly, so that he wouldn't come to another misunderstanding with Lyra. Could check tomorrow. But you would feel it sooner if you still have them. Lyra was staring at the floor, with a distant expression, as if she was trying to hold it all together. Adulin added, don't worry. If the cravings are still there, I can fix it. He felt like he didn't butcher any words. Her face brightened at that, and she ruffled Telian's hair. The boy was sitting in her lap with a bright smile. The corner of his lips twitched. Adulin wanted to click his tongue, but it wasn't the right moment. He had a feeling this was going to become his problem. Lyra was barely older than Dareth. It didn't feel right to leave them out here. Not like he had anything better to offer. Do you have anywhere to stay? Adulin asked. Lyra hesitated. I don't know if they'll let me back. Adulin glanced at the boy. Lyra gave a small, tired smile. He stays with them, she said. He just runs off to see me. Family? Adulin said. Lyra nodded. My mom. Adulin didn't know what else to say. He settled for an awkward smile. Lyra looked him up and down. You? Bad couple of days, Adulin said, letting out a quiet chuckle. Lyra gave a small smile. She should let me back. It's just the shade. That's why she kicked me out. She hesitated. Now that I'm clean, she should let me stay. At least for a few days. Adulin nodded and offered Lyra his hand. She took it and stood. I'll walk you there, Adulin said. They started walking towards the harbor, while Lyra said, You're not from around here? No, Adulin said, but he didn't elaborate. Lyra smiled. Didn't think so. You're too young to be a priest, and they never work for free. Priest. The bitter taste returned to his mouth. The healing magic. Only priests can heal. That was new information for Adulin. He knew that people could get healed at temples, not that only the priests could use healing magic. I'm a mage, Adulin said. They walked in silence and passed the harbor, then entered the market. The market was not as crowded as it was in the morning. The shopkeepers were shutting down their shops and stalls. But there were still more people than Adulin would have liked. It took them around half an hour to get to the district the house was in. She lives near Myth's Academy of Magic, Lyra said. Magic Academy? Lyra nodded. The biggest in the empire. My mother works there. She's a professor. She didn't heal you? She did. Once. Lyra hesitated. But the cravings were too strong. Adulin frowned. They couldn't fix that? Only the high priest can. She looked away. My mother isn't on good terms with him, so I had to deal with it on my own. But he wasn't sure why that was. Then again, addiction wasn't something healing magic could fix. It fell under mind magic. Maybe there weren't many mages advanced enough in it. That would explain it. He had a few ways to deal with it. It depended on what he could manage the fastest. A dozen men in black hoods stepped out from the alleys. Blades glinted in their hands. Adulin noticed them, but kept walking. How far? He asked. Next street, Lyra said. He glanced at the boy between them and ruffled his hair. Lyra slowed slightly. Her gaze flicked from one alley to another, her shoulders tensing. She saw them. Dareth. Lyra. His tone didn't change. Go straight to the house. Don't stop. She shook her head faintly. I'll come later, Adulin said. Her eyes widened. Go. Adulin didn't want to scare the boy, so he stopped. Lyra kept walking, speaking to Telian, keeping him distracted. The boy laughed softly at something Lyra said. The masked men moved in. By the time she reached the next street, Adulin was surrounded. Adulin found himself in a peculiar situation. He was being surrounded by a dozen bandits with blades, forming a semicircle around him. Adulin didn't feel danger from any of them. His instincts had never let him down before. That didn't mean they were right. It was a new world with rules different from his. He lacked the necessary information about the goddess's blessing before he could trust them again. His current body was too weak, and his mana pool was almost non-existent. The bandits wore dark clothes, with hoods that hid their faces. Their swords looked decent and properly cared for. Their movements were rough, but coordinated enough. If the blessing didn't enhance them too much, they weren't a threat to him. The bandits were already in position, spread in a tight circle, cutting off any escape routes. Adulin didn't want to start his new life with a dozen corpses on his first day. They were making his day more complicated, but it still wasn't enough for him to do something drastic. He didn't even know the Empire's laws yet. Adulin smiled gently and waited for them to make the first move. The man in front of him took a step forward. "You're the priest who healed in the slums?" he asked, his voice calm. Would that count as a lie? He wasn't a priest, and he didn't like them that much. "No," Adulin said, clasping his arms behind his back. The men in front of him chuckled. "Kid, why make this harder for yourself?" He had forgotten what he looked like now. The gentle smile and his stance probably looked ridiculous, not intimidating. He scratched the back of his head. "What do you want with me? You're coming with us. Don't make this difficult." He lifted the blade a fraction, angling it toward him. "Will there be food?" he said, still scratching the back of his head. The man looked him up and down, chuckled and said, "Yeah, and a bath." His face lit up, a grin forming. "Lead the way." He couldn't wait to shower and eat something. This was working out surprisingly well for him. Going with Lyra might have ended badly. Her mother wouldn't welcome someone who looked like, or smelled like he did. He wouldn't have either. Now he was getting kidnapped and offered food and a bath. The day was getting better. He felt a flicker of pride. He hadn't stumbled over his words. The man stepped closer, pulling a strip of black cloth from his pocket. "Is that really necessary?" Adulin asked. "Yes, we can't have you leaking our location." He clicked his tongue and held out his hands. "Fine." A moment later, the cloth covered his eyes. His hands were tied tight and he was led away. He found himself disliking his mana pool more and more with each passing second. Being blind felt wrong. His mana vision had been active for most of his life. Now, casting it would empty him in seconds. His kidnappers weren't talkative. He tried to extract some information from them, mostly about the world, but was met with silence. Only the sound of footsteps on rocky ground kept him company. He tried to keep track of where they were taking him, but quickly lost his sense of direction. The city was new to him, and Dareth's memories didn't help. Adulin felt like they were walking in circles. He kept track of time, and wherever they were taking him, it was taking too long. After a while, they entered a building. He heard a door open, and the noise outside went quiet. They kept moving for a long time after that. Felt like a tunnel, but he couldn't be sure. One thing was certain, his legs were starting to hurt. He needed to start training this body. A few hours later, they finally stopped. He could barely feel his legs. "We're here." All he could hear was the wind and the constant chirping of birds. They removed his blindfold and untied his hands. He blinked as the light hit his eyes, then looked around. It was early morning. The sun was just rising, its light spilling through the trees that surrounded the area. They were in a forest. Tall trees rose around him, their bark dark, almost black. The leaves glowed a vivid green. It was beautiful. He just hoped it wasn't as dangerous as the forests in his world. In front of him stood a massive mansion, its walls rivaling a village palisade. Faint markings ran along the surface. Enchantments, most likely. He couldn't tell what they did without studying them. 2 armored guards stood at the gate, spears in hand. His guess was right. The people who kidnapped him weren't bandits. "Priest, this will be your new home." It was the same man who had spoken to him earlier, now without the mask. He looked to be in his early 30s with a short, full beard. Blue eyes, or maybe they were green. He wasn't sure. His vision was still adjusting to the light. "I'm still not a priest. Lead me to the food," Adulin said. The man just shook his head. "I'm Edward. Welcome to the Count's mansion." "Adulin," he said. "Follow me," Edward said, walking toward the gate. Adulin shrugged and followed. They entered through the gate. The guards didn't even glance at him. He stopped once they were inside. The mansion was more like a small village than a regular estate. Edward stopped and waited. Adulin took in the scene. There were more than a dozen buildings, with a large mansion at the center. Everything was built from white marble. Even the small paths leading through the gardens were scattered around. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "Rich." Edward smiled faintly and gestured for him to follow. They walked through one of the garden paths that led to the farthest building on the right side of the estate. The garden was filled with pink flowers. Their petals were almost translucent in the morning light. They swayed gently with the wind, giving off a faint, sweet scent. Adulin sensed mana leaking from them. Alchemical ingredients. "The prime ingredient for a health potion," Edward said. Adulin just nodded. They arrived at the building. 3 maids were standing in front of them, giving him dirty looks. It still stung. "Ladies, take care of Adulin. Get him in a presentable form." Edward winked at him. "You've got an hour." Edward left after that, and the maids led him inside the building. It was a bathhouse. The whole place was filled with steam, with a large heated pool sitting at the center, water gently rippling. Adulin stepped toward it. "Stop. You need to wash first," one of the maids said. Adulin scratched the back of his head. "Right." The maid pointed toward a small washing area near the pool. There was a shallow drain in the floor to catch the water. Adulin stepped inside. The maid handed him a bar of soap, then left him alone. He had an hour. If he used a water spell, he could clean the dirt. The blessing would recognize it as a new spell, and he could recover most of the mana while soaking. He focused on his mana and spread it over his body, just a hair above his skin. Then he shaped it into water and guided it across himself, washing away the grime. His body was clean within moments, but the smell lingered. He reached for the bucket of hot water beside him and washed properly this time, using the soap. When he was done, his skin carried a faint floral scent. The bathhouse was empty, so he went straight for the heated pool and stepped inside. The warmth spread through his body the moment the water reached his legs. He let out a quiet breath and sank in deeper, the heat easing the tension in his muscles. By the time the water reached his shoulders, his whole body had relaxed. "Yeah, this was worth getting kidnapped for," Adulin muttered as he leaned back, arms behind his head. The warmth pulled at him, and before long he drifted off to sleep. "Adulin," a voice called. pulling him from sleep. Adulin was still half asleep as he looked at the maid. "Sir Edouard is waiting for you," she said, gesturing for him to hurry. He clicked his tongue. Getting out of the pool, he found the clothes the maid had left for him. A dark shirt and fitted trousers with some decent quality boots. Much better than the rags he wore. He put them on quickly. The maid was waiting for him outside the bathhouse and led him toward the main mansion. Halfway there, they took another path that led to a smaller house nearby. It was built from the same white marble, just smaller. A few servants and guards stood in the entrance garden. Thankfully, they didn't give him the usual looks of disgust. Probably because he didn't look like an addict anymore. He had to admit he felt better about it. Inside, it was the same as outside, white marble walls and floors. Golden pots filled with colorful flowers lined the space, and paintings of people he didn't recognize hung in heavy golden frames. Adulin approved of whoever had decorated the place. The gold accents complemented the white marble perfectly. He was led into what looked like a dining hall. A long table stretched across the center, covered in food. Soups, fresh bread, smoked and cooked meat, and desserts. A lot of desserts. At that point, Adulin decided he didn't mind getting kidnapped more often. His vacations had never been this good. Then again, there weren't any resorts on the demon continent. At the head of the table sat Edouard, now dressed in noble clothes. At least they looked like it. Adulin didn't waste time. He sat beside him and dug in. He started with a soup filled with some kind of meat, then moved on to a platter of cheese and cold cuts, and finished with meat and mashed potatoes. Edouard didn't rush him. He let him eat his fill. He appreciated that. When he finished his dessert, he slumped back in his chair, his stomach full. He didn't expect that all the goals he set for the day would be accomplished just by getting kidnapped. "Finished," Edouard said. "I'd prefer a nap before we do anything else," Adulin said. Edouard smiled. "I hope our accommodations were to your liking. No complaints." "Good. Now, the reason we invited you here is to heal the Count." Adulin stared at him, confused. "That's it? You could have just asked nicely and picked me up in a carriage." "Let me finish," Edouard said. Adulin nodded. "The Count is banned from the church." Edouard stopped there. Adulin waited for him to continue, but he didn't. It was getting awkward. "So," Adulin said, "is that not reason enough?" Adulin frowned. "The penalty for healing outside the church, and for aiding those banned by it, is death," Edouard said. "Death? For healing?" Edouard's gaze sharpened. "Are you playing with me, priest? Don't insult me. I'm not a priest. I've told you twice already." If there was one thing Adulin hated, it was the divine and their servants. And Edouard kept calling him a priest. "Call yourself whatever you like," he said calmly. "You will heal the Count. Then you will be free to go." Adulin clicked his tongue. Ignorant. But he didn't care. There was one more thing he needed. A job. Well, not exactly a job coin. Maybe he should decline and stay a few more days. But they'd just bother him every day. And probably wouldn't let him relax in the bath. "How much does the job pay?" "We'll talk price after you heal the Count," Edouard said. "But I should warn you. We've tried everything, potions, natural treasures with life force. Nothing worked. It only bought him time. A curse, poison, or something else. He still needed to see the Count to be sure. Let's get this over with." Adulin stood, and Edouard led him toward the main house. As they walked, more than a dozen guards fell in behind them. He guessed it was to stop him from harming the Count. They stopped in front of a large door. "The Count is inside," Edouard said and knocked on the door. The door of the Count's room opened from the inside. The man who opened it looked like a butler. He was older, with neatly combed gray hair and a straight posture. He was dressed in a clean black suit with white gloves. The butler gestured for him to enter. Adulin entered the room and looked around. A large bed stood at the center. On it lay a sickly, middle-aged man. "The Count," Adulin said. "Yes," Edouard said from behind him. 2 weeks ago, he fell asleep and hasn't woken since." Adulin walked toward the bed, stopping beside it. The Count was unnaturally thin, his skin pale. His lips were a vivid red, and his breathing was uneven. Adulin moved his hand and stopped. "Can I?" Edouard gave him a small nod. Adulin focused and opened the Count's eyes, taking a moment to study the spark. It flickered. That surprised him. He'd seen it flicker before, but only in extreme cases. One moment, it was faint, like the man was on the verge of death. A few days, maybe a week. Next, it flared brightly, as if he had his whole life ahead of him. "Did you find anything?" Edouard asked, his voice quieter than before. "Not really. Did you see any symptoms?" Adulin said, struggling to find the right word. Edouard shook his head. There was nothing. The day that it happened, everything was normal. Nothing changed in his routine. That was all he could do for now. The symptoms the Count showed could point to many different illnesses or poisons, but he had never seen all three at once. Something didn't add up. He needed analyze, or something more potent like mana scan. He turned toward Edouard. "Weird question. Does the intelligence attribute increase mana?" Edouard tilted his head. "Yes." "Perfect." "Status," Adulin whispered. Felt awkward to say it out loud in front of so many people. "Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana, 35/70. Level, 7. Attributes. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Endurance, 11. Intelligence, 7. Constitution, 9. Attribute points available, 5. He put all 5 points into intelligence. His mana pool deepened. Mana, 35/120. It worked, but he still had to wait for it to replenish. The spell he used earlier was recognized by the blessing. New skill detected, water control. Skill tier 3. Level increased. Attribute points available, 5. I can heal him, but not now. My mana is too low to properly diagnose the problem. And even then, if it's as bad as I think, I won't have enough to cure him. "How bad?" Edouard said. "Can't say anything before I properly analyze him." Edouard turned toward the guard. "Bring a mana potion." It took a few minutes for the guard to return, holding a small bottle of blue liquid. Adulin got his hands on the potion and hesitated before drinking it. Took effect quickly. A cooling feeling spread from his throat down to his stomach, and he felt his mana replenishing. He touched the Count's forehead and closed his eyes. "Analyze," he muttered under his breath. His mana spread through the body, searching for anything out of place. There were a few minor ailments scattered throughout, but they weren't the cause. They were just aftereffects of whatever was troubling the Count. The spell revealed nothing else, so he shifted the focus of his mana toward the mana core. That reminded him to try a meditation technique for increasing his mana pool. But he quickly pushed the thought aside. Invading the mana core was an easy way to kill him by mistake. The core looked healthy from the outside, so he spread his mana along the surface. He noticed a faint trace of corrupted mana leaking from it. That could be the cause. He focused all of his mana on it. Nothing. The corrupted mana revealed nothing about its source or nature. That left 2 possibilities. Either it was just a byproduct of the main cause, or it was the cause itself and beyond what Analyze could detect. He could treat the ailments with the healing spell, but that was something that even a regular healing potion could fix. It was nothing serious, and by the looks of the Count's body, his constitution was strong enough to get rid of them. But the main cause was located in the mana core. Something like that needed a high-tier spell to fix, depending on what it was. Adulin was leaning toward mana poison, a curse, or something else magical in nature. It wasn't natural. He was sure the Count had been targeted. Even if he couldn't find the exact cause, he could fix it with enough mana. By his estimation, that meant over 100 levels with all his additional points invested in intelligence. It wouldn't take him too long to reach that. Everything depended on how the blessing worked. The alternative was reaching a higher level and an advanced diagnostic spell. If he identified the root cause, he could remove it. He estimated he would need spells ranging from level 20 to over level 50. Adulin stepped back and opened his eyes. A translucent window appeared in front of him. Analyze complete. Foreign mana detected. Source: unknown. Interference level high. That was useful. The blessing gave him its own analysis of the root problem, but it didn't include the details he had uncovered himself. Still, it would be useful for things that didn't require deeper inspection. New skill detected. Analyze. Skill tier 4. Level increased. Attribute points available 1. He put the point in intelligence and closed the window. The main problem is coming from the Count's mana core, Adulin said. Explain, Edouard said, a hint of impatience in his voice. Adulin chose his words carefully. Corrupted mana with a foreign influence is leaking from his core. It's causing various ailments throughout his body, but his constitution is strong enough to handle them. A simple health potion would be enough for those. He paused briefly. I'm still not certain of the root cause. The spell or substance behind it is high tier. But I can confirm one thing.
Adolin met Eduard's case.
It wasn't natural. The Count was targeted. Edouard said nothing and began pacing the room. That confirmed Adolin's suspicion. They were related. Can you heal him? Edouard finally asked. I can, but it will take time. I need to grow stronger first. Edouard stopped pacing. How long does he have? I can't be certain, but a few weeks at least. If you keep him stable with potions every few days longer, he said. He was already getting tired from the lack of sleep and people. What do you need? Edouard said. Adulin smiled. 5 gold. That was the amount he needed to cover a 2-week stay in a tavern, food, and still have some left over. But he still needed to have some spare. 7, he quickly added. You can stay here. A room in the estate and any resources you need, Edouard said. Adulin didn't like where this was going. No need. I can stay at an inn. Edouard's expression hardened. You're not leaving until the Count is healed. Is that a threat? Adulin asked, his voice turning colder. There was no chance he would stay here. He liked the place, but they would not leave him alone. It was hard dealing with people. He also needed to check in with Lyra and the boy. Call it what you want, Edouard said. Adulin chuckled and moved toward the door. The guards stepped in front of him, blocking his path. He clicked his tongue. He hated dealing with people. He needed to end this quickly. He focused and spread his mana through the room, shaping it into spikes rising from the floor toward everyone's neck. When the shape was set, he shifted its nature to earth. Earthen spikes erupted from the ground, heading towards their necks. Edouard, the butler, and one of the guards reacted the fastest, but it was already too late. The spikes stopped an inch from their skin. Not one of them had time to move. The guards froze, their bodies going rigid. One of them tightened his grip on his weapon, but didn't dare move. Edouard didn't move. His eyes flicked briefly to the spikes at his throat, then back to Adulin. Next one will go further, Adulin said. I will still heal the Count, but your next word could change that. Edouard nodded. Good, Adulin said. My gold and a carriage. Adulin looked toward the guards. Move. The guard cleared his path, and Adulin left the room, going straight toward the gate. He was now sure that Edouard could have evaded it if he felt threatened. But that didn't mean that Adulin couldn't deal with him. He arrived at the gate. Edouard stared at the earthen spike an inch from his throat. The room had gone quiet the moment Adulin left, but no one dared to speak. They were all waiting for him. The priest no. Priests used divine magic. Blessings. Adulin used mana. That didn't make sense. Only divine magic could heal. Edouard exhaled slowly. The boy's words confirmed what he already suspected. His father had been targeted. At least he agreed to heal him. That was the only reason Edouard hadn't pushed further. There was no reason to antagonize him anymore. The boy looked like he was ready to end them just to leave. Edouard believed it. The boy, Adulin, was strange. He spoke with a broken accent, his words slightly out of place like a foreigner. He looked like an addict, yet his control over mana was terrifyingly precise. And then there were the questions. Was intelligence supposed to increase mana? What kind of mage asked something like that? It didn't make sense. Edward frowned. Maybe the boy was playing with him, but it didn't look like that. The spell he cast was nothing like what normal mages used. There were no signs, no incantation, and he didn't use a staff or a wand. There was no point in keeping him waiting. "Nicholas, bring the coins, and prepare a carriage," Edward said. The butler didn't question him and moved at once. The guards were still watching him, waiting for orders. Edward turned and left the room. "Double the guard on the main building." Quint, the captain of the guard, spoke. "Yes, my lord." Quint gave a few commands before following him. Edward headed toward the gate. Halfway there, the butler approached, holding a small coin pouch. "The carriage is being prepared. It will be ready in 5 minutes," Nicholas said. Adulin stood in front of the gate, the guards blocking his way. Edward was glad the boy hadn't lashed out and killed them. The boy looked at him with that same awkward smile. The coldness was gone. Pale skin, tired blue eyes, a thin frame. He still looked like an addict from the slums. Except now he wore decent clothes. Edward stopped a few steps away and motioned for the butler to hand over the coins. Adulin took the coin pouch from the butler and looked inside. He smiled and said, "Glad to be doing business with you." Edward nodded. "When you are ready, leave a message for the bartender at the Garden Inn, in the Academy District. We'll keep providing him potions until then." The boy nodded. "I'll require higher compensation next time." Edward nodded. That was only natural. Saving the Count's life was worth far more. The boy paused, then added, 20 gold. Edward nodded again. It seemed like the boy didn't know how much healing was worth, not to mention healing the Count's illness. Adulin watched his reaction closely. 25. Edward nodded once more. It didn't matter how much the boy asked. He was prepared to pay hundreds. The carriage arrived soon after. The boy hesitated for a moment, a faint frown on his face before stepping inside. The boy was dangerous, but it seemed like he was not accustomed to dealing with people. Edward almost smiled. The boy was dangerous, easily agitated. But it was also simple dealing with him. All Edward had to do was stay within his bounds. He only hoped the church wouldn't act before his father was healed. Adulin stared out the carriage window, his expression sour. Why did I get the memories of a country bumpkin? His memories made him feel like he had robbed Edward. So why did it feel like he was the one who got robbed? Daretha's memories were unreliable at best. Relying on the judgment of a coinless kid had been a mistake from the start. He needed better information about this world. A library would be a good start. Lyra and her mother too. He didn't like the judgment creeping into his thoughts. He didn't know her circumstances. And she was still a kid. A good one at that. Talking to her hadn't felt like a chore. On the bright side, he wasn't homeless anymore. Not for the next 2 weeks, at least. The trip back to the city was far quicker. The carriage followed the main road this time, instead of winding through tunnels. Adulin spent the entire ride staring out the window. It was peaceful. Just the quiet of the forest, the steady thud of hooves, and the creak of the carriage. Best of all, no one tried to talk to him. He loved it. Soon, they arrived at the city gate. For the first time, Adulin noticed just how tall the walls were. In his estimation, they rose more than 15 meters of solid stone. There were 3 lines as far as he could tell, 2 for carriages and 1 for those on foot. The finer carriages passed through the left lane without delay. The other was packed with merchant wagons, piled high with goods. The carriage he was in veered toward the left. He really hoped he wouldn't have to talk to the guards. Soon, the carriage came to a stop. The small window at the front slid open. "Sir, we've reached the gate," the driver said. "I'll need your identification card." Adulin froze. The unreliable memories failed him again. He had no idea he needed an identification card, let alone how to get one. Dareth had been brought into the city by a merchant. The guards hadn't even looked at him. They had only checked the merchant's papers. Adulin clicked his tongue. I don't have one, he said. The driver was silent for a moment. No problem, sir. The carriage started moving again, soon coming to a stop at the gate. He focused, listening to what was happening outside. Identification, a guard said. Adulin glanced out the window and saw the driver hand over his papers. He hoped it would be enough. He really needed to sleep. And the guest? The guard asked. An important guest of House Velmuth, the driver replied. I'll still need to see identification. The driver slipped a small pouch into the guard's hand. The guard looked over the papers again. Clear. Move along, the guard said, motioning for the driver to proceed. What a reliable guy. He considered tipping the driver, but he didn't have the coin for it. Next time he returned to the estate, he would. After some time, the carriage came to a stop. We've arrived, sir. He stepped out and looked around. It was the same place he'd been kidnapped from. How important is identification? Adulin asked. The driver tilted his head. You won't get far without it, sir. What about an inn? The driver thought for a moment. The better ones require it for a room. He clicked his tongue and nodded. Where can I get one? He asked, scratching the back of his neck. There are a few ways, sir. The Adventurers Guild issues cards that serve as legal identification. The church can provide one as well. And then there's a local ID, usually given in your city of birth. From the three options, only one worked for Adulin. The Adventurers Guild. There had been one in his old world. If it worked the same way here, getting a card shouldn't be a problem. Where can I find the guild? South of the academy, a few streets before the market, the driver said. I can take you there, sir. Perfect. Adulin stepped back into the carriage. The driver really was reliable. He'd have to increase that tip. A few minutes later, Adulin stood before the Adventurers Guild. The building was massive, its quality rivaling the temple by the harbor. But unlike the temple, it carried a rougher, more practical feel. The courtyard was filled with adventurers. Leather armor, weapons, and the occasional set of steel. The more successful ones, Adulin guessed. He said his goodbyes to the driver and stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, Adulin felt like he didn't need an identification card after all. The hall was loud. Voices overlapped. Chairs scraped across the floor. Adventurers shouted over one another. It was a nightmare. He swallowed and forced himself forward. He needed the card. He needed a room in the inn. The reception desk was 20 meters in front of him. That was his target. On his fourth step, someone stepped into his path, so he slowed. Then another adventurer crossed in front of him, carrying 3 mugs of beer. Adulin stopped to avoid colliding with him. A shout erupted somewhere to his left. Laughter followed, louder than before. He could still leave. He should leave. No, he cut the thought short. The card was important. When he finally managed to squeeze through the crowd and get close to the reception desk, he stopped. His eyes widened. More than a dozen people were waiting in line. Adulin stepped into the line and hoped for the best. He advanced by 1 spot before someone stepped in behind him. He didn't turn, didn't acknowledge it, hoping it would stay that way. Hey! A voice came from behind him. Adulin froze. No one was talking to him. He repeated it to himself. Excuse me. He didn't want to be rude, so he took a slow breath and turned. A woman stood behind him, slightly shorter, dressed in a mage's robe. Her golden brown hair was tied back, her amethyst eyes fixed on him. First time at the guild? Yes, Adulin said. The woman chuckled lightly. You looked nervous. Adulin nodded. Alira, she added. Dareth, Adulin said. Nice to meet you. Don't worry about the receptionist. She looks scary, but she's actually pretty nice, Alira said. Adulin nodded again. Did she still not get it? Her name's Hilda. Just throw in a few flowery words and she'll sort you out. Thanks for the advice, Adulin said. Line's slow today, huh? Alira said, tapping her foot against the floor. I guess, Adulin said. This was what he feared most. Small talk, with people who couldn't take a hint. He could feel his energy draining with every word Alira spoke. She went on about her latest quest. A goblin tribe recently cleared out. She was here to turn it in and collect the reward. At one point, she even showed him a bag of goblin ears. He didn't react. She kept talking anyway. She didn't stop until Adulin was next in line. Your turn. Don't keep Hilda waiting, or she'll make it harder for you, Alira said. Adulin turned immediately. He was at the front of the line. Behind the desk stood Hilda, a dwarf. Adulin stilled. He had to make this quick. Alira's advice echoed in his mind. Flowery words, right? He had no idea what to say. Identification card, Adulin said. Please. His stomach churned. That was bad. Really bad. He found it difficult to meet Hilda's gaze. A soft laugh came from behind him. Hilda stared at him, her lips pressed into a thin line. Adulin cleared his throat. Good day. I would like to register with the guild, he said, choosing each word carefully. Better. A soft whisper came from behind him, close to his ear. There was a hint of amusement in her voice. Maybe you should have started with that, Hilda said. Adulin stared at the desk. Yes. Sorry. ID, Hilda said. I lost it, Adulin said. Hilda muttered something, but he didn't hear her. Name. Dareth Wood. Place of birth. The town of Grest. The questions kept coming. Hilda wrote everything down without looking up. Level. Adulin hesitated. Status, he muttered. Skill tier increased. Mana control. Skill tier 9. Level increased. Attribute points available 2. Status. Name Dareth Wood. Race human. Mana 125/140. Level 9. Attributes. Strength 11. Agility 12. Endurance 13. Intelligence 14. Constitution 11. Attribute points available 2. Level 9, Adulin said. Hilda rolled her eyes. Bronze tier. That's the best I can do for you. You'll be limited to bronze tier requests. She tapped the desk. 2 gold for registration. Adulin felt like a dagger had been driven through his heart. His hard-earned gold. Still, he took out 2 coins and placed them on the counter. Your ID will be ready tomorrow morning, Hilda said. How am I supposed to stay at an inn without one? Adulin asked, hoping for some leniency. Hilda rolled her eyes. She grabbed a piece of parchment, scribbled something down, then stamped it with a seal. Here, temporary identification. It'll last 2 days. Thanks, Adulin said, picking up the parchment. He stepped out of line and gave Alira a small nod. Alira smiled. Till next time. She winked. Adulin left the guild as quickly as he could. He was spent. All he wanted was somewhere to hide for a few days. He didn't have that yet. Next on his list was finding a room at the nearest inn. The driver had mentioned a few inns worth staying at. The closest one was the Garden, the same place Edouard had told him to go once he was ready. Under normal circumstances, Adulin might have chosen differently. Right now, he didn't care. He just needed a room. Sleep was already catching up to him. The walk to the inn didn't take long. It was just a few streets away, in the direction of the academy. The Garden Inn looked promising. A small garden spread out at the entrance, filled with a dozen tables. Most of them were occupied. He just hoped it would be quieter inside. He walked straight to the door, avoiding everyone else. The moment he stepped inside, he felt himself relax. This was better. Not like the guild. A bartender stood behind the counter. A room for the night, he said. ID. Adulin handed over the parchment. The bartender glanced at it and nodded. 50 silver. Adelin's heart sank. Still, he took out a gold coin and placed it on the counter, silently cursing Dareth. The bartender handed him his change and a key. 3rd floor. Door on the right. Adulin didn't waste a second. A minute later, he was inside his room. The bed was in the middle of the room. That was enough for him. He was tired and his energy was running low. A small, private space for himself. He sprawled out on the bed. The day reminded him how much he missed Aelinth. If she were here, he wouldn't have been underpaid by Edward. He wouldn't have to deal with people so much. Talking, negotiating, dealing with people. He never had to deal with any of it with her around. Now that he thought about it, she really had made his life easier. But when his thoughts drifted to the rest of the party, his stomach churned. No. He would do everything himself. It would be better that way. He would just need to find another Aelinth to handle the people parts. That reminded him of Lyra. Tomorrow. She might be worried. But there was no chance he was going outside today. Tomorrow, probably not either. This was already too much. There was also the library he needed to visit. And his gold wouldn't be enough. Not even close. Maybe if he stayed at a cheaper inn. No. He cut that thought off immediately. He wasn't staying in some rundown place. This one was good enough. He didn't actually know. He didn't care about that now. He would deal with it tomorrow. With that, he fell asleep. Adolin lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. It had been a while since he woke up, but he didn't feel like getting out of bed. He had a strange dream. It was his life in this world, but Aelinth was there from the beginning. That wasn't the strange part. What bothered him was how accurate it felt. Things had gone differently. Not impossibly so, just smoother. He hadn't spent a whole day walking around like an addict. An hour after waking up, he already had decent clothes. How she managed that, he didn't know. He hadn't seen it in the dream. Just like he had never seen how she fixed most of the problems his party came up with. In the Count's estate, she had handled things before he could resort to violence. And she had scammed Edward out of his gold. He felt a smile form on his face. 500 gold coins. In the guild, everything had gone smoothly. He hadn't even needed to enter. He exhaled quietly. Maybe there was no need to go a decade without her. She made things easier. A lot easier. He frowned slightly. Thinking back, it had always been like that. Problem comes up, and just as it came, it was solved. He had never paid too much attention to problems, because they didn't stick enough for him to notice most of them. He should probably thank her the next time he saw her. Adolin stretched and groaned. He had to get up. It wouldn't be fair to Lyra. She was probably still worried about him getting kidnapped. And he was lying in bed, debating whether to get up. He clicked his tongue and pushed himself upright. The other problem was his coin. At best, he had enough for 10 days at the inn, but that wouldn't cover the food. Either way, it wouldn't last long, and he needed to find a job. And he needed to cast a few spells so the blessing could record them. That would have to wait until he returned to the inn. He didn't like the feeling of being low on mana. Not when nobles were kidnapping young boys off the streets. Adolin chuckled and got out of bed. The room was pitch dark, so he moved to the window and pulled the covers aside. Golden light spilled into the room. The room wasn't large, but it had a bed, a drawer, and a desk. More importantly, it was clean. He had nothing to leave behind, so he opened the window to let some air in and stepped outside. The common room was empty, just like the day he arrived. The bartender was wiping a glass behind the counter. "I want to extend my stay for 2 more nights," Adolin said. The bartender glanced at him, not stopping. 1 gold. He set the coin on the counter and left the inn. The streets were already busy. Voices overlapped as people moved past him, carriages rolling through the crowd. After a night in the inn, it wasn't as bad as before. Still, he walked faster. It didn't take long to reach the district where Lyra's mother lived. What bothered him was that he had to figure out which house it was, which meant asking people. Or he might get lucky and run into Lyra or Telion. He stopped on the street where he had been kidnapped. In front of him was where Lyra and Telion had disappeared when he was surrounded. He started walking toward the street, then took a right turn. It led to another long street, filled with houses. Time rewind would help him find where she went next. But his mana pool was still too small. He knew the house was somewhere in this district. He also knew it was close to the academy. That helped him a little, but there were still too many houses. Far too many. There were a few ways he could go about finding it. He could spend a few days increasing his mana pool. He dismissed that idea almost immediately. The other two ways involved things he wanted to avoid. But he couldn't. He quickly scratched one of them off. He couldn't go to the academy and ask for her mother. He didn't know her name or Lyra's last name, and going there would probably get him kicked out faster than he could ask the questions he needed. That left him with the only option he could think of. Find the academy and try to narrow down the area where the house was. Then ask random strangers in the area. "Aelinth, where are you when I need you?" he muttered. Adulin had to admit the district was pretty. Every house was different, and most of them were pleasant to look at. The architecture varied enough that it felt like everyone was trying to outdo their neighbors. And every house had a garden. Every single one. A smaller one at the entrance and a larger one in the back. It was the same as in the Count's estate. The people of this world seemed to really like them. He liked them too, and Luke would love them too. He wouldn't mind adding another goal to his already low list. Buying a house here would do wonders for his mental health. A garden. Evenings spent there with a cup of tea. It was a nice thought. Adulin got lost a few times, but found his way again quickly. Half an hour later, he stood looking at the academy in the distance. It was a massive building, more like a castle with several towers rising above it. They looked like mage towers. There had been a few in his old world too. He never had one. They came with too much attention, and he wasn't a fan of that. There were gardens as well, just as he expected. It wouldn't make sense for the academy not to have them. Everyone else here did. Well, everyone in this part of the city. There had been no gardens in the slums. No trees either. Only a few in the craftsman district. So that was it. Gardens weren't just decoration. They were how the rich showed their wealth. Adulin liked the way this world did things better. The good news now was that he had narrowed down the area. The bad news was that it was still too big. From where he started to the academy, there were 5 streets. 5 large streets. Over 100 houses. He could probably remove the first 2 streets based on what he knew. Then again, he could be wrong. He didn't know what Lyra meant by close. It could be the last street next to the academy or the last street from where he started. Adulin clicked his tongue. He decided to set a goal for himself. He would talk to 2 people on each street, starting from the closest one. But now that he thought about it, the last street didn't make sense. If the house was there, Lyra would have said it was right next to the academy. She hadn't, so he excluded the last street. And the first one from where he started. That left 3 streets. 6 people to talk to. That was more manageable. A few minutes later, he was standing on the first street. One thing he didn't like was the city planning. Every street was long, too long, and there were no side paths. Maybe it was done for a reason so people would have to pass by every house. Probably not. Soon, he found an old man working in his front garden. That was his first target. The man didn't look scary or particularly talkative. It was a good start. "Good day, sir," Adulin said with a small nod. He had noticed a few greetings around the city and decided to copy them. The old man turned. "Good day. Could I trouble you with a question?" Adulin said. He had considered being direct, but he was fairly sure it wouldn't work. He decided to take Lyra's advice. Not fully, just in a more respectful manner. "Spit it," the old man said. A man of few words, he liked the old man. "I'm looking for a friend, Lyra. I didn't get her address." The old man chuckled. "That's not giving me much to work with." Adulin scratched the back of his neck. "Her mother is a professor at the academy." The old man looked thoughtful. "Academy professor," he muttered. "That doesn't help much either. Half this district is filled with them." That made sense. Still, it felt wrong to mention that her daughter was an addict. "Thank you for your time, sir." Adulin gave a small nod and left. He made his way through the streets, talking to different people, but got nowhere. He had met his goal and spoken to 6 of them. Yet he still didn't have a single clue where to find Lyra. Finding a single professor here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. A kid was running down the street, playing with what looked like a wand. He waved him down and the kid ran over. "Are you playing a mage?" Adulin said with a small smile. The kid lit up. "Yeah, mister. I'm Archmage Bellion." Do you want to see real magic? Adulin asked. Yes. The kid bounced slightly in place, even more excited. How about this? I need to find a kid named Telian. He lives in this district. Telian? The kid frowned, thinking. The one who comes back all dirty every few days? That matched what Adulin knew. Telian visited his mother in the slums often, and when Adulin met him, the kid really had been dirty. Adulin just nodded. He didn't feel like commenting. He lives on the street next to the academy, in a house with a pink garden. How do you know that? The kid shrugged. My mom told me. That's where the addict lives. Everyone knows that, mister. There's only one addict in the district. Well, if he hadn't tried to be respectful, he wouldn't have wasted all that time for nothing. But it still felt wrong to ask it like that. So he didn't feel particularly bad about it. The gossip was only natural. That was probably why Lyra had been kicked out. He'd fix her addiction in time. And with time, the gossip would die down. The magic, mister. What kind of magic do you want to see? The kid fell into deep thought. A fire spell, like Archmage Belayan. Adulin smiled at that. He didn't want to use too much mana, so he decided on a simple mana construct. It wasn't really an illusion, just shaping mana and altering its nature. He let his mana flow out and focused, shaping it into a small dragon. Then he shifted its nature into a harmless flame. A small dragon made of fire appeared in front of the kid. It circled him, flapping its wings and breathing tiny bursts of flame. The kid's eyes went wide. Whoa! He took a step back, then leaned forward again, completely mesmerized. It's real. It's actually real. Did you see that? He shouted to no one in particular, pointing at the dragon as it flew around him. I'm gonna be just like that. He spent a minute entertaining the kid with the dragon, then dismissed it and made his way toward the next street. He needed to remind Lyra to choose her words more carefully. She should have said the street next to the academy, not close. Sometime later, he found the house the boy had told him about. Stood out right away. The front garden was filled with pink. Small trees with pink leaves stood among clusters of pink flowers. The fence was overgrown with green plants, blossoming with the same soft pink. It was a bit much, but it made the house easy to find. He stood in front of the door. The day had been a little draining, but not as bad as he had expected. A night's rest had done wonders for his energy. He hoped it wouldn't drop that low again. He really wasn't pleasant to be around when that happened. Thinking back on it, he had probably done too much at the Count's estate. Maybe there hadn't been a need to escalate things. He could have talked it out instead. He shrugged. It was already too late for that. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Adulin had a feeling it would be exhausting if he had to deal with Lyra's mother. The door opened, revealing a woman in a mage's robe. The woman in front of him wore a black mage robe with pink details. If he had to guess, she was Lyra's mother. The garden had already given her favorite color away. Yes, Adulin hadn't prepared for this conversation. He had expected to speak with her, but only after he was already inside. He had assumed Telian or Lyra would open the door. But now that he thought about it, Lyra had been kicked out before. Her mother wouldn't want her opening the door. He cleared his throat. I'm looking for Lyra. He had forgotten to speak in a respectful manner. Well, it was already too late. If he added a good day now, it would just make things awkward for both of them. You are? She said, studying him. Dareth, the one who healed Lyra, Adulin said, doing his best to sound respectful, since he hadn't managed that at the start. She did look angry after that, though he wasn't sure why. Come inside, she said after a brief pause. Adulin nodded and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He still wasn't sure what he had done wrong. He followed her into a study on the ground floor. Bookshelves stretched all the way to the ceiling, packed tightly with books. A desk stood at the center, with 2 couches in front of it and a small table between them. Take a seat. Adulin took a seat, still trying to figure out what he had done wrong. She took the couch opposite him. Why would you use healing magic in public? She asked, studying him. How was he supposed to answer that? Because he felt like it? That was most of the reason he had done it. But what would the appropriate answer be? Still, he didn't see a reason to lie. Because I felt like it and Telian asked me to, Adulin said. She stared at him, confused at first. Then she tilted her head. Do you even know the penalty for that? He hadn't at the time, but he had learned it later from Edouard. Not at the time. I'm familiar with it now. You're not affiliated with the church, are you? Adulin rolled his eyes. No. A faint frown appeared on her face. How can you use healing magic, then? How was he supposed to answer that? Because he knew a spell? With mana? Because with mana? That sounded bad even to him. The woman didn't respond. What level are you? She asked. He wasn't sure if he had advanced since, well, the last time. But he didn't like the looks he got the last time he checked his status. 9, Adulin said. She went still. You can use healing magic at level 9? There are healing spells at higher levels? Adulin asked, a hint of curiosity slipping through. She didn't answer immediately. Her eyes stayed on him, sharper now, measuring. Yes, she said at last. Around level 200. But the mana cost is enormous, so high-tier mages rarely use it unless necessary. That made sense. Why would the church hold a monopoly over healing if mages could use it? But it did give him an idea. If he shared some of his healing spells, and the mages of this world could use them, the church would suffer. That thought brought a quiet sense of satisfaction. He had been silent for a while, lost in thought, when she spoke again. Who taught you? Adulin had enough of the interrogation. Where are Lyra and Telian? He said. In the back garden. You can see them after you tell me how you escaped. The kidnapping? Yes. Lyra has been asking me to look for you. I asked around, you disappeared in the middle of the city. Without a trace. That's thoughtful of her, Adulin said. But I didn't escape. I left. You left? Yeah. He leaned back slightly. They couldn't hold me even if they wanted to, Adulin said with a quiet chuckle. Her eyes narrowed. And who are they? Did he want to tell her that? Not really. He didn't even know her name. And you are, Adulin said. She held his gaze for a moment, as if weighing something. Lysandra, she said at last. Adulin nodded slowly, committing the name to memory. Silence lingered between them. So, Lysandra said. Who were they? Nothing special. A certain someone needed healing. Lysandra grew thoughtful for a moment. Aldrich Velmuth. Well, he wasn't the one who had told her. But she seemed well informed. At least now he knew the name of his patient. How did you know that? Adulin asked. The Count was either the only one banned from the church, or there were a few among the nobility, and it had just been a lucky guess. He didn't really care either way. Lysandra didn't answer. She stood. Follow me. Adulin obliged. They left the study. What do you want with Lyra? Lysandra asked, walking a step ahead of him. Only to help her. There wasn't really any other way to answer that. Why? I don't know. At first, I did it because Telian asked me to. Then I got to know her a little, and she seemed to have it tough. So I decided to help her get rid of the shade addiction. No other motives? Lysandra asked, glancing back at him. No, Adulin said, shaking his head. They were already close to the back garden. Adulin could see it through the window. And you can help her? Lysandra asked, stopping in front of the door. Get rid of it? Yeah. In a few days, I can get rid of it permanently. How? She asked, turning to face him. I know a spell. Why do you need a few days? Adulin felt like he was being interrogated again. But this time, it felt like Lysandra was guiding him somewhere. Did she know he was reincarnated? Or did she suspect something else? He just smiled politely. Lysandra stared at him for a few moments, as if weighing something, then opened the door. They stepped into the back garden. Mr. Telian came running. He wrapped his arms around Adelin's leg. Thank you again, mister, he said excitedly. Adulin blinked, caught off guard. Then he smiled faintly and patted the boy's head. You're welcome, kid. How's your mom? Better, mister. She's been awake all day now, and she smiles more, Telian said, finally letting go of Adulin. Before Adulin could reply, Lyra came running from the same direction Telian had. She stopped right in front of him. Her hands rose, then curled slightly, hovering in the air. A moment later, they fell back to her sides. Dareth, you're okay, she said, letting out a breath. Lyra looked hollow. The color was gone from her face, dark circles carved under her eyes, and her fingers shook at her sides. Adulin nodded. Yeah. His gaze lingered on her for a moment. You don't look okay. I'm fine. What happened to you? Lyra asked, trying to hide the tremor in her hands. Telian, go inside and read the book I gave you, Lysandra said. But, no buts. She pointed toward the door. Go. The boy went inside, unhappily. Got kidnapped, Adulin said. After a long walk, we arrived at an estate. Had a bath. Ate excellent food. Then I left. Lyra stared at him, trying to figure out if he was joking. After a few moments, Lyra said, You're serious? Yeah. The food was nice. Lyra studied him for a moment longer, then smiled faintly. I'm glad you're okay, she said quietly. Lysandra intervened. Let's sit down. They followed behind her. The path was similar to the one in the Count's estate, laid with white marble slabs. In the middle of the garden stood a latticed canopy, vines climbing its frame, the same pink flowers that covered the fence blooming along it. The whole garden carried a soft, floral sweetness. Adulin was certain Luke would like a place like this, maybe with a bit less pink. Beneath the canopy stood a stone table with white marble benches. They didn't look very comfortable. It did move his goal of buying a house in this district a little higher. But he would need something bigger, somewhere with a private room for each member of his party. After a long period of rest without them, they sat around the table. Tea? Lysandra asked. Adulin nodded. Lyra sat across from him, still trying to hold onto a smile. A slender wooden staff appeared in Lysandra's hand, a pink crystal set at its tip. A teapot and cups formed on the table. She muttered something under her breath, more like a chant. Then she poured the tea. Adulin looked at Lyra. The cravings are back? Lyra kept her eyes on the tea, avoiding his gaze. Yeah, she said slowly. Adulin nodded. How long did you go without it? One day. But don't worry. My mom's helping me with it. Lysandra cut in. Nothing is working. It doesn't matter what I try. Only the high priest or those above him can. She frowned. There were a few possible reasons. Some of the corrupted mana might still be lingering in her body, but removing it would require a high-tier spell. Something he didn't have yet. Or it wasn't physical at all. She needed a mind spell. Something to sever the craving itself. He didn't have that either. But there were other ways to keep her from relapsing. May I? Adulin said, reaching for Lyra's hand. She hesitated for a moment, then placed it in his. Lysandra watched them carefully. Adulin touched her hand lightly. He thought for a moment, then decided to try a toxin removal spell. It would purge the toxin from her body, but it also had a secondary effect. It rejuvenated it. That was what he was after. He had far more mana than when he first met Lyra. That meant more options. Still, it wasn't enough to fully heal her. He didn't waste any time and cast toxin removal. A faint light flickered around her hand, then faded just as quickly. The effect was immediate. Color returned to Lyra's face. The dullness in her eyes lifted, replaced with a faint clarity. The tremor in her fingers slowed, then stopped. Lyra blinked. Her breath hitched slightly, as if something had just loosened its grip on her. A real smile spread across her face. She looked at her hands, flexing her fingers. Lysandra looked at him questioningly, but held her tongue. Took Lyra a few moments to calm down. Thank you. How do you feel? Lysandra asked. Lyra hesitated. Normal, I think. The cravings are gone, and I feel better. Lysandra only glanced at Adulin, but said nothing. Adulin expected a lengthy conversation with her after this. He took a sip of tea and closed his eyes. It was perfect. That was all he could think. He really had to get that spell from Lysandra. The one for making tea. If there was something Adulin lacked, it was convenience spells. Spells that weren't meant for destroying things. He had very few of them. Lysandra smiled faintly at his reaction. Lyra looked at her hands again, flexing her fingers slowly. "It's really gone," she whispered. "Yes," Adulin said. "I'll need to cast it each day so the cravings don't return." Her smile faltered. He added quickly, "Until I can remove it completely. That will take some time, but not too long." "I know you said that before, but is it really true?" "Yeah, it's a small problem. I should be able to fix it in a week. 2 at most." "Will you do it?" Lysandra asked. "Yeah, I can come daily, or you can bring her to the Garden Inn." "I'll bring her," Lysandra said. A smile returned to Lyra's face. She even looked a little more confident. Adulin didn't want to give her false hope, only to fail her later, so he gave himself some breathing room. It was the second time they had mentioned the church to him. Would it really be a problem? He could defend himself. He was good at it. Really good. He did lack mana, but spells meant for killing were far more efficient than healing. Mana control alone was enough to take someone down, and the cost was minimal. And increasing his mana wasn't difficult. He just needed to do it faster. Would the church be difficult to handle? Adulin finally asked. Lysandra studied him for a moment. "Yes. Do you have enough backing to delay them?" "Backing?" Adulin chuckled. "Not really." Lysandra's gaze sharpened. "You're telling me you've been doing this without any backing?" "Yes." Lysandra's fingers tightened around her cup. Her face went pale. "You don't understand what you've done." Lysandra went pale at his answer. Adulin was starting to think the whole church situation was more serious than he'd assumed. It wasn't really his fault. He hadn't done anything like that since his first day in this world. Edward had been serious about it too. Did they both think he had a backer? That was the only explanation for why Lysandra went pale when he told her he didn't have one. It took Lysandra a moment. "They're already searching for you," she said. "What do they want?" Adulin asked. Lyra looked confused at first. Then a hint of fear crept onto her face. The church controls almost all priests, but not all. 23 years ago, they banned unsanctioned healing. The penalty is death if caught. Since then, the church has executed over 100 priests. Lysandra said, keeping her voice calm. "I'm not a priest, so it doesn't matter," Adulin said. "Yes, of course. Just a level 10 with a healing spell. I'm sure they won't bother you at all once they find that out," Lysandra said, with a slight edge. Adulin chuckled. That made sense. If the spell got out, the church would suffer. Most of their power came from healing. He had noticed that no one really liked the church. It was just that they didn't have another choice. At least not in the capital. Lysandra set her cup down a little harder than before. "You're still not taking this seriously." Adulin leaned back slightly. "I mean, if anything happens to me, the church will burn. It's in their best interest to leave me alone," Adulin said. That was the truth. If they did something he couldn't defend against and he got hurt, it was over for the church. It might not happen now, but they would be doomed. His party was filled with monsters. Monsters that protected their own. There were a few factions and noble houses in his old world that didn't understand that. It hadn't ended well for them. Lysandra looked at him, speechless. "You said you didn't have a backer." "Well, it's not a backer. It's just my old party," Adulin said. "Old party?" "Well, current party. I'm just taking a break from them." They looked at him questioningly. Adulin had no idea how to explain it. He would have had the same reaction in their place. A 16-year-old talking about a party that could burn the church. He wasn't even sure why they were taking him seriously at all. Well, it was probably because he could heal, and because they thought he had a backer. Was it worth telling them he was an otherworlder? Did this world even have them? There had been quite a few in his old world. They might panic. Or they might understand him better. It was a risk. He didn't really care. But this wasn't the right time to take one. Maybe later, once he got to know them better, and once he understood how this world treated otherworlders. If it was normal, like in his world, he would tell them. Everyone is similar to me, I guess, Adulin said. He wasn't proud of that answer. The best thing you could do is leave the city. Stay away for a while, Lysandra said. Where would I even go? Adulin asked. Lysandra lingered for a moment. You can take an adventurer quest. Escort a caravan. But you'll have to take Lyra with you. Lyra looked at her mother. Something like hope flashing in her eyes. Then it faded. Who would look after Telian if I go? Me, Lysandra said, rolling her eyes. Lyra giggled quietly. Adulin still wasn't sure if he should leave. But he had to admit he had been a bit too arrogant with his current mana. It was hard to get used to it. Getting himself killed wouldn't be that difficult. He was certain he could cause a lot of damage. But afterward, he would be useless. His body wasn't strong either. He clicked his tongue. He didn't like that feeling. It was time to shift his priorities. Getting stronger had to come first, just like the rest of his party. He was fairly sure Luke was already 50 levels ahead. Aelinth wasn't too far behind either, but she was probably rich by now. Can we even take quests? I'm only bronze. I'll arrange everything. A quest and party members. A few of my students formed a party. They can take care of themselves, Lysandra said. I will make it look like it's a punishment for Lyra, so they won't dig too deep. That made sense to him, but he didn't have enough gold for the trip. He needed to earn more coin. There were too many things he had to do. It was hard starting a new life from scratch. It wasn't even from scratch. It was worse. Works for me, but can I get the T-spell before we go? Adulin said, licking his lips. Lysandra chuckled. Glad you liked it. I'll get you a copy. So when do we leave? Lyra asked. Tomorrow or the day after. I need to get things ready. Lysandra looked at Adulin. We'll visit you at the garden. Be ready to go. Adulin didn't like going anywhere without enough time to prepare mentally. But it seemed the world didn't care. Not this one and not the last. How many party members are we going to have? 3. 2 mages. The last one is a warrior or a hero class, if I'm not mistaken, Lysandra said. Adulin looked at Lyra. Lyra straightened slightly. I'm a mage too, Lyra said. A hint of pride in her voice. What a balanced party, Adulin chuckled. Well, it's the best I can do on short notice, Lysandra said. They're good kids. Decent mages. Do I have to do something at the guild? Adulin asked. He already had to go to get his ID. No. Adulin didn't like that he would have to spend time with another party. But it would probably do him some good. Adventuring was the best way to increase his strength. And he still had another day or two to himself. It would be enough to recharge. They were all kids, so he could avoid them more easily. Do you have equipment for the trip? Lysandra asked. Not really, Adulin said. Get some before tomorrow. How much would that cost? Adulin asked. Lysandra thought for a moment. Around 12 gold coins. Well, that might be a problem, Adulin said, looking at his teacup. Don't worry about it. I still need to pay you for healing Lyra, Lysandra said. No, a loan would be fine, Adulin said. You're sure? Yes. Can you give me some more information about the escort? Lysandra paused, thinking for a moment. A friend of mine, a merchant. He will be traveling to 3 villages to restock. After that, you will escort him to the city of Wolk. It is north of here. The whole trip should take about a month, maybe a month and a half, Lysandra said. The party is already assigned to his escort. You just need to join them. I'll send a message ahead to a colleague of mine. She glanced at Lyra. You'll go to him. Mage Nerith? Lyra asked. Lysandra nodded. If it is safe, you will return with the party and the merchant. If not, you will stay in Wolk. There are dungeons there. You can take on local guild quests while you wait. They spent the next hour going over a few things for the trip. Then Adulin spent a few minutes playing with Telian and finally left the residence. He hadn't planned to stay that long. He was a little spent, but he still had a lot to do. From visiting the library to buying gear for the trip tomorrow. The good thing was that he could buy the gear from the guild, and he had to go there today anyway. That left him a few hours for the library. He hoped they had a private room he could use. Adulin stood in front of the library. It was only a few minutes' walk from the academy. The building was large. Not as massive as the academy, but still impressive. White stone walls with tall windows lining the front. The glass reflected the afternoon light, giving the whole place a quiet glow. There were quite a few people coming and going from the library. Adulin didn't mind. Every library he had ever visited felt like a safe place to him. It was quiet, respectful. People read their books and no one bothered him. It was the perfect place to be. The moment he stepped inside, the noise of the city faded. The air smelled faintly of paper and dust. Rows of shelves stretched across the room, packed with books from floor to ceiling. Narrow aisles ran between them, just wide enough for one person. A few tables were scattered around, occupied by readers who barely moved. No one spoke. Only the occasional turn of a page broke the silence. Soft light filtered in through the tall windows, giving the place a calm, steady glow. Adulin exhaled quietly. Much better. He should visit the library more often. He added it to the pile of goals he had already set. Staring at the bookshelves, he felt a bit overwhelmed. What was he supposed to read first? Could he even read? He took a deep breath. One step at a time. "Good day," he said, greeting the librarian. 50 silver for the day. Adulin placed the 5 large silver coins he had gotten from the inn on the counter. He picked up the paper that the librarian gave him and moved deeper into the library. He spent quite a while just browsing. The library was huge, and there were too many interesting sections. History, magic, literature, fiction, blessings. Too many to count. He stopped himself. Priorities. He didn't have much time. Out of the 3 hours he had already spent half an hour without picking up a book. The first thing he needed to learn about was the blessing, or the system. Calling it a system felt wrong somehow, but calling it a blessing left a bitter taste in his mouth. He needed to know how it worked, what classes were, and how to advance as fast as possible. He also needed to confirm if Daretha's memories were accurate about what he had already done, which wasn't much. So he returned to the blessing section and started looking for a book that might have the answers he needed. There were a lot of books. Too many. From too many different authors. The good thing was that he could read. Felt natural. After a few minutes of searching, he found a book that looked promising. Foundations of the Blessing. Adulin found an empty seat and opened the book to the first page. The blessing is granted by the goddess Aurelia to all who reach the age of 18. It is said to guide individuals toward growth through learning, training, and effort. At least the goddess gave something to the people in this world. The bitter taste in his mouth lingered. There was a lot in the book he didn't need. He skimmed through the pages, skipping sections that felt too basic or irrelevant. Most of it was explanations, definitions, things he already knew or didn't need to know. He turned a few more pages and slowed down. Attributes. Attributes represent the fundamental aspects of an individual's body and mind. They determine capability, growth, and the limits of one's potential. An untrained individual will typically reach a value of 10 by adulthood, accumulated gradually from birth. The blessing records all effort. Work, training, study, anything repeated with intent contributes to growth. Without effort, growth slows. With it, the attributes continue to rise. That was simpler than he had expected. The blessing seemed fair. Dareth should have tried harder. Adulin flipped ahead to the section where the attributes were explained. Strength governs physical power. It determines how much force one can exert. Agility reflects speed and coordination. It affects movement, balance, and precision. Endurance represents stamina. It allows the body to sustain effort over time. Intelligence influences mana capacity and control. It determines how efficiently one can use spells. Constitution reflects overall resilience. It strengthens the body against damage, illness, and strain. He had a feeling he was lacking in endurance. It was something he would need to improve. Most of the other attributes could be compensated for with enough mana. He had spells that could help with endurance as well, but he didn't want to rely on them. Endurance mattered. It was what had kept him alive long enough to reach the Demon King's castle in his past life. The next thing on his mind was spell tiers, and the higher powers in this world. Both were important. He needed to understand them. A few pages later, he found the section on tiers. What are spells? What are skills? Spells are structured applications of mana, shaped through intent and control to produce a desired effect. They are most commonly used by magic-oriented classes, allowing individuals to manipulate mana in precise and repeatable ways. Alongside spells, there exist skills. Skills are abilities tied to the body rather than mana, gained through training, experience, and repetition. While spells rely on control and understanding of mana, skills depend on physical mastery and instinct. Things worked the same in his world, so he already knew most of what was written. Spell and skill tiers. Spells and skills are divided into 12 tiers. The tier reflects the complexity and control required, as well as the potential power of the ability. While spells rely on mana and control, and skills rely on the body and experience, both follow the same progression. He skipped through most of it. Spells and skills are divided into tiers, beginning with the most basic applications and progressing in complexity and power. Tier 1 to Tier 2 Beginner. Tier 3 to Tier 4 Initiate. Tier 5 to Tier 6 Intermediate. Tier 7 to Tier 8 Advanced. Tier 9 to Tier 10 Elite. Tier 11 to Tier 12 Master. Beyond these, there are mentions of a higher state, often referred to as Grandmaster. Such individuals are recorded only in historical accounts. Whether such individuals truly existed remains uncertain. Adulin didn't think the tiers helped him much. Most of his basic spells would already fall into the higher tiers. The highest the system had recognized so far was mana control at Tier 9. Was that considered elite in this world? Or was there a better way to classify mages? He wasn't sure. Hell, Luke would probably be using Tier 12 skills from the moment he arrived, assuming he got a decent body. He did feel like he had wasted valuable time reading this. Except for the attributes. That part had made him more certain about how to spend his points in the future. There was still the class he needed to understand. After a few more pages, he found it. A class reflects an individual's natural inclination and shapes how they grow, learn, and apply their abilities. A class reflects an individual's natural inclination and shapes how they grow, learn, and apply their abilities. The class is what makes specialization work. It limits growth in certain areas, while making it more efficient in others. Class selection becomes available at level 25. The choice is influenced by how a person has lived their life. If someone has spent their whole life as a farmer, they will receive a class that makes farming easier and more efficient. That would be the farmer class. The farmer class grants additional attributes in strength and endurance. After reaching level 50, the blessing grants skills or spells meant to support the individual. These abilities require no mana or physical cost. How they function remains uncertain. Some believe the goddess herself bears the cost. Each class has unique skills, but no two individuals receive them in the same way. For farmers, the skills offered at level 50 depend on their life experience. Soil assessment grants a deeper understanding of the soil beneath one's feet. The range scales with level. This skill is typically offered to farmers who already own land and have worked it for some time. Water detection allows the user to locate underground water within a limited area. The range scales with level. This is usually offered to farmers without land, helping them find water-rich soil to cultivate. There are countless classes. Some are more unique and far rarer than others. Rare classes grant greater attribute growth per level. The hero class is one such example. Just as life experience influences class selection, so do character and values. The hero class is often offered to individuals who are righteous, driven, and possess a strong desire to save others. But this revealed something unsettling. The goddess did not judge people by their actions, only by their convictions. There have been hero-class adventurers no less cruel than the forces they fought against. Yet, in their own minds, they believed they were acting for the good of humanity. Luke was probably going to become a hero again. The hero class also suggested that the goddess made rare classes more common when humanity needed them most. During the great calamities of history, there had always been a surge in new heroes. Whenever humanity stood on the brink, heroes appeared in great numbers. But in times of peace, they became rare. Every 25 levels after level 50, the blessing grants additional skills, each more powerful than the last. The class selection at level 25 is not the only one that occurs. Additional selections may happen throughout a person's life. These are not well understood. They vary from individual to individual, and there is not enough evidence to define a clear pattern. The prevailing theory is that they are triggered by significant change. A change of heart, a breakthrough in one's profession, the discovery of something new, or achieving something beyond what is considered normal for one's path. When this happens, the individual is presented with new options. Depending on the nature of the change, they may be offered a better version of their current class. A class that is similar but more specialized. A completely different class. Or an evolution of their existing one. There are several recorded examples. A hero who lost faith in the world underwent a class change and became a failed hero. A farmer who developed new tools and methods that improved crop yields across multiple regions received the class Pioneer of the Fields. A mage who created a spell that surpassed the known tier system was granted both the title and class of Archmage. This record dates back to ancient history and is considered verified, though some still question its accuracy. There are also methods that have been consistently observed. Crafters, for example, may be offered the Master class after successfully creating an item recognized as Master tier. The same applies to the Grandmaster class. There are many more examples, but they differ depending on the class. Further information can be found in texts focused on specific professions. Adulin leaned back slightly, letting the information settle. Would Luke become a hero first, only to end up as a failed hero? Or would the system skip the middle step entirely? He had to admit the class system was interesting. What would he get? Would it be Archmage like in his old world? Or would he start as a mage? What would the others get? He had a few guesses. Then again, he was already an Archmage. Maybe the blessing would skip straight to it. Or something similar. He couldn't wait to reach level 25. What if he ended up as a farmer? He chuckled at the thought. The book did raise quite a few questions in him. But he had to put that aside for now and continued reading. The next section was the author's notes. The following is based on personal experience and observation. As per my research, I feel obligated to give a warning. Not every class evolution is better than the current one. My advice would be to research extensively what classes you may evolve into before making a decision. Emotional state at the time of class selection may influence the options available. I would suggest giving it a few days of thought before choosing. You may find that some classes disappear once your emotional state returns to normal. The leading theory suggests that the goddess herself offers classes and oversees the blessing. However, I am not convinced. There are too many inconsistencies. Cases such as hero-class individuals acting against humanity raise questions. If the goddess truly oversaw the process, it is difficult to believe such individuals would be granted a class as noble as hero. It is more likely that the system operates independently. Adulin closed the book and slowly exhaled. That was a lot. He hadn't expected a single book to overwhelm him like that. But it had answered many of the questions on his mind. It had also raised even more, but that wasn't something he needed to focus on right now. Spells. Tiers. Attributes. There was nothing there worth dwelling on. It didn't change anything. Classes, on the other hand, were different. Adulin had already created spells that would likely fall beyond the 12th tier. At least he thought so. He hadn't experienced a spell from that tier yet, but based on his mana control alone, he was fairly certain. And there was still much more he could do with it. If he pushed far enough, crossing that threshold didn't seem impossible. What class did he want? That was the real question. He was already an Archmage. Did he even want that class again? He didn't think so. He wanted to do something different with this second life. He just wasn't sure what that something was. Alchemy was another option. He was already good at it. Really good. He wanted to call it Grandmaster tier. But he didn't even know what that meant in this world. There were still too many gaps in his knowledge. He wasn't sure what he wanted, but he was certain that he had fallen in love with the tea-making spell. Spells like that made life easier, and he valued convenience. That would be another goal. In his last life, he had focused on combat. That didn't have to be the case anymore. He already had more than enough of those spells. What he lacked were convenience spells. What if he ended up as a convenient mage? He chuckled. That brought him a few stairs from across the library. He stared down at the book, keeping his mouth shut. Still, he could feel the stares burning into him. This wasn't how one should behave in a library, he chided himself. There was also the problem of the previous owner of the body, Dareth. Would his life experiences count toward the class selection? If they did, he might be in trouble. He wasn't sure what options that would give him, but they wouldn't be good. For one, the mage class would likely be out. Dareth was as far from a mage as one could get. He had no direction in life. He went wherever opportunity took him. The boy had held more than a dozen jobs before even reaching the capital. Woodworking, shop clerk, hunting, cleaning, even working as a waiter in the only tavern in his town. Based on that, Adulin had no idea what would happen during class selection. Directionless mage? He almost chuckled, but held it in. Well, he wasn't that different right now. He was going with the flow too. No real direction. In that sense, they were similar. One thing he realized was that he had never set this many goals for himself at once. They kept increasing with each passing day. Return to his former power. Help Lyra get rid of her addiction. Heal the Count. Earn enough coins so his life could finally feel like a vacation. Choose a good class. Find or create more convenient spells. Buy a house with both a front and back garden. Now that he thought about it, he could probably build it himself. It would be a decent project to spend his time on. And the primary goal. Enjoy 10 years of peace away from his old party. Maybe excluding Aelinth. He didn't mind her presence that much. There was also the goal of learning more about this world. Something he was already working on. He felt productive. Glancing at the window, he saw the sky had already begun to darken. It was time to get his ID from the guild and buy the supplies he needed. He left the library and headed toward the Adventurers Guild. On the way, he overheard a few conversations about the church hunting a rogue priest in the slums. He did feel a bit worried, but not overly so. He looked like an addict back then. Now he looked like a normal citizen. Entering the guild, his mood fell instantly. The place was even more crowded than it had been during the day. There were more adventurers now, and most of them were drinking. His expectations had been completely off. Conversations overlapped so much that none of them made sense on their own. There was quite a large group surrounding the quest board. He glanced toward the counter. Hilda was behind it, and no one was waiting in line. That helped. At least he could get this done quickly. Adulin walked up to the counter. "Good day," he said, a small smile on his face. "It's night," Hilda replied. "What?" He was starting to think Hilda didn't like him. He cleared his throat. "Good night. Are you going to bed?" Hilda asked, her expression completely serious. That confirmed it. Hilda definitely didn't like him. Ignoring the question, he said, "Is the ID ready?" "Yes." Adulin waited, but Hilda didn't move. "Could I pick it up?" Adulin asked. "You could," Hilda said, remaining at her post. "Now?" Hilda shook her head. "The door on the right." Adulin cursed under his breath. "Did you say something?" "Thank you," Adulin said, avoiding the question. He knocked on the door and stepped inside. "Hey," Adulin said. He didn't want a repeat of the conversation with Hilda, and he still wasn't sure what greeting to use at night. "Hey." The woman replied just as simply. She was sitting behind a desk in the middle of the room. As he got closer, he noticed her ears. Pointed. An elf. She reminded him of Aelinth. Long blonde hair, sharp features, and that same kind of beauty. She was dressed neatly. Professional. A single desk stood in the center, covered in neatly stacked papers. Shelves filled the walls behind her, packed with folders and ledgers. Everything was organized. He got in front of the desk. "Aaliyah," she introduced herself. "How can I help you?" "Dareth. I'm here for my ID and to buy some equipment." She smiled lightly and nodded. "Of course." She opened one of the drawers and took out a small card, placing it on the desk in front of him. "This is your guild ID." Adulin picked it up. The material was smooth, a bit heavier than it looked, cool to the touch. His name was written clearly on it. Dareth Wood. Under it were a few lines of information: level, rank, affiliation. "It identifies you as a member of the guild," Aaliyah said. "You'll need it to take quests, receive payment, and access certain areas." Adulin turned the card slightly, studying it. "It updates automatically as you progress," she continued. "How?" he asked. Aaliyah paused for a moment. "It's connected to the blessing." That sounded interesting. Something he could study later, once he had enough mana for higher-tier spells. "Try not to lose it. The replacement is more expensive than the first one." Adulin nodded. "Thanks for the warning. What kind of equipment do you need?" "The premium package. Number 6, I believe." Aaliyah nodded. "That will be 12 gold coins." Adulin took out his coin pouch and counted 12 before placing them on the desk. Lysandra had given him 20 gold coins. He felt better about that now. She had also suggested which package to take. Aaliyah stamped a parchment and wrote something on it. "Take this to Hilda. She'll get you sorted," Aaliyah said, her smile remaining bright. "Thanks." Adulin turned and left. His stomach churned at the thought of dealing with Hilda again. He returned to the counter and placed the parchment in front of her, offering a small smile. Hilda didn't react. She took the paper, glanced at it once, and disappeared through the door behind the counter. Adulin waited. The noise of the guild pressed in around him again. Laughter. Shouting. A mug slammed somewhere behind him. A few minutes passed. Longer than he liked. Hilda returned, carrying a large leather bag. She placed it on the counter without a word. He picked it up. It was heavier than expected. "Thanks," he said. Hilda didn't respond. He felt a small sense of pride at how he handled Hilda. It made him feel better, and he left the guild. Then he noticed them. 3 men stood across the street, looking his way. Priest robes. Well, shit. Adulin didn't move. Of all the times for the priests to show up, it had to be now. After a full day with people, his patience was already running low. The priests crossed the street, their eyes fixed on him. Adulin clicked his tongue. Keep calm. He did have a few options. It all depended on how much they pushed him. He was level 9 and shouldn't be able to cast healing magic. It was the best alibi he had to work with. The other option was to escape. But that would ruin his and Lysandra's plans, which he didn't want to do. The final option was to get rid of them. This was not a good option for multiple reasons, and it could lead to even bigger problems than he was already dealing with. So he decided to cut it off now. He just hoped they would be civil about it, so he wouldn't do what he did in the Count's estate. That wouldn't be too good for them or for him. That part of him was usually quiet, but when he was tired and surrounded by hostile people, it tended to come out. It always solved problems the fastest. The priests were a few steps away from him. Just be reasonable. Adulin smiled and made eye contact with the priest in the middle. They wore dark priest robes, silver necklaces resting against their chests, each bearing the symbol of the goddess. A bright sun with 3 moons circling it. "Dareth Wood," the priest said. "You are a hard man to find." Adulin tilted his head. "How so?" The priest studied him for a moment, as if weighing something. "We've received reports placing you in the slums at the time of an illegal activity. The other two priests just stared at him, unblinking. It made him really uncomfortable. Illegal activity? Adulin said. Yes, illegal healing. A man healed some of the shadeheads. Adulin chuckled. What does that have to do with me? You? The priest let out a short chuckle. We want nothing to do with gutter trash. But we need to hear your side of what happened in the slums, the priest said, taking out a fist-sized device. They weren't being very nice. He really needed some kind of spell that would remove the bitterness from his tongue when he was in close proximity to priests or anything divine. He would have to look for that, or make one on his own. What's that? Truth Seeker, the priest said with an amused smile. Weird name. So it seeks truth. The priest didn't reply, and the stone on the device shone with a bluish light. There were quite a few ways Adulin could cheat a truth seeker. The problem was that he needed to know how it worked in order to cheat it. He wasn't sure if they could detect if he tried to analyze it. If they could, that would be more problematic, so he decided to keep analyze on himself, to see what happened when he lied and when he told the truth. A few moments after the device was turned on, he noticed foreign mana trying to read and probe his mana. So he allowed it. There were a few things he could do, but the simplest was to get both positive and false readings from the device. After that, it would be easy to adjust his mana. Now answer the questions with a yes or no, the priest said. Adulin just nodded. Is your name Darethwood? Adulin really wanted to curse. That was a simple question, one that would help the device adjust to positive answers. But the problem was that he was Adulin, not Dareth. Maybe they were the same. He wasn't sure what the device would read. Adulin clicked his tongue. Really? The priest on the left pulled out a thick wooden branch and struck Adulin in the stomach. Adulin's breath left him in a sharp gasp as the branch slammed into his stomach. His body folded slightly before he forced himself upright again. For a moment he almost lost it. His grip tightened. Then he let it go. That hurt. He clicked his tongue, exhaling slowly as the pain settled into a dull ache. His gaze shifted to the priest who struck him. Was that really necessary? The priest didn't answer. The one in the middle chuckled. Are you done? Yes, Adulin said, focusing inwardly. His mana remained steady. It simply allowed the foreign mana to read it without interruption. He got a handle on how the device worked. If he told the truth, his mana remained steady. No reaction. If he lied, it changed. He needed to know how, in case the priest probed deeper. That didn't hurt? No, not at all, Adulin said. His hand pressed against his stomach. His mana reacted again. Instead of remaining calm, like steady water, it rippled. That worked just as planned. Now he could answer however he wanted and still give them the answer they were looking for. So, the priest said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Did you heal anyone in the slums? Adulin took control of his mana, but didn't change anything about it. No. He felt the foreign mana trying to stir his own, but he didn't let it. His mana stayed calm. Did you see anyone using healing magic in the slums? No. Did you see anyone acting shady in the slums? Adulin chuckled. Yes, he said, tilting his head. He didn't even need to control his mana for that answer. There were too many shady people in the slums. You just had to ignore them, according to Dareth's memories. Who? Adulin contemplated his answer. Everyone in the slums. Most of them. Those who weren't addicts acted shady. The whole place was a hellhole. Everyone who isn't an addict, Adulin said with a shrug. The priest watched him for a moment, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Strange, he said. The report about you says you looked like an addict. Care to explain? They really did know everything. Lucky, I guess. That must be some luck, the priest said. Were you healed? Adulin didn't know what to answer. They knew a lot, but he was certain they didn't know it was him. They were trying to get information about the healer, not confirm that he was the healer. But did they know he had been stabbed? They already knew he had been living there. I don't know. Remain ignorant. That was his answer to whatever trap they were leading him into. And why would you think that? The priest asked, his tone calm but sharper now. I was stabbed. That's the last thing I remember before I woke up with blood all over my clothes. But I was still alive, and there were no wounds on my body. The priest didn't reply immediately. His gaze lingered on Adulin, studying him more carefully now. And what do you think happened? I was healed. I see, the priest said. How fortunate. The priest stepped closer, moving slowly. Be careful, Dareth Wood, he said. Luck has a way of running out. He tapped Adolin's shoulder as he passed him. The priest on the left struck him again with the wooden branch, knocking the air out of him again. Just a friendly reminder, the priest said with a smile, then turned and left. Adulin remained where he was, glancing over his shoulder. The priests entered the Adventurers' Guild. Maybe provoking them was the wrong move, but it did help with the bitter taste. He turned and started walking toward the inn. He had to give it to them. They were good. They didn't expect him to be the healer. They only knew he had been healed, and they were trying to find the one responsible. But he knew how to fool the truth-seeker. If he didn't, he would be in trouble. He was glad he kept it under control. The first hit almost pushed him over the edge, but he focused on what Aelinth would do, and it worked out. The second hit, he expected it. He was ready for it. He stood in front of the inn. The tables outside were all full. He quickly stepped inside and nodded to the bartender. Something to eat. And a mug of beer, Adulin said. The bartender gave him a quick look, then reached for a mug. He turned, filled it from the barrel behind him, and set it down in front of Adulin with a dull thud. Foam spilled slightly over the rim. The food will take us some time, the bartender said. Adulin picked up the mug and took a long sip. It was bitter. Good. He nodded. Can you bring it to my room? The bartender just nodded. Adulin headed up the stairs and unlocked his door. As he pushed it open, he paused. Two figures were sitting on his bed. Adulin froze when he saw them. Two figures were sitting on his bed, dressed in dark robes. The room was dim, lit only by moonlight spilling through the window. The smell had changed. A soft, flowery perfume and tea. The same one he had earlier that day. Lysandra's. Close the door, Lysandra said quietly, just loud enough for Adulin to hear. Adulin didn't move. Why were they in his room? And why was she acting like this? He didn't like it. This was his time to rest. Adulin clicked his tongue and stopped 2 steps from the bed. Explain. Keep your voice down, Lysandra said, and pointed toward the door. Close the door. The figure beside her remained still, head lowered. Adulin shook his head and turned back, closing the door. He stepped forward again and stopped near the bed, his gaze fixed on Lysandra. The church is moving, Lysandra said, watching him. They came to my home, looking for Lyra. She paused briefly. I thought they already had you. Well, maybe he was overreacting again. It made sense. If the church was searching for him, they would look for anyone connected to him. Still, this was his time to rest, not to be bothered. Adulin looked at the person beside Lysandra, tilting his head slightly. That's the student I told you about, Lysandra said, keeping her voice low. Revel. He'll be leading the party escorting the caravan with you and Lyra. Revel finally lifted her head and looked at Adulin. Nice to meet you, she said, winking. Adulin ignored her and looked at Lysandra. Lyra? Revel rolled her eyes. She is already out of town, waiting nearby with the rest of the party. Lysandra said, clenching her jaw. We need to move you out tonight, before the priest can find and question you. They brought out truth-seekers. His annoyance eased slightly when he heard Lyra was okay. They were too late for that anyway. The priests had already questioned him. Too late, Adulin said. I was already questioned. Their eyes widened. Revel turned toward the window, scanning outside, while Lysandra stared at him. Adulin chuckled softly. They were the ones overreacting now. What did you tell them? Lysandra asked, her tone cold. Revel glanced at her, then back toward the window. We need to leave. Adulin frowned slightly. They really were overreacting. Nothing, Adulin said, pausing. He wasn't sure how to explain it. Nothing important. I just answered their questions. He rubbed the spot where they hit him. Got hit a few times. Still hurt. He had planned to heal it when he got back. Instead, he was stuck here. Lysandra's hand shifted slightly, and a staff appeared in her grip. Revel didn't move, her gaze fixed on Adulin. What did they ask you? Lysandra said, her voice low. Adulin stared at the staff. This world really had convenient spells. What did they ask you? Lysandra demanded. He looked at Lysandra. There was tension in her eyes now. She wasn't calm anymore. That made sense. He hadn't explained anything. Just said he was questioned and left it at that. Of course they would get defensive. They probably thought he had betrayed them. It wasn't his problem. They were the ones who came into his room when he was supposed to be resting. It had been a long day with too many interactions. Adulin frowned. Basic questions. Name. Where I was. If I saw anything. He shrugged. Nothing important. They were still staring at him. Adulin clicked his tongue. I got around it. The truth seeker isn't that good at its job, Adulin said. Nothing changed in their expressions for a few moments. Then Lysandra spoke. How? Adulin really wanted this to end. As soon as possible. If he explained it properly, maybe they would finally leave. Well, the device works by reading your mana. If you lie, your mana reacts slightly, and the device amplifies that reaction, Adulin said. If you tell the truth, your mana stays calm. If you lie, it fluctuates. He shrugged. All I did was control my mana. Make it react or stay calm depending on what I wanted the device to read. Why you can control your mana inside your body? Revel said, her eyes wide. They couldn't? He didn't understand that. The first thing his master taught him was mana control. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to make any spells work. It was the basics of being a mage in his old world. You can't, Adulin asked, tilting his head slightly. He really needed to spend more time at the library. Both of them shook their heads. Silence lingered in the room. After a few moments, the staff in Lysandra's hand disappeared. You're not normal. Adulin frowned slightly. He had never considered himself normal. If that's all, Adulin said, gesturing toward the door. Be ready, Lysandra said. Someone will pick you up at the north gate tomorrow morning. Adulin nodded and walked them to the door. When you return, Lysandra said, looking him in the eyes, you'll need to explain a few things. Adulin nodded and closed the door before she could say anything else. It had been an exhausting day. There was no need for all the drama. He locked the door and cast a barrier over it. No one would interfere with it using magic. At least not without him noticing. Yawning, he headed to bed. Did he really need to leave the city? Felt like it would be troublesome. Revel seemed like the type who enjoyed annoying people. He was safe for the moment, but that wouldn't last. The church seemed capable. If they suspected he could fool a truth seeker, they would send someone stronger. That would be a bother. It didn't seem like he had a choice. Other people made the decisions and he followed them. Still, it wasn't that bad. His goals were still far off. He lacked a lot of things, and maybe this escort would put him in a better position. He would need to set boundaries with his party first. That was the most important thing if he wanted this to work. And at least a month-long vacation, once he had enough gold to make it happen. The pain in his stomach was still there, so he cast a healing spell. Warmth spread through his body, and the pain faded. Much better than the precision healing spell he used previously. He still needed to check his status and his gear. He had to be ready for whatever the journey would bring. He didn't feel like leaving the bed. Status. The familiar window appeared. Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana. 72/170. Level 13. Attributes. Strength. 14. Agility. 15. Endurance. 16. Intelligence. 17. Constitution. 14. Attribute points available. 4. He got 4 more levels since he last checked. He looked at the new spells the blessing registered. A few notifications were waiting. He hadn't bothered checking them earlier. New skill detected. Mana construct. Skill tier 4. Level increased. Attribute points available 1. New skill detected. Toxin removal. Skill tier 5. New skill detected. Small barrier. Skill tier 4. New skill detected. Body heal. Skill tier 6. Attribute points available 4. Every new spell gave him a level, and he hadn't even used that many spells since coming to this world. Maybe if he tried a higher tier one, it would give him more levels. He dismissed the thought. He didn't want to be left without mana. It was hard to rely on mana for levels when just a few spells could drain him and leave him defenseless. Even in the demon continent, he had never gone all out. He had always feared running out of mana, leaving himself or his party exposed. And even now, it didn't feel right. He still needed to try the breathing techniques, see if they could increase his mana. But too many things kept happening. He never had the time. Even now, he was too tired to try. Maybe later, when they reached an inn, when he had the energy. One thing stood out. His mana control hadn't increased, which meant fooling the Truth Seeker didn't require more than tier 8. It was around tier 5 to tier 6 if he had to guess. He decided to leave the additional attribute points unspent. He had enough mana to defend himself, so keeping them for emergencies would be better. He glanced at the bag near the table, but he didn't feel like getting up. He drifted off to sleep. Adulin woke up earlier than he planned. He couldn't sleep. With the caravan escort coming up in a few hours, sleeping now felt like a waste. It would take away the last bit of time he had to himself. He knew it was a bad call. The lack of sleep would ultimately work against him. Still, he chose to stay awake. It would be better for his party members. Of that, he was sure. He stared out the window for a while. There wasn't much to see. A few people passed by, and a guard patrol moved through the street. That was it. He got bored quickly. Back then, when he did this, he always had something to fall back on. Books, crafting, even just playing with his cat. Now, he had nothing to help him pass the time. He needed a few hobbies, things he could do alone. That was important. He already wanted to study convenience spells, but he didn't have any, and creating them wasn't possible. Not yet, at least. Everything he knew about magic, most of it was built for destruction, for killing. There were a few spells that did other things, but even those he had learned because they made killing easier. That left him lacking in convenience. Starting with the most important one, a spell for the perfect tea. He really hoped she hadn't forgotten. That alone would make the escort a lot more bearable. Soon, more people started filling the streets. The day had begun. It was time to prepare. Starting with his gear. He still had no idea what was in the bag. He just trusted Lysandra and hoped it was the right call. After a moment, he pushed himself off the bed. He grabbed the bag, set it on the table and opened it. On top was a black cloth with silver embroidery. He took it out and let it hang from his hands. It was a heavy cloak, waterproof from what he could tell. The embroidery gave it a clean look. Adulin liked it. He looked out the window. The weather was clear, the sky bright. No signs of rain. Yes, it would rain. He put on the cloak and pulled the hood over his head. It was heavy, but it didn't slow him down. And it looked good. He chuckled. That was reason enough. Too bad there wasn't a mirror. He wanted to see his face. He knew what he looked like from Daritha's memories, but he had never seen it himself. He should fix that. For a moment, he considered using a water spell. Then he gave up on the idea. The next item in the bag was a bedroll. Nothing special. He set it aside and started laying the rest out on the table. Rope, water skin, rations, bandages, 2 small knives. One for skinning, the other for everyday use. The bag had only the essentials, but it was missing a lot. Hopefully his party members would have what he didn't. He couldn't afford anything better. At least he got a good cloak out of it. He packed everything slowly, then filled the water skin using mana control. It was the most efficient way. It didn't require him to talk to anyone about the nearest well. A few minutes later, he was ready. He left the inn. It didn't take him too long to arrive at the north gate. The gate stood before him. It was crowded, far more than he would have liked. The guards had increased their presence. At least a dozen more than before. 3 lines stretched out ahead. The noble line moved the fastest, even faster than those on foot. Adulin stood in an isolated corner, away from most people. He was supposed to meet someone at the gate, but he had no idea who. Glancing around, he only saw guards, merchants, adventurers leaving on quests, and people entering the city in search of opportunity. Like Dareth. A few minutes later, he noticed a figure walking toward him, dressed in a dark mage's robe, with pink embroidery that looked like flowers. As she got closer, Adulin started to notice more. Jet black hair tied back, a pink hairpin in the shape of a butterfly. She strode toward him, a pout on her face. She looked familiar. She stopped in front of him, arms crossed. "Follow me." She turned and walked toward the gate. Adulin followed after her. She looked annoyed, maybe even displeased with him. He didn't know why. Still, he was certain. It was Revel, the one he met last night. She moved toward the gate, with Adulin behind her. At the front, she flashed a card to the guard. Adulin tried to catch a glimpse of it, but couldn't make it out. The guard took a moment studying the card. "Lady," he said, bowing his head slightly as he stepped aside. Then they were out of the city. It was faster than Adulin expected. The noble carriages took longer to pass than they did. He wondered for a moment if Revel was part of the nobility, but quickly dismissed the thought. It didn't really matter to him. She strode ahead of him without looking back. They followed a path leading north of the city. To his left stood the walls, while to his right stretched a cleared plain for several hundred meters, ending in a lush green forest. The path was made of cobblestone, not the best to walk on, but better than the uneven ground of the demon continent. He would get used to it. Adulin didn't mind if Revel was mad at him, or maybe she wasn't. He still wasn't sure. She didn't speak to him. That part felt peaceful. Aside from the pout he could feel from a few steps ahead. It took them a few minutes to leave the outskirts of the city. They passed a few guard patrols, and a merchant caravan with a dozen carts filled with vegetables, clothes, and even spears. A few merchants had set up just outside the walls, selling directly from their carts. Adulin glanced at them. He did want to check, but he didn't think Revel would stop. "Nothing to say?" Revel said without turning back. Adulin didn't like where this was going. He didn't want his prediction from the day before to be right. This Revel was better than yesterday, but it still felt wrong to ignore her. At the same time, he had no idea how to answer that. What was he supposed to say? He didn't even know why she was mad at him. Adulin cleared his throat. "You didn't look like you wanted me to talk," he said. "I don't." Adulin frowned. That only made it worse. She was definitely mad about something. Should he apologize? He wasn't sure. It might make things worse. "Sorry," Adulin said. Revel did pause for a moment. Then she continued. "Do you even know how much you scared me?" He had no clue. "Not really," Adulin said, scratching the back of his neck. Revel turned again, looking at him. She stopped, then turned away, her shoulders tensing as she walked. "A lot. If the church had found out about us, it would have been over for my family. Without the healing magic of the priests, my family's land would be gone." That did make a few things clear to Adulin. It wasn't like he meant to scare them. He just wanted to get it over with so he could spend some time alone. He hadn't even said anything. They made that part up on their own. Still, it was interesting. "Why?" Adulin asked. Revel turned again, her head tilting slightly. "Why? Do you not know what my family does?" Was he supposed to? He wasn't sure. Lysandra hadn't said anything about the party he would be joining, except that they were her students. "No." Revel studied him for a moment. "My family defends the northern territories, against the corrupted." Her chin lifted slightly. That explained the fear, at least part of it. but it also raised more questions. Adulin thought about the corruption. Vague memories from Dareth surfaced, but they weren't useful. Only that something dangerous came from the north, and that the kingdom held it at the borders. Corrupted? Adulin asked. Revel's eyes narrowed. Are you joking? Sadly, no. I have no idea what the corrupted are. In Grest, the only thing I had to worry about was the harvest. He paused. That was it. Southerners, Revel said, rolling her eyes. Living far from the north must be nice, she muttered. Adulin heard it. He didn't mind. He just hoped he could learn more about the corrupted. She turned and started walking again, her pace steady. The corrupted are invading our world. From a different dimension. She spat to the side. Vile creatures. Everything they touch is corrupted. All life extinguished. They stepped aside, letting a carriage pass. Revel didn't speak until it was gone. The purple forest. The one my family is known for, she exhaled. It's gone. Corruption took it. As it did most of the north. I'm sorry, Adulin said. It did feel bad. And he would have liked to see the forest if it really had violet trees. Revel didn't respond. Do you get it now? Yeah. Revel snorted. We're close. She pointed toward a building along the path. They're waiting for us at the inn. He wanted to learn more about the corruption, but now didn't feel like it was the right time. Revel was already in a bad mood. Asking more would only make it worse. So he left it for later. They were in the same party. He would have time to learn more about the corruption. And the other realm. He could also look into it himself. The next time he found a library. He had dealt with a few cases of corruption in his old world. There was one that the necromancers used. It withered and destroyed life. Another stole life force from everything, feeding the creatures from the Dark Continent. Dealing with corruption was hard. There were too many ways to corrupt life force or mana, and dealing with it required life force, divine magic, or time. The ones that needed time were the worst. The land couldn't be used for hundreds of years after it was corrupted. Time reversal spells existed, but they were more dangerous than they were worth. Cleansing with divine magic was just as bad. The user would be bound to the god that answered. Using life force wasn't any better. It required the mage to sacrifice their own lifespan. And even then, it wasn't enough. If the creatures weren't wiped out, the corruption would return. Dealing with them always came with high casualties. They were close enough to see the details. Above the door hung a wooden sign, the name carved into it, the Faraway Inn. A dozen tables were spread across the front, most of them occupied. To the right stood the stables, filled with horses and carts. If Adulin had to guess, this was where merchants stopped before entering the city, or before leaving it. The closer they got, the stronger the smell of manure grew. Adulin clicked his tongue. There, Revel said, pointing toward a table closest to the path. Adulin followed her gaze. Lyra sat there. 2 men with her. Our party, Revel said. Adulin stopped in front of the table. This is Dareth. A mage, Revel said. Lyra gave him a small smile. Clay, the man to Lyra's left said. He wore light leather armor, an emblem stitched onto his shoulder, a sword wrapped in flames. A blade rested at his hip. Light blonde hair, slightly curly. Blaze, the man on her right said. He wore a gray mage robe, crimson red hair. Clay looked at each of them in turn, then chuckled. A balanced party, he said. It was one of the worst party combinations he could think of. 1 warrior. For mages. It went against every rule Adulin knew. It might have worked if the warrior specialized in defense. Looking at Clay, Adulin was sure he didn't. Revel was still in a bad mood, but Adulin noticed a faint smile on her face. They took their seats. Adulin sat next to Clay, while Revel sat beside Blaze. The last side of the table faced the fence. Lyra glanced at Clay and gestured for him to start. Clay smiled. Warrior. I focus on offense. Mage, Revel said. Shadow and darkness. Stealth, sealing, and attack. Adulin almost chuckled. The pink didn't really match stealth. He held it in. Mage, wind and earth, Lyra said. They all looked at Blaze. He didn't react. Dark circles hung under his eyes, his gaze distant. Blaze, Revel said, her voice sharp. He blinked, then looked up. Fire, he said. Everyone except Blaze looked at him. It was his turn. Adulin hesitated. He didn't have a single specialization. He had several. But what should Dareth specialize in? He didn't even know what was considered normal in this world. Most of the elements were already taken. Water and ice would fit. It would balance the group. And let him practice his weakest element. Water and ice elements. Offense and defense, Adulin said. What's wrong this time? Revel asked, looking at Blaze. Well, Clay said. He spent all night reading. Again, Revel asked. Yeah, Clay said, running a hand through his hair. Revel shook her head. The quest is to escort a merchant caravan from the capital to Blighttown in the north. There are 4 stops along the way. The first is Zent Village. The last is Blight Village. A few miles from Blight City. She glanced at Blaze. He was asleep on the table. She picked up his cup of ale and poured it over his head. Blaze jolted upright. That's not nice. The road shouldn't be too dangerous, Revel continued. But it won't be safe either. The path runs through forested areas filled with monsters. Higher-level ones usually stay away from the road, so we should expect weaker ones. The real danger starts near Blight Village. The corruption is usually contained at the front. But sometimes something slips through. If that happens, the knights will deal with it. She paused. But we should be ready to face it ourselves. She went on to explain the inns they would stop at, where they would rest and for how long. Everything was planned. She was a natural leader. No one asked any questions. Every question Adulin had was answered a sentence or two later. He guessed the others felt the same. A chubby man in merchant clothes approached their table. Revel, dear, the caravan is ready, he said. Revel smiled. Master Eldritch, she said, the one issuing the quest. She introduced the rest of the party and they stood. We're ready to move, Revel added. Master Eldritch nodded. They headed toward the stables, with Revel and the merchant walking ahead, discussing the escort. Adulin followed behind. This wouldn't be too bad. Revel handled most of it on her own. The rest of the party wasn't bad either. Blaze was half asleep. Clay had been quiet since being reprimanded. Lyra seemed fine. No visible strain, at least on the surface. He would need to heal her before the end of the day, so she wouldn't have to go through it again. They reached the stables. A convoy of 10 wagons stood ready to depart. Each had a driver and a guard. It was well protected. 10 guards, 1 warrior, for mages, and the drivers. Adulin still didn't know how strong normal people were in this world, so he had nothing to compare them to. They stood in front of the caravan. Dareth and Lyra, take the back. Blaze, go to the middle wagon and get some sleep. Clay, with me, Revel said. Yes, ma'am, Clay said, giving a mock salute. Blaze didn't respond. He walked to the 5th wagon and climbed up, then flopped down. Ignore him, Revel said. He's better than this. Let him sleep. Since we're leaving the capital, there won't be any danger for a few hours. You can rest on the wagons. I'll come when there is, she added. From then on, stay behind them. Adulin nodded. It was a good chance to close his eyes for a bit. When will the convoy start? Lyra asked. In a few minutes, Revel said. Adulin and Lyra sat on the last wagon, their legs hanging over the edge. How are you holding up? Adulin asked. Lyra smiled softly. Better than last time. I can feel it coming back, but it's not as bad as before. Adulin studied her. The strain in her face was gone. Only faint dark circles remained. Her skin looked normal. Before, it had been pale, rough. Her hair was golden brown, shoulder length and wavy. Her eyes hazel. May I? Adulin asked, raising his hand. Lyra nodded and placed hers in his. He didn't waste any time and cast toxin removal. A few moments later, "Better?" he asked. "Yeah," Lyra said. "Thank you." Adulin nodded. "How is Telion doing?" "He was a little sad that I had to go, but my mother bribed him. She promised to take him to the academy with her." Adulin chuckled lightly. "What do you plan after the escort?" Lyra asked after a short silence. "Not sure," Adulin said. "I promised to heal the Count, so I'll have to return to the capital. I didn't plan anything else." "The one that kidnapped you?" "That one," Adulin said with a small chuckle. Lyra didn't say anything about the Count, but continued talking about different things. She was more lively now and did most of the talking. It was different from how she acted at home. Adulin noticed. He considered whether it was worth asking, but decided it wouldn't hurt. "You're more talkative than usual," he said. Lyra hesitated for a bit. It's just that it's hard to talk in front of my mother. After everything I did to her." She paused. "I almost ruined her career at the academy. Got her pushed out of her social circles. She kept her eyes down. She had to beg the church to get me healed. And they did." A short pause. "But I did it again. And after that she had to send me away. So she could keep her job." "Is the job that important to her?" Adulin asked. No, Lyra shook her head. She hoped that, with the influence of the academy, she could get the high priest to get rid of my addiction. That was the only way for her. "For me before you came." That answered a lot of the questions he had. And the most important one. Why did Lysandra try so hard to help him? It made sense now. He did feel better after hearing it. He made the right choice back then. Everything that came after was worth it. "That's why," Lyra continued, twirling a strand of her hair, "I feel ashamed in front of her. I can't really." "I understand," Adulin said. "You'll be back to normal before we finish the escort quest. That's something I can promise." He gave a small smile. They talked for a while after that, but by the end, Lyra seemed better. Happier. "It's time," Revel said, coming up beside the moving wagon. They dropped down from the wagon and took in the area around them. They were in a forest, following the King's Road toward Zent village. According to Revel, they should arrive before nightfall and spend the night there. Lyra moved to the left side of the wagon, while Adulin took the right. He was supposed to move from the back to the center of the caravan and back again. Afterward, Lyra would do the same, keeping both sides covered. He glanced at her. Lyra nodded. Adulin moved behind the last wagon, keeping his eyes open. It wasn't the first time he had escorted a caravan. He knew how to do the job. Yawning, he cursed under his breath. He knew this would happen. The talk with Lyra took up the time he had planned to use for a quick nap. It wasn't like he had a choice. Adulin clicked his tongue. It was 15 minutes later that Lyra returned. "Your turn," she said. Adulin picked up his pace and moved toward the center of the convoy, walking just a little faster than it. His eyes stayed on the tree line, his focus shifting to the sounds coming from the forest. A few minutes later, he reached the middle. He walked between two wagons, still keeping to the right side. Lyra had the left covered, so he only glanced there every so often. It was boring, but it was also peaceful. He didn't mind the job. A few hours later, as the sun began to set, Adulin started another round toward the center. This time it was different. The forest had gone quiet. Even the smell had changed. There were only a few explanations. Either a predator was moving along the right side of the path, or it was an ambush. He leaned toward the latter. From the back of the caravan to the center, the sounds were gone. He considered using mana sense, but quickly dismissed the idea. It would drain more than half his mana. He would have to do this without magic. Slowly, he moved back toward the rear of the convoy, keeping his eyes on the tree line. Took him about a minute. "Lyra," he said. She turned toward him. "Go to the front. Quietly. Don't alarm the drivers. Tell Revel to expect an ambush." "What?" "Just go. Stay on the left side of the wagons. Tell her to wait before announcing it. We need better positioning first." Lyra nodded and started jogging toward the front. Adulin moved back toward the center of the convoy. Waiting. 2 minutes later, a shout echoed from the front. Ambush! Ambush! Revel's voice came from the front of the convoy. The caravan came to a stop. Guards dismounted and moved into position, weapons already drawn. Blaze jumped out of the wagon Adulin was standing next to. His face was still sleepy. He looked at him. What's happening? Ambush, Adulin said, pointing toward the tree line. Blaze nodded, shaking off the sleepiness. His eyes sharpened. He extended his hand and summoned his staff. It was almost 2 meters tall, with a red crystal at the top and a sharp spike at the bottom. The guards grouped up in the middle of the convoy. 6 of them wielded shields and short swords, their shields already raised. The other 4 moved behind them, spears and halberds in hand. Glancing back, he saw Lyra standing near the 3rd wagon, far enough to cover the rear of the caravan. Her staff was already in her hands. At the front, Revel was doing the same while Clay rushed toward the center, his sword drawn. The drivers arrived next, moving between the wagons with bows and crossbows in hand. Master Eldritch was the last to arrive, stopping at the center with his hands behind his back. Clay turned. Where? Blaze pointed toward the tree line. Let them charge us. The tree line came alive with noise. Branches cracked, bushes rustled. A rotten stench followed. Soon, the whole forest was alive with movement. Shield wall, Master Eldritch shouted. The guards locked their shields together and moved 10 steps away from the convoy. The drivers split to either side of the formation, 5 to the left and 5 to the right, forming wings beside the shield wall. They kept enough distance to fire past it, with a clear line toward the tree line. Adulin nodded. It was a good strategy. The shield wall moved in front of the convoy to take the charge, while the archers held the flanks, ready to cut them down from the sides. The guards without shields stood behind the wall, prepared to strike past it with their longer weapons. The sounds from the forest converged toward the center of the convoy. The battle would begin soon. Revel and Lyra moved closer as well. He could already see the enemies moving through the trees. Their skin was green, their frames small. They looked like goblins. The stench coming from their direction almost confirmed it. But this was another world. He couldn't rely on his old instincts. If they were goblins, he wouldn't have to do much, depending on their numbers. He could let his party take the experience. It wasn't like he needed it. Still, he had to do something so they wouldn't think he was slacking. And he didn't want to get anyone killed by underestimating the enemy. The first enemy broke through the tree line. It was small, the size of a child, with green skin and a bald head. It held a dagger that looked like a sword in its hands, its body wrapped in what seemed like white bandages. Goblins. He wouldn't have to do much. The lone goblin charged toward the shield wall, dozens more joining him from the tree line. Just the first wave that passed had over 30 goblins. Goblins! Several guards shouted. Take them down, Revel said, already starting her chant. Adulin moved his gaze toward the goblins. Black chains shot out from the shadows and wrapped around the first goblins they reached. 5 in total. One had its legs bound, thrashing as it tried to break free. Another hung upside down, struggling to cut through the shadow, failing. A high-pitched shriek cut through the air as the chains tightened. Release! A driver shouted, raising his crossbow. Arrows and bolts followed. A bolt struck the hanging goblin in the face. An arrow pierced another's chest. Blaze's fireball came next. Lyra's wind blade followed. Their screams were swallowed by the explosion that came next. The blast tore through them while the blade cut them apart. When it cleared, all 5 were gone. A few more lay on the ground nearby, wounded by the collateral damage. The stench of burnt, rotten meat filled the air. It wasn't pleasant. That was too many resources for 5 goblins. He didn't approve. It would have been better to spread the attacks across the wave. They would have killed more that way. Brace! Eldritch shouted as the goblins closed in. The guards locked their shields and dug their feet into the ground. Hold! A guard barked. The goblins crashed into the wall, weapons slamming against the shields. The line barely moved. Screeches and guttural cries filled the air as they slammed against the shields. The back line struck. A spear pierced a goblin's head, while a polearm crushed another's skull. Clay moved to the left side of the shield wall and pushed toward the flank of the goblins. He was fast, faster than Adulin expected. His blade was even faster. 3 goblins fell in 2 strikes. He didn't slow down, moving straight to the next. When the flank was clear, he stepped back behind the shield wall. It was a massacre. That was the only way Adulin could describe it. More goblins were already pouring through the tree line. More than the first wave. Arrows and spells crashed into them. He had to do something as well. Too many, a guard said. There were spells that could have wiped out the entire wave, but he had to hold back. He had already said he was an ice user. That limited him to ice spells. He also needed to cast more to grow stronger, so he discarded the idea of using pure mana control. A disabling spell would be best. Something that let the others finish them. Ice spikes. A weaker version. He started muttering under his breath. Ice spike spike ice. It was complete nonsense. He didn't need to chant. He didn't even know how. He just hoped no one heard him. It made his body tense. He cast the spell. Small ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the goblins' legs and pinning them in place. It wouldn't hold them for long. His spell was followed by more arrows and spells. He observed the fight after that, watching for anyone who might need help. Lyra kept sending wind blades toward the goblins. It was enough, but she seemed limited to the spells she could use. Blaze used more variety. A fireball at the start, now fire arrows. They cost less mana and were better for single targets. More goblins rushed from the woods, but not in large enough groups to justify area spells. He agreed with the choice. Revel played a supportive role, blinding and stopping goblins before they reached the shield wall. Clay cut them down as they came. They worked well together. Adulin wasn't sure if this was a normal ambush. There were too many goblins. More than 70 were already dead, and more kept coming. In his experience, they usually came in groups of 30. He would need to ask about it later. A lone goblin slid low across the ground, aiming for the guard's legs beneath the shields. Adulin cast an ice spear. It formed in front of him and shot forward, piercing the goblin's skull before it could strike. Hobgoblins! Clay shouted. Adulin looked toward the tree line. 10 of them charged forward. Larger than the others. Almost the height of a man. Longer blades. Stronger. Much stronger. He felt like he was missing something, but pushed the thought aside. He needed to focus. Revel moved first, stepping closer to the front line, her staff already raised as she cast. Lyra followed a moment later. "Kill the goblins," Master Eldritch commanded. The shield wall broke formation. The guards surged forward, Clay with them. 10 seconds later, the goblins were dead. Only the hobgoblins remained, closing the distance. Spears. The formation shifted. Spears and halberds moved to the front, shields falling in behind them. The hobgoblins split before reaching the line. 5 charged the spearmen. 3 broke off to the right, heading for Lyra, while 2 went for Revel. Blaze hesitated, glancing between Lyra and Revel. "Help Revel," Adulin said. Blaze nodded and rushed toward her. Revel cast her chains again, slowing the hobgoblins in the center as she fell back toward the convoy. Adulin cast freeze. The ground beneath them turned to ice. The hobgoblins lost their footing, slipping as they tried to push forward. Between the chains and the frozen ground, they were pinned in place. The hobgoblins roared. "Advance!" Master Eldritch shouted. The guards stepped in, stopping just short of the ice, and struck with their longer reach. Spears pierced the fallen hobgoblins before they could recover. Pole arms smashed into the legs of the others, dragging them down. The fight at the center was over, Adulin concluded. He glanced at Lyra. She was retreating, casting wind blades. They missed. Her breathing was uneven, her steps unsteady as she fell back too quickly. Another blade slipped wide, cutting through empty air. She wasn't aiming anymore. She was just trying to keep them away. Adulin moved toward her. It was normal. It was probably her first real fight, and she was alone against 3 hobgoblins. She needed to recover, then fight. Lyra! Adulin shouted. She glanced at him and slowed her retreat. Smart girl. Killing all 3 would be too much for her. 2 would be enough. Now he just had to make it happen. He muttered a few words and cast ice spikes. The ground split as spikes pierced through their feet. The hobgoblins roared. It wouldn't hold them long. He cast freeze. The ground turned slick beneath them. Lyra's breathing steadied. Some of the fear left her eyes. She stopped retreating and stepped forward. Hold, Adulin said. One of the hobgoblins broke free, slipped on the ice, and crashed forward. Take it. Lyra raised her staff and began chanting. A wind blade cut into the hobgoblin's chest, but didn't go through. She cast again. The second blade struck close to the first. Blood poured out as the creature slowed. Leave him. The second hobgoblin tore free and staggered forward. Adulin ignored it. He formed an ice spear and sent it forward. It pierced the skull of the last one still trapped. Lyra's blades kept hitting the remaining hobgoblin. Adulin glanced away. Revel and Blaze were dealing with theirs, with archers supporting them. The hobgoblin was already burning, arrows jutting from its body. Clay was finishing the ones in the center, driving his blade into their heads while the shield guards stayed close. The fight was almost over. The hobgoblin Lyra faced was already on its knees, bleeding from multiple wounds, its voice reduced to a broken rasp. Her final wind blade cut through it. The creature collapsed, dead. Screams echoed across the battlefield. Clay moved between them, ending each one. The guards relaxed slightly and spread out to finish them off. Clear the field, a guard said. The fight was over. The guards moved through the field, finishing off the goblins that were still alive. Clay was moving with them. Lyra was bent slightly forward, hands on her knees, breathing hard. Her shoulders rose and fell unevenly, her grip still tight around her staff. Blaze sat on the ground with his back against a wagon wheel, exhaustion clear on his face. Revel walked toward Adulin. She stopped a few steps away. You're casting without a staff? Adulin cursed. That was what he was missing. Revel was looking at him, waiting for his answer. I don't have one. You don't? She said, tilting her head. Then we need to get you one soon. I'll check with you later. She started walking toward Lyra. Good job, she added without turning back. It was a decent fight, aside from the mistakes his party made at the beginning. Even the guards were far stronger than regular guards in his old world. Far stronger. The blessing made regular humans stronger. But he still didn't know what the high ceiling was. His party was similar in strength to apprentice mages, maybe even mages. Clay was around the level of a squire as well. The casting was far quicker in this world. In his old one, spells needed to be imagined, calculated, and made into reality. There were multiple steps one needed to go through before casting a spell. With training, the cast time became faster, but the steps were never skipped. At his current level, Adulin didn't need to go through the steps manually. It was easier than breathing. Here, chanting handled most of the process. He would have to learn to cast the same way if he wanted to understand it. Chanting would be faster in the early stages compared to mages from his old world. But experienced mages would cast far faster than chanting. Glancing around, there were no more screams. The goblins were already executed. Most of the guards were sitting on the ground, resting. Clay was talking to Master Eldritch. Blaze was still sprawled on the ground, exhaustion clear on his face. Revel was talking with Lyra, who was also on the ground, drained of mana. Adulin clicked his tongue. He would need to teach Lyra a lot about spells and casting, and positioning, among other things. It was time to check his status again. It had been a while since he last did, and he had cast a lot of spells. Status. The translucent window appeared, showing the notifications he got from the blessing. New skill detected. Ice spikes. Skill tier 4. Level increased. Attribute points available 5. New skill detected, freeze. Skill tier 3. Attribute points available 5. New skill detected, ice spear. Skill tier 6. Level increased. Attribute points available 6. From the 3 new spells he used, he only gained 2 levels. It was the first time he gained less than a level per spell. It seemed it wouldn't be as easy as he thought to progress through the levels. He was probably wrong about that. He still hadn't used high-tier spells. And there were 2 he could use with the low mana he had, but he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't want to be left without mana. It was a terrible feeling. He finally felt better about the mana he had. Status: Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 56/190. Level: 15. Attributes: Strength: 16. Agility: 17. Endurance: 18. Intelligence: 19. Constitution: 16. Attribute points available 6. He was beginning to feel the improvements. He wasn't getting tired as fast as when he first came to this world. He was faster on his feet and felt better about his abilities. Increasing his level felt addictive. Improvement he could feel after every level, and more mana for more advanced spells every few levels. He was beginning to like the system. He spat on the ground, but it didn't remove the bitterness from his tongue. He had 6 attribute points. Even using all of them wouldn't give him enough mana for the mind spells he needed to remove Lyra's addiction. He preferred round numbers, so he put 1 point into intelligence. That left him with 5 points for emergencies. He looked around again. This time, a few of the guards were cutting the ears off the goblins and putting them into bags. There were probably several uses for them, from alchemy to bounties. He would ask Revel. Revel and Lyra were still in the same spot, so he walked over. "What's that for?" Revel and Lyra glanced toward the guards. "Bounties. 50 bronze per kill." He nodded. "How are you holding up?" Lyra smiled. "Better. Thanks." He felt like he needed to remind them of their mistakes during the battle. But he quickly caught himself. He was in no position to do it. He had just joined the party. Starting to lecture them now would be a bad choice. He could probably tell Lyra, but that would require them to be away from the rest of the party. "Not your first fight," Revel said. "No, there were a few." She chuckled. "They must have been quite a few. You didn't waste a single spell, and everyone fit the situation." "Lucky," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "Indeed." She winked at him. Revel was back to her old self. She didn't seem angry with him. He didn't know if that was better or worse. "And you," she said, looking at Lyra. "Your grimoire is large. Stop relying on just Windblade." Lyra looked at the ground. It's been a while since I practiced. And Windblade is the easiest to use. We'll practice when we arrive at Zent Village. And whenever we have spare time. You'll be back to normal in no time," Revel said, tapping her shoulder. Blaze and Clay walked over. This was too much for a goblin tribe. "What's up with that?" Clay said, wiping his blade with a dark cloth. Blaze stood next to him, a little pale, but back to his usual sleepy self. "Not sure." Revel stood. "There shouldn't be more than 30, maybe 40. How many did they count?" 81 was the count before I left. That's without the hobgoblins. And the goblins that were blown apart. 2 tribes? Could that even be possible? Blaze asked. "No, there aren't any recorded cases of that. And there were too many hobgoblins for 2 tribes," Revel said, leaning against the wagon. "A dungeon break?" Lyra asked. "This close to the capital?" Clay said. "No chance." Adulin just listened. Based on what he heard, the goblins were mostly like those from his old world. He had no idea what a dungeon was, so he hoped they would say more about it. "Master Eldritch is coming. Maybe he knows more," Clay said. A few seconds later, Eldritch was standing next to them. "What do you think about the ambush, sir?" Clay asked. "Everything points to a dungeon break. But it's too close to the capital. I will report it in Zent. Let the guild deal with it." "But what if it's an undiscovered dungeon?" We'll have to deal with it all the way to Zent if it's a break, Revel said. Even if that's the cause, we're not fit to handle it, Eldritch said. The goblins should only be the first wave. Maybe we can deal with the second, even the third. But what happens at the fourth? Fifth? The boss level? Revel stayed silent. It's out of our hands. The best thing we can do is leave the region and warn the villages. They need to take defensive measures or evacuate, Eldritch continued. Maybe we can scout the woods. Confirm if it's a break, Clay said. The priority is reaching Zent first. We can try to scout tomorrow before we move out. If we find evidence of a break, the guild will send a party to deal with it. It might even skip the scouting quest, Revel said. Eldritch shook his head. You can try, but it has to be done before the caravan is ready to move. That gives you 2 hours after sunrise. I won't allow more than that. That should be enough. At least we'll have better information moving forward, Clay said. Adulin put the information together. He still had no idea what a dungeon was, but he understood what a break meant. Monsters would attack the surrounding settlements in waves. If almost 100 goblins were just the first wave, and the next ones were stronger, the villages would be massacred. He decided to go with Revel tomorrow to scout the woods. It was the least he could do, and he could keep her safe. Clay would probably join them as well, the only warrior in the party. That would be enough for a scouting mission. He was glad he didn't ask about the dungeon or the break. It seemed everyone already knew. It was probably common knowledge. He really should have bought some books while he was in the capital. They talked a bit more before the guards finished their harvest and the drivers readied the wagons. They were ready to move. The walk toward the village was quiet. Lyra spent most of the time inside the wagon, recovering, while Adulin stood watch along the caravan. Village up ahead, the driver from the first wagon shouted. The call was passed down to the rear. The sun was already setting, but a few plumes of smoke were visible in the distance. Took a few minutes before he saw it. The path ran along a high ridge, with the village in a valley 200 meters below. The village was larger than he expected. 500, maybe even 700 people. It was surrounded by tall palisade walls, with 6 watchtowers spaced along them. The gates opened, and a dozen mounted riders rode out toward them. The horse snorted and pawed at the ground as it advanced toward Adulin. Around him, riders moved into a half-circle, cutting off the road ahead of the caravan. They wore white steel armor, each chest marked with the same insignia, black spears in hand, a branching tree with a green orb at its center. Even the warhorses were armored, their barding bearing the same symbol. Count Armin's men, a voice beside him said. Master Eldritch stepped forward, placing himself at the front of the caravan. The rider at the center advanced to meet him. His armor matched the others, but his helmet was etched with golden patterns. The only one marked differently. Adelin's gaze lingered on him. He felt it immediately. This one was stronger than anyone he had met so far, at least physically. He still couldn't gauge the strength of higher-tier mages. Not enough information. State your business, the rider said. He bowed slightly. Merchant caravan, my lord. Heading north. From the capital to Blighttown, Master Eldritch said. The rider nodded. Notice anything off on your journey? The caravan was attacked by goblins. At least 100. 10 hobgoblins. The rider rubbed his eyes. I suggest you leave the village as soon as you can. It was attacked last night. Attack? Yes. Goblins, dire wolves, kobolds, trolls. Like the whole forest decided to lay siege to it. Not a dungeon break, Eldritch muttered. What could be the cause? We're not sure. A scouting party will head out in the morning. Clay stepped forward and bowed slightly, left hand extended to the side, right over his chest. Clay Varkos of House Varkos. Lord Ashvale. He straightened. May I join the scouting party? That's Lord Edrin Ashvale. A voice beside him murmured. Flaming Blade. Edrin acknowledged him. You may. Flaming Blade. The insignia on his armor made sense. So not a dungeon break. Then what? Adulin frowned. He had seen things like this before. A few possibilities came to mind. The forest running out of food or mana. That didn't fit. A spell acting like a beacon drawing monsters in. A high-tier beast claiming the forest as its territory. What else? Most of the other reasons pointed back to mages. Corruption. That could do it. Depending on the type, it could drive monsters to rampage. Or force them to flee. He crossed out rampage. The goblins had ambushed them. Not bloodthirsty. Not that. He needed more information. Or this was nothing like the corruption in his old world. Revel moved past him and stopped a few steps from Edrin. She gave the same greeting as Clay. Revel of House Morkant, Lord Ashvale. I would like to volunteer as well. His party members were nobles. Adulin chuckled inwardly. He wanted to go too. But did he really need to step forward and bow for it? Too much effort. And he didn't like bowing. He would tell Revel later. That should be enough. Hopefully. Lady Morkant, Edrin said. He removed his helmet and rested it against his leg before bowing his head. I would be honored to have you. Revel's family was either a duke's or a count's house. From the respect Edrin showed her, it sounded powerful. She did say her family defended the north from corruption. Clear, he said, moving his hand in a circular motion. The riders moved to the sides of the path, clearing it. You can proceed to the village, Edrin said. Master Eldritch turned toward the caravan. On the wagons. Everyone moved to their assigned wagons and climbed on. Adulin stayed where he stood. Revel and Clay moved to the side with Edrin, who dismounted his horse. Adulin strained to hear better. Heading to the capital. We arrived hours before the monster attack. I lost 5 men defending the village. The caravan started moving, and Adulin had to follow. He could use a spell to hear what they were saying, but it felt rude. He wasn't usually rude, but his level. He did plan to increase his level. And with the village this close, he wouldn't need all his mana. Yeah. Perfect time to try a new spell. He cast Eavesdrop. He cleared his throat. He needed a better name for it. More waves will follow. My scouts are certain. We still need to find the source. Any guesses? We had a few. None of them fit. This many monsters don't mix. It looks like a migration. But trolls don't move with lesser species. When we lost the Purple Forest, the first attacks came from the local monsters. Multiple species mixed and attacked the villages around it. But they stayed within their ranks. How did they act? Like a normal raid. Nothing different. Dareth, wait up, Dareth. Adulin glanced back. Blaze was jogging toward him, waving. He stopped and waited. Too many voices. Revel and the others. Wheels grinding against stone. Guards talking. They overlapped. Blurred together. He barely heard Blaze call his name. We should. I night reading only 2 hours before the quest. This wasn't going to work. The spell was low tier. It didn't drown out the noise like his better ones. Talking with Blaze while listening to everything else was impossible. He dropped the spell. Blaze kept talking. Adulin didn't catch a word. Blaze stopped, waiting. Adulin had no idea what to say. He avoided his gaze and scratched the back of his neck. Can you repeat that? Blaze tilted his head. Just wanted to apologize. He smiled awkwardly. We didn't really meet properly. Rubbing his eyes. And didn't get enough sleep. Adulin chuckled. I don't mind it. Did the boy stop his training for this? Anyway, thanks for earlier. I was lost. Didn't know what to do. There were too many of them. He rubbed his eyes. I thought I had it handled. But then more showed up. And well, yeah. Blaze kept talking. Adulin caught about half of it. The village drew closer. Adulin could finally see it clearly. The palisade was damaged, breached in several places. Monster corpses were scattered outside the walls, some still lodged in the gaps. Goblins, kobolds, wolves, 2, maybe 3 species of them. Trolls, orcs, others he didn't recognize. Guards and villagers dragged the bodies into a pile. The pile was already large and piling up. Some of Ashvale's men were helping them. 2 archers stood on each watchtower, scanning the forest. Massacre. If Ashvale had lost only 5 men, the villagers wouldn't have been as lucky. Blaze stared at the corpses, eyes wide. That's hundreds of monsters lay dead. No chance we survive against that. We'd run out of mana long before we made a dent. He could probably take half of them, maybe more if he pushed it, using his mana control instead of spells to conserve mana. But it wouldn't be enough. Maybe the monsters were stronger than he estimated. He would run. That was the best action he could take. He had enough mana for that. Lyra joined them. They stood there, staring at the aftermath. No one spoke. There wasn't much to say. "Let's go. You need to get some rest," Eldritch said. They followed him toward the gate. Above it, a wooden board read, "Zent Village." For guards stood at the entrance. They only nodded and let them through. The caravan was already inside. The village was in motion. Everyone, even the kids, even the elderly. 3 old men dragged a tree trunk. Children carried wood and buckets of water. Cries came from somewhere ahead of him. It was a mess. One thing he liked about it, everyone was too busy to talk to him. He clicked his tongue. He turned his gaze right, toward the section of the wall that was attacked. A dozen men were working with hammers and tools, repairing the breaches and throwing the corpses out. Blaze kept swallowing as they moved through the village. "I'll go help them burn the corpses, so disease doesn't spread, and make it easier for them, right?" Lyra smiled. "I'll come with you." She glanced at Adulin, questioning. "Go. I'll catch up later." Adulin and Eldritch continued through the village. Eldritch looked uneasy the whole way, adjusting his cuffs, running a hand through his hair. The cries were getting closer. They passed several buildings and reached the village square. Dozens of bodies lay on the ground, their families crying over them. Most still had the spark, but it was fading. If they didn't receive healing in time, at least 5 or 6 would be dead by morning. Adulin clicked his tongue. "Is there no priest in the village?" he asked. Eldritch shook his head. "I don't think so." He looked ahead and called out, "Boy!" A boy, maybe 12, ran toward them. "Sir." He was barely standing. His hands were cut and bleeding, a plank in his hand. "Any priests?" "No. They are 3 months late for the visit." "Potions?" "Everything was spent during the battle." Eldritch frowned. "Get going." The boy turned and hurried back toward the wall. Eldritch cursed. "I only have 2. We were supposed to stock up along the way." In the alchemist village. His fists clenched. "Those corrupt," he muttered. Adulin didn't say anything, but he approved of Eldritch's curses. They sounded sweet. Looking at the wounded, he clicked his tongue. Why did this kind of thing always happen to him? He didn't want to heal them. It would be a bother and cause more problems down the line. He couldn't even level up if he healed them. Eldritch started moving toward the wounded, then stopped. "How do I choose?" he muttered. His gaze moved from one to another. Letting out an exasperated sigh, he called, "Mage!" Adulin walked toward him. "Which ones would the potions save? I only have 2. Choose wisely." Adulin cursed. Why was he putting all the pressure on him? 2 of the wounded were at death's door. The potions wouldn't help them unless they received enough life force for them to work. From the rest, the potions were best spent on 3 of them. They would make a full recovery if they received one, and wouldn't be left as cripples. Fuck. What do I do? Fuck. He should have followed Lyra and not gotten himself involved in this. What a bother. He frowned. "I need to check them individually to know," Adulin said. Eldritch nodded. "Go ahead." 2 small glass bottles appeared in his hand, red liquid swirling inside. Adulin went to the closest injured and crouched next to him. The man was in his late 20s. His body was mauled and cut. Every wound was already covered in bandages. The villagers did a good job keeping him alive. He glanced at his eyes. The spark was fading. The man had less than 4 hours left. Adulin clicked his tongue. He was beyond saving with a potion. The potion would be wasted, but he still had his life ahead of him. Adulin struggled. His family stood quiet, looking at him with hope in their eyes. He cursed. "So?" Eldritch asked. Adulin extended his hand. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, let's get this over with." Eldritch nodded and handed him a potion. The family leaned closer. "Thank you," one of them said. Adulin slid his hand under the man, touching his back, and cast growth, a spell that flooded life force into plants or creatures. He glanced toward Eldritch, and he moved, stepping beside him and lifting the man just enough so they wouldn't spill the potion. Adulin pulled the cork and poured the potion into his mouth, making sure it all went down. The woman next to them, who Adulin thought was his wife, put her hands over her face. Her expression was grim, but hopeful. The potion worked fast, the additional life force helping it along. His pale face regained some color. The wounds not covered by bandages healed in moments. What followed was a rough cough. His body shook. Eldritch held him down so he wouldn't worsen his injuries. A few seconds later, he calmed down and opened his eyes. Eldritch let him go and stepped back. Adulin did the same. His wife rushed to him, hugging him, crying even more than before. She kept repeating, "Thank you," over and over. Adulin felt awkward and moved to the next wounded. "Will he be okay?" the woman asked. Eldritch kept reassuring her. He kept his gaze down. Too many people were looking at him. The whole square felt awful. He kept cursing in his mind as he checked the wounded next to him. It was a woman. She had quite a few injuries, but she would survive. The worst one was a bite on her back. Infection could spread from it. Toxin removal would be enough to get rid of any chance of infection. It would also give her life force and rejuvenate her. She would be fine after a week or two of rest. The people around him started asking questions. He just nodded when they asked if she would survive. He cast toxin removal the same way he did with the man, hoping no one would notice. Then moved to the next wounded. He skipped the one with the worst injuries. The good thing for him was that almost all of the worst injuries were already dead. He didn't need to take any unnecessary risks. Eldritch noticed he didn't want to talk and came with him, reassuring the families while Adulin checked the injured. Most of the wounded in the square needed just toxin removal, so the bites wouldn't become their deaths. 4 of them needed additional life force to recover, and he supplied it to all of them. The people started getting nervous, trying to pressure him into using the last potion on their loved ones. But he ignored them and moved from injured to injured. Took him an hour to get through all of them. His mana was almost gone. He skipped a few who could survive without his help, so he would have enough for the man with the worst injuries. The same one he skipped at the beginning. "You sure they would be fine?" Eldritch kept asking, doubt creeping into his voice. But just like he ignored everyone else, he ignored him too. He felt overwhelmed, wanted to disappear from the square. But there was one more. The last one. The one he had to use the potion on. A small boy was sitting next to him, but as he got closer, someone pulled the boy away. He crouched next to the man and inspected his eyes. The spark was dimmer. A lot dimmer than when he first saw him. It shouldn't be this bad. A small hope flickered in the eyes of the people around him. He checked his wounds. For bite marks, multiple cuts, and poison. He needed to use Analyze to be sure, but he didn't have enough mana. Damn it. He went over his spells, but not even one would be enough to save him. He didn't have enough mana. If he had noticed the poison earlier, he could have used toxin removal and growth. With the potion, he would have been healed. He kept cursing in his mind. There was no time to wait for his mana to recover. No mana potions either. The man would die, and there was nothing he could do about it. He felt sick in his stomach. The only thing he could do for the man was ease his pain. He cast Burden Transfer. Pain hit him immediately. His whole body screamed. It felt like flesh was being torn from the spots where the man had been bitten. His breath caught. A cold sweat broke out. His face went pale. He swayed, barely keeping himself steady. Next to him, the man's breathing slowed. The tension left his face. He let out a weak breath. Adulin clenched his teeth and endured. It took him a few seconds to steady himself. He clicked his tongue and stood up. It would have been a lot worse if he had enough mana for the full spell. He only managed to take half of the pain. It was all he could do. He gritted his teeth and endured. He hated pain. Looking at Eldritch, he shook his head and pointed toward the woman the potion should be used on. She could survive without it, but with the potion there wouldn't be any ill effects. So he chose her. The hope from the people around him was gone. A small boy rushed to the wounded and hugged him. "Don't go," his voice broke. He buried his face into him, shaking. Eldritch nodded and moved toward the woman. "Tell Revel I'll join them tomorrow." He didn't look back. He walked through the village, searching for an inn or someone from the caravan. The village was still the same. He just hoped there wouldn't be another attack tonight. He was out of mana. "Status," he muttered. He glanced at his mana. Mana, 1/210, then closed the screen. He had leveled up from healing the people in the square, but it felt bitter. He had never felt this powerless before. Even when he was a mundane, he had his family and master to rely on. If he hadn't tried to hide his healing, he could have saved the man. Because of the damn church, he left him to die. He spat, bitterness building on his tongue. It was already pitch dark. He followed where the light was. The pain was still there, but he ignored it. It would last until the man died, and he didn't have much time left. An hour, maybe a bit more. His breathing was shallow, but he was getting used to it. He found a guard from the caravan, and he led him toward the tavern where they had rooms. Along the way, he noticed the villagers were still hard at work, fortifying the walls, adding more defenses. He guessed they would be working through the night. Fear lingered in every face he passed. He entered his room. It was a double bed. He didn't know who he'd be sharing it with and didn't care. He dropped onto the bed and closed his eyes. Memories surfaced. Every building in front of him burned. Bodies lay dead all around him. It was the massacre of his village. He ran from body to body, hoping to see a spark, however dim, but there was no one left alive. His house drew closer, but he didn't want to reach it. His heart was racing, his mouth dry. Adulin swallowed and crossed the last house before his. The house appeared in front of him, burning like the rest of the village. Half of it was gone, the half with his room. With shaky legs, he took a step. Then another. 3 bodies lay in front of the house. Unrecognizable. But he recognized them nonetheless. It was his family. He fell to his knees in front of them. His mother, his father, his little sister. Their bodies burned. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His hands shook as he reached out. On the day he became an official Archmage, his family was gone. Murdered. The mana around him stirred. It gathered around him, then burst outward. The buildings around him crumbled. The flames in the village went out. The mana continued to stir. Lightning split the sky. The wind surged, cutting through the flames. The ground trembled beneath him. The air grew heavy. He had become an Archmage, and couldn't save his own family. The ground trembled. Cracks spread beneath him. In front of the bodies stood a golden symbol. The symbol of the Church of the Pantheon. He let out a crazed laugh. The ground gave way, collapsed into a crater. Everything else sank. His house stood alone at the center. He kept laughing. It grew louder. A hand touched his shoulder. He didn't turn. "Adulin," his mentor said. "Let it out." They stood like that for a long time. His mentor's hand tightened on his shoulder. "We'll burn it all down." Adulin woke up drenched. Groaning, he chuckled. "Not gone, huh?" he muttered. The nightmares were back. The few days he had spent in this world had felt like a treat. He hadn't even wanted to think about them, afraid he might jinx it. Turned out it had just been a few lucky days. Without the nightmares that tormented him. It was ironic. The day his village was massacred was the day they began. And the first nightmare in this new world was the village. At least he saw his mentor again. Well, not really. He heard his voice, felt his grip. It was enough. It brought back the good memories. He lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, thinking about him. It was still dark outside. He hadn't slept long. But there was no chance he would fall asleep again after that. He stood and shook off the nightmare. Taking a whiff, he frowned. He really needed to start showering more regularly. Walking downstairs, the innkeeper was still there, sitting behind a table, his eyes half closed. "Hey!" Adulin called out. The innkeeper looked at him. "You wouldn't have soap?" He pointed toward a door next to the stairs. Adulin opened it and went inside. It was a small room, more like storage than anything else. Shelves lined the walls, cluttered with old buckets, cracked basins, and worn-out cloth. A few bars of soap sat in a wooden box, covered in dust. He picked up a bar of soap. Dust burst into the air. He coughed, turning his head away. Outside, the innkeeper was already awake, holding a towel. "How much?" Adulin asked. "Nothing," the man smiled. "Thanks for the potions." Adulin just nodded and took the cloth from him. "Is my party in the inn?" "Yes. Same floor. Last door on the left." Adulin nodded and walked around the inn. Behind it stood a small structure. Calling it a building was generous. It was more of a shed. He stepped inside. A bucket of murky water sat in the corner. He picked it up and poured it out, then returned. He cast Fill, a basic water spell, then Warmth, heating it. He took a long shower, even washing his clothes. When he was done, he hung them on a rack, placing the soap beside them. He cast Small Wind and Warmth together. The wind and heat dried both the clothes and the soap. He sat on the bed in his room. Blaze was sleeping on the bed next to him, snoring loudly at that. Adulin ignored him and packed his backpack. He added the soap, covered with a towel. It felt nice having a soap he could use anytime he wanted. He packed 3 soaps before joining the hero's party. But at the end he spent a half a year without a shower. Something he didn't plan on repeating ever again. "Status," he muttered. New skill detected. Eavesdrop. Skill tier 4. Attribute points available 5. New skill detected. Growth. Level increased. Skill tier 5. New skill detected. Burden transfer. Skill tier 7. New skill detected. Fill. Skill tier 2. New skill detected. Small Wind. Skill tier 2. New skill detected. Warmth. Skill tier 6. Level increased. Attribute points available 7. He went over the new spells he had cast. They had only gotten him 2 levels. It was already getting harder. It didn't bother him. From what he understood, levels didn't come from spells alone. Life experience, learning, training. Dareth either hadn't done much with his life, or the system had reset when he took over the body. But from the memories, that didn't seem right. If that were the case, he should have started at least at level 10. Maybe higher. That left one option. The system had reset. That was his understanding so far. From the people he had met, Lyra already had a class. The others in his party too. And they weren't older than Dareth. But they had trained. In the academy or with tutors before even entering it. Probably more than that. Lyra's mother was a professor at the academy. She had likely been tutoring her since she was young. The others were nobles. He was certain they had received even more training than Lyra. Then there was Blaze. He had no idea about him. The boy talked too much when he was nervous, and it got annoying fast. Still, he could guess he came from a powerful family. Or at least had someone to train him from a young age. Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana, 127/220. Level, 17. Attributes. Strength, 18. Agility, 19. Endurance, 20. Intelligence, 22. Constitution, 18. Attribute points available, 7. He stared at the attribute points for a few seconds, then put all of them into intelligence. He decided to dump everything into that stat, at least until he was close to his former power. Or stronger. The other stats would rise on their own, at least until he chose a class. After that, he had no idea. Another thing he noticed over the past few days, people in this world were far stronger than in his previous one. The wounded he healed should have died from the injuries. Most of them. But here they would recover on their own. The spark was what told him they would pull through. Without it, he would have thought most of them would be dead by morning. He glanced at his stats again. Mana, 127/290. Intelligence, 29. A small smile formed on his face. Once his mana recovered, he would have access to stronger healing magic. And when it doubled, he could heal Lyra. The count would be trickier, but not by much. A few more levels. It would take far longer than he thought. He had underestimated it. Now he knew what he needed. He just didn't know how long it would take to get there. It all depended on his class. A door opened at the end of the hall. A moment later, footsteps moved downstairs. It was time for him to join the scouting party. Revel and Clay were sitting at the table on the left. There were only 3 tables in the inn. The innkeeper was nowhere to be seen. Adulin stopped in front of them and bowed slightly. "Lady," he turned to Clay. "Lord." They both stared at him, their eyes narrowing. He continued, "This lowly one would like to volunteer to join the scouting party." The silence stretched. Adulin chuckled and sat down. "Don't do that again," Revel said. "No," Clay added, shaking his head. "Why not?" Adulin asked, tilting his head. Revel sighed. "It's our rite of passage. We're acting as adventurers for a year. We're not allowed to use our names." "Rite of passage?" "Yeah," Clay said. "Some noble families do it. The ones that started as adventurers." "So you failed?" Clay chuckled. "No, that was allowed. If using our names helps in a crisis, we can." Revel added, "And whatever is happening here, it's a crisis." It made sense to him. Nobles were always doing strange things. Luke had to reach the top of Black Mountain alone at 16. And Black Mountain was one of the deadliest places in the region. Filled with monsters, treacherous terrain. Surviving with a full party was difficult enough. Yet he had done it alone. He was the hero after all. They talked about the rite of passage for a while. They had to complete a year of adventuring. Or more, depending on the rank they reached. The goal was platinum, but they could finish it by reaching gold and spending enough time with the guild. Adulin also learned the guild ranks. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and 2 above that. They didn't mention them. He didn't care enough to ask. All of them were silver, even Lyra, but she was far from reaching gold, while the others were on the edge. A few quests away. Lord Ashvale will count the scouting party as a quest and reward us accordingly. It will be reported to the guild later and registered as a gold tier quest. That should be enough to push us to gold, Revel explained. "I'll come with you." Revel nodded. "Master Eldritch told me. I should warn you. It will be dangerous. Extremely so. There is a chance we all die." Adulin chuckled. "I know the stakes." "Good." She winked. "Let's not keep Lord Ashvale waiting." They walked toward the main gate. The village looked the same as when they arrived. Maybe there were fewer people, but no one had stopped preparing for another siege. The walls were patched with only a few gaps left. The corpses inside were gone. Fires burned outside the village, where the bodies had been dragged. A dozen soldiers stood by the gate alongside the village guards. Lord Ashvale was there as well. "Ready?" he asked. His gaze moved from Revel to Adulin, where it lingered. "Dareth, a mage from my party," Revel said. "Dareth," Edrin repeated. "Nice to have you." Adulin just nodded. "Let's go over the plan once more," Edrin said. "The goal is to find the source of what's plaguing Zent, and possibly the capital. The secondary goal is to deal with it if we can. If it's beyond us, we return to the village and defend it from another wave." "Did you manage to send a message to the capital?" Clay asked. Edrin shook his head. "No, the artifact still doesn't work. There's some kind of interference. 2 scouts left an hour ago to bring reinforcements and warn them about possible monster waves." Interference. Adulin hadn't noticed anything like that. He could try to find the source, but it was probably where they were headed. No point wasting mana before a dangerous mission. It wasn't like he had enough to deal with it from here. The merchant, Master Eldritch, agreed to delay the caravan until the issue is dealt with. His guards will work with my men and the village guards to defend the village. Revel's expression didn't change. Clay's flickered. What were the chances the merchant worked for her family? If Adulin had to guess, high. But it didn't matter. He was just glad the village wouldn't be left undefended. He had to give it to the nobles of this world. They were far better than those in his old one. Maybe except Luke's family. Soon, they left the village and entered the forest. The same one the monsters had come from. They followed the trail. It didn't take long. Formation! Lord Ashvale's voice echoed in the forest. His men stepped forward with shields and spears in their hands, forming what looked like a loose shield wall. Edrin unsheathed his blade, standing beside them. Clay soon joined him. Revel stood next to him, her staff already in her hand. In front of them, the woods were quaking. The trees rattled. Something big was coming their way. The men in front of him didn't panic. They were used to this, well-trained. He noted. Revel's hand around the staff had whitened, her teeth clenched. They were in the middle of a small clearing with trees on all sides. He wasn't sure if this was a good place to face something big, but it wasn't his call anyway. Edrin looked like he knew what he was doing. Get ready. The formation didn't change, but there was a small shift, almost unnoticeable. Their bodies straightened. Their stances grew more solid. Clay looked the same but not as experienced as they were. The trees in front of them started parting, like a current crashing against a rock. Something was forcing them aside. He had a few guesses. Trolls, like the ones that lay dead in front of the village palisade. There were other possibilities, but that seemed the most obvious based on what he knew, and the smell coming from their direction. Trolls, Edrin said. At least 5. His gaze stayed fixed ahead, filled with determination. 2 men on each. Mages. Slow them down. Moments later, a gray head came into view, as tall as the trees, at least 3 meters tall. It placed its hands on the trees in front of it and pulled them aside as it moved forward. One of the sturdier ones snapped and fell to the ground. The other bent back into place, slightly crooked. Behind it, more creatures appeared, moving through the trees like the one in front. 3, 4, 6. There were 7 of them. Enough for 2 men against each beast. He didn't see them as a threat. Ashvale gave him an order, and he intended to follow it. There was no need to reveal his strength to strangers. Scatter. The soldiers scattered around the clearing in pairs. Their positions were calculated so that each beast would have to focus on a pair, making the fight easier. Controlled. Clay moved with a soldier a few meters to the left. Edrin stood at the center with another. He glanced at Revel. She was sweating, her breath shallow. He had felt the same before. The responsibility to keep the men alive, to keep the enemy away from them. It was the hardest part of being a mage. Supporting the fighters, making sure they made it through alive and whole. Breathe, Adulin said. She nodded, keeping her gaze forward, toward the trolls. The first beast entered the clearing, a broken tree still in its hand. It watched them for a moment before moving toward Edrin. Lord of the underworld and guardian of cattle, watcher of what lies below, hear me and grant me strength to bind my enemies. Shadow chains, Revel chanted. Black chains surged from the shadows, wrapping around the troll's legs as it charged Edrin. For the first time, Adulin was close enough to hear a chant. It wasn't what he had expected, nor what he had tried to do. He hoped no one had heard his first attempt. Revel was calling on something real, a being. He didn't know what to make of it. He would have to look into it later. For now, he focused on the battle in front of him. He had to improvise his own chants so they would sound real. The beast struggled for a few moments, then the chains broke. It was enough. Edrin pushed past it and cut the tendons in the troll's leg. The beast lost its footing, struggling to stand. The men with Edrin kept his attention on them, stabbing at its legs from the front. All around him, battles were breaking out. On the left, a man dodged the tree that the troll swung at him, while the other stabbed its leg. Adulin took it all in. He muttered under his breath, "Ice grant me the power to freeze." Then, in a normal voice, "Freeze." He cast freeze beneath the troll that was losing its footing. The beast slipped. With its tendons cut, it couldn't regain its balance and fell to the ground. A loud thud followed. Edrin took advantage of the opening and moved along the beast's back, stopping at its head. His sword flashed, the edge of the blade glinting with a bluish light before cutting through the troll's neck without resistance. One troll was dead. 6 to go. He glanced at Clay, who was struggling against his own enemy. The man with him was running around the troll. "Now," he shouted, before throwing his spear with impossible speed. The spear cut through the leg and buried itself in the ground beneath it, pinning the beast. Clay moved to the other side of the beast, cutting at the tendon. But his blade didn't go deep enough. Shadow chains erupted from the ground, wrapping around the hand of the beast that held the tree. The man drew his short blade and rushed next to Clay. He muttered something. His speed doubled, and his blade flashed the same way Edrin's had. The leg was cut through. They didn't need his help, and Revel was focused on that fight. So he turned and focused on the next one. The beast was enraged, as it was bleeding from multiple holes in its leg. It was swinging the tree everywhere, trying to hit the soldiers, but they kept dodging. Enraged, it started charging toward the closest group, ignoring the ones it had been fighting previously. Adulin decided to act. Isolated trolls couldn't do much damage, but in groups they were deadly. There were a few spells that could solve the issue. He intended to use ones he hadn't used before. Ones that would deal with the problem quickly, without revealing too much of his strength. The best solution he could come up with was a combination of 2 lower-tier spells. He muttered under his breath, words that came to him. Ice wall. An ice wall appeared a few meters in front of the beast, just tall enough to trip it, enough that it would take a moment to reach it, enough that he wouldn't need to cast both spells instantly and draw attention to himself. 3 heartbeats later, the beast stumbled into the wall and fell face-first to the ground. Ice lance. A thick lance of ice erupted from the ground. The beast fell straight into it, pierced through its head. Blood spread around it. It was dead. He glanced around. The beast Clay was fighting was dead. That made 3. 4 to go. Edrin was helping another group and was close to killing that one. Clay was already moving toward another, while Revel was casting chains around a different one. That left one group fighting alone, so he decided to lend them a hand. They were doing far better than the previous pair. The beast was bleeding from all over its body. One man was running up along it, the other keeping it distracted. He stopped and steadied himself on the troll's shoulder. Adulin felt mana gathering around the man's spear, and he drove it into the head. The head exploded. The beast was dead. The men jumped from its shoulder and landed gracefully, while the body crashed to the ground a moment later. The carnage around the village walls made sense now. Lord Ashvale and his men were monsters. Far better than anything he had expected. Clay looked like a normal human next to them. Knights, even stronger than that, he estimated. A smile found its way onto his face. Monsters streamed from the same direction the trolls had come from. Dozens. The same kind that attacked the village. It seemed the next wave meant for the village had found them instead. He wasn't sure if they could take them all out before running out of mana and exhausting themselves. He chuckled. Lend me rain ice shower. As the words left his mouth, he grimaced. He needed to work on that. A small cloud formed above the forest. Moments later, icicles began to form and fall onto the wave. They weren't powerful on their own, but in numbers they were death by 1,000 cuts. An orc entered the clearing. A small icicle pierced his leg. He stumbled and roared in pain. Then another pierced his hand. He clutched the wound, dropping the axe he was carrying. A few more icicles, and he was on the ground, bleeding from dozens of wounds, wailing. One pierced his head and ended its misery. The same was happening all around the clearing. Adulin felt his mana draining faster and faster. But he didn't mind. The spell was worth it. By the time another troll entered the clearing, the last of the trolls had fallen. Everyone turned toward the new enemies pouring from the trees, forming into a shield wall. "Fuck!" came from Revel's direction. Her breathing was shallow and rapid. She had forgotten to breathe again. It was getting harder to concentrate. 7 different battles, 12 friendlies she had to avoid. And they weren't helping, running around the trolls and breaking any sense of order. Something that should have been as simple as breathing well, she was having trouble with the breathing part. One of them was already dead, and the battle had just begun. Clay dodged the troll swings. Each strike shook the ground, leaving craters larger than her. Her heart hammered. She had to do something to help him. Sir William, the knight beside him, drove his spear into the beast and pinned it in place. Her chance. She chanted, calling to the Lord of the Underworld. Shadow chains. The troll pulled back its hand to strike. She focused and sent the chains toward it. They coiled around the limb, locking it in place just long enough. Clay slipped behind it. The chains shattered, and her mana drained. A cold sweat broke across her skin. The beast was already dead. Sir William stood over it. She allowed herself to exhale before finding another target. An enraged troll swung mindlessly around him, but the knights evaded every blow with ease. The beast stopped and stared at them, its eyes burning red. Then it roared and turned, charging toward another group. She froze. She had to do something or it would hit them from the side. Her mind raced, but nothing came. Too far for shadow chains. Too far for most of her spells. There were 2 that could reach it. They wouldn't do anything to a troll that size. She looked at Dareth, hoping he was aware of the peril they were in. He stood a few meters away from her, his posture relaxed. There was no tension in him. He muttered something, but she didn't hear it. He moved his hand and opened his fingers. She felt the mana stir around him. Her gaze shifted toward the troll as an ice wall rose from the ground. It was taller than her, and the beast stumbled over it, crashing to the ground. Her eyes went wide as she saw the ice pierce through its head, blood pooling beneath it. It was dead, and Dareth had killed it. She pushed the thought away. There was no time to dwell on it. The others were still fighting. She quickly found her target. The beast was already wounded, and the knights kept their distance, searching for an opening without risking their lives. She decided to give them one. Her mind went back to the ice wall that had tripped the troll. The beast was charging toward the knights. The path for her spell was clear, so she chanted. The shadow chains appeared before the beast. 4 of them. They wrapped around each other, tightening, strengthening. The beast tripped over them, just as it had over Dareth's ice wall. Her mouth parted slightly before she realized it. She was smiling. The knights killed it quickly and moved toward the last beast before she could even think about it. It fell to the ground, half its head missing. They had won, and it hadn't even been a fight. Lord Edrin's knights were too strong. Elites. They were weaker than the elites of her family, but that was expected. They were constantly at war with corruption. You either died or grew stronger. There was no in-between on the northern front. That brought her unpleasant memories. Of loss. Of her brother's courage. There was no time for it. Letting unnecessary thoughts roam was how you died in the north. She shook her head as she heard her father's voice. Focus on the mission. For the future of our family. Her smile vanished. Formation, Edrin shouted. Trolls, orcs, goblins poured out of the forest. Hundreds. Fuck! The word left her mouth involuntarily. They were done. There was no chance they could survive that many. Her mind spun, but there was nothing she could do. She glanced at the knights. They were already in formation, waiting for the enemies to reach them. Should she run? She could escape. The knights and Clay would cover her retreat. It would give her enough time. The question lingered in her mind. Her father's words echoed. The mission, she muttered. Her hands clenched. Her brother's face surfaced in her mind. For a moment, everything else faded. No, She couldn't leave her party. She couldn't. At least they would cripple another wave headed for the village. The light was gone, replaced by shadow. She snapped to the sky. A cloud was forming slowly. Mana. The cloud was forming from mana. Dareth was the only other mage here. Her gaze shifted to him. He was laughing, a wide grin on his face. His stance relaxed, his hands loose. She didn't understand it. Was this his way of handling the crisis they were in? She glanced back at the clouds. Something was falling from them. Countless shards of ice fell from the sky. Her gaze followed them. They struck the ground and vanished into it. No, they pierced through it. She lifted her head and saw the carnage unfolding among the monsters. The troll was riddled with shards in seconds. It dropped to its knees, writhing, then went still. The ground around it was torn apart, riddled with holes where the shards had struck. Nothing moved where the cloud touched. An orc was lucky enough to escape the cloud, but the others weren't. Dozens had already died. The orc stumbled out of the spell, its movements uneven, a strained squeal escaping its throat. Blood flowed from wounds all over its body. "Ice spear," she heard Dareth's voice. An ice spear struck the orc in the chest, ending its life. Everyone was staring at Dareth as he laughed maniacally. The spell was far beyond what he should be able to cast. The monsters were still dying. The cloud covered part of the forest they had come from. They were being slaughtered. She needed to know the spell's tier. Spell appraisal. She could cast it. The incantation was the same. She only needed to call upon another aspect of the Lord of the Underworld. Guardian of Cattle. Lord of Magic. Keeper of Hidden Knowledge. Lord of the Underworld. Lord of Magic and Hidden Knowledge. Heed my call. Spell appraisal, she muttered, focusing the spell on the cloud. The blessing answered. Spell appraisal, tier 5. Her breath caught. The high mages in her land couldn't do anything close to this with only a tier 5 spell. How was that a tier 5 spell? It didn't make sense. Dareth could cast healing magic as a mage. Cast powerful spells without a staff. What was he? Questions flooded her mind. The mission would be a lot more valuable if she succeeded. This changed everything. His face went pale. The smile faded, and he cleared his throat. I overdid it. The cloud thinned, then broke apart. The last shards of ice fell onto the ground, leaving only silence behind. She wanted to ask him, to get answers, but more monsters flooded from the woods. Hundreds were already dead, and still more came. She clenched her hand around her staff and moved toward the knights. At least now they could win. Dareth had already killed most of them. No, he had decimated them. Moments later, the monsters crashed into the shield wall. The fight didn't last long. She only cast 3 spells before it ended. The trolls, the ones that made the fight harder, fell to Dareth. The orcs took longer, but not by much. Soon, everyone stood in the middle of the clearing, their gazes fixed on Dareth. He stood there awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. What? He asked, as if nothing had happened. His boots were filthy. Mud clung to them, streaked with dried blood. He wasn't sure how that had happened. He had stayed far from the fight. The wounded. That made sense. And he hadn't washed them after. He clicked his tongue. He would have to take care of that. Dareth, Revel said. He wasn't sure if it was the second or third time she had called his name. But his neck kept itching, so he scratched it. Again. He would probably need to say something. He didn't want to. It was getting uncomfortable. 15 people all staring at him. Waiting didn't seem to help. Maybe he didn't need to say much. It was just a tier 5 spell. Well, it had cost as much mana as a tier 9. And he had barely managed 3 seconds. The nightmare had messed with his judgment. He cleared his throat and looked toward them. The ground had been easier to look at. This wasn't. His skin prickled all over. His mana was almost gone. That tended to happen whenever he got in a mood like that. Not ideal. What's up? He asked, stretching. How did you do that? With a spell? He said, tilting his head. She shook her head. That was at least a high mage level spell. Tier 5, Adulin said. Her expression didn't change like the others. She was the one who had analyzed his spell. He didn't really care, but it was good to know who could analyze spells. It had looked like a basic one, not something high tier. Tier 5, Edrin said. How can that spell be Tier 5? Adulin just shrugged. How was he supposed to answer that? His mentor had taught him that spell when he was still a regular mage. He hadn't used it in years, but it worked well on lesser monsters. It had been useless on the demon continent. There were no lesser beasts there. Only monsters that could massacre a village in a single night. Well, there were lesser creatures, but they did their best to avoid his party. Dungeon skill book? Clay said. They mentioned the dungeon again. He still had no idea what that was. It was getting harder to live without a library in his pocket. Well, now that he thought about it, he should get himself a few bookshelves once he had access to the blessing storage. I don't know. Too many questioning looks. But my master taught me. Your master? Revel asked. He nodded. His mind swirled, trying to find a way out of the conversation. He could just walk away and hope they didn't follow him. Felt wrong. It also felt right. As long as they didn't follow him. He still nodded at the question. The stairs were getting even more uncomfortable. He wasn't sure how that was even possible. Some were whispering. Some even seemed to realize they were making him uncomfortable and avoided his gaze. Edrin made a small gesture with his hand, and everyone looked away. Good job, he said, stepping forward and hitting his shoulder. Adulin blinked. His men followed. Great job, kid, one said, hitting him even harder on the shoulder. Then another followed. Then another. They lined up, each one offering praise and a hit. The ones in the back started laughing. It got worse. Somehow, he was perplexed. Revel tried to hide a soft laugh while Clay hid behind her. He sat on the ground, his back against a tree. His shoulders finally relaxed once he sat down. The smell of iron calmed him. That was stressful. He had barely made it out. He was sure more questions would follow. At least it was over for now. It was already too late to regret volunteering. He could still go back to the village. He scratched that. He had to see this through. However uncomfortable. In front of him, the soldiers were collecting monster parts and making them disappear. Too many people were making things appear and vanish. It had to be tied to the blessing. At least he hoped so. He glanced at his shoulder. The bag felt heavier than it should. No one else was carrying one. Only him. He clicked his tongue. Why didn't the blessing come with a manual? It would make everything so much easier. It was time to check his status. He had used a few new spells, and a few he had already used before. That was a mistake, but he hadn't really been thinking when he slipped into that state. Status. New skill detected. Ice Wall. Skill tier 4. Level increased. Attribute points available 1. New skill detected. Ice Lance. Skill tier 4. New skill detected. Ice Shower. Skill tier 5. Level increased. Attribute points available 2. Well, it could have been worse. He could have used Ice Spear instead of Ice Lance. 2 new levels. 2 more points to dump into intelligence. Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana, 26/310. Level, 19. Attributes. Strength, 20. Agility, 21. Endurance, 22. Intelligence, 31. Constitution, 20. Attribute points available, 2. 6 more levels until he could choose his class. He couldn't wait. Maybe he could get what everyone else had. A storage spell, or whatever it was. It would be useful. He put all his attribute points into intelligence. Mana, 26/330. Intelligence, 33. He closed the status screen and looked around. Revel and Clay were talking a few meters away. The soldiers were still harvesting monster parts. He watched them closely. One of them cut off a goblin's ear, and it disappeared from his hand. He snorted and stood up. His mana had recovered a bit, but he had still pushed himself dry. That wasn't going to happen again. He didn't like it when he slipped into that frenzy. It had happened before, in his previous world, after his family was murdered, in the holy district of Care, where the church stood. His lips curled upward. It was one of the better memories. He stood before the church. It towered over everything around it, one of the tallest structures in his world. Dark stone formed its walls, veins of gold running through it. Tall spires pierced the sky, their tips crowned in gold that caught what little light remained. Statues of the Pantheon lined the entrance. The air reeked of smoke and blood. All around him, fires burned. The whole holy district was ablaze, just like his village had been. His master stood beside him. He knew he wouldn't approve, but he didn't stop him either. Still, he helped him get his revenge. The church was protected by a powerful magical shield. Took time to analyze it, but he had done it. He raised his staff and cast the destabilizing spell, adjusting the mana until the structure gave. A beam of light shot forward and struck the barrier. It flickered, then it shattered like glass. Screams erupted from within the church, but he ignored them. The priests poured out, charging toward them. His master stepped forward. "Leave," he said, his voice cold. A man in dark and gold stepped forward. "Stop this madness," the archbishop said. "I can't," his master replied. Adulin ignored them. He was already preparing the strongest spell he had ever made. "Calamity. It's not too late," the archbishop said, his voice tightening. "I will personally see everyone involved executed. You can still be forgiven for what you've done." When it became clear he wouldn't be reasoned with, the archbishop raised his scepter. A burst of golden light shot toward them. Adulin didn't even blink. He continued shaping the spell. A shield appeared before him and stopped the attack. His master answered with a beam of darkness that tore through the ground around the archbishop. Stone shattered, the earth splitting apart. Golden light flared around the archbishop, shielding him from the blast. "Judgment!" he shouted. A massive set of scales formed in the sky above them, made of pure golden light, perfectly balanced. Then the scales tilted. The air thickened, pressing down on everything beneath them. And just as suddenly, it was gone. His master stepped and vanished. He reappeared before the archbishop, his staff already in motion. The strike slammed into the golden barrier and was thrown back. The ground beneath them was eviscerated, leaving only the patch beneath the archbishop intact. The fight between them continued while Adulin was forming the spell. A few of the priests tried to attack him, but they were gone before they could act. His master had his back. He had made the spell for this occasion. After witnessing the destruction of his village, in the madness and grief that followed, it had taken him time, but he had created it. And now he was finally going to use it, for the same reason he had created it. He glanced at the fight. They were both in the sky. The archbishop was bleeding from multiple wounds, while his master remained untouched. It was ready. "No!" The priest's voice cracked, panic bleeding through the word. The sky darkened. The wind rushed. Mana burst from him, wild and uncontrolled. He had gotten the idea back in the village when he saw the corpses of his family. The way mana reacted to his emotions. Wild, uncontrollable, but also lethal. And beautiful. The way destruction swallowed everything. Purple fire ignited across the sky. The ground shook, and the wind tore through the air. The fire hadn't answered him then. It had taken his family, and something in him had extinguished it. But now, for this he felt he needed it. So he wove fire-natured mana into the spell. Felt right. He left the water element out. There was no need to extinguish what he was about to create. The archbishop did everything he could to get closer to him, to stop him, but his master didn't let him. They were both powerful, evenly matched, but the archbishop's mind wasn't on the fight. It was on stopping him. "Calamity," he said calmly. The sky collapsed. The screams echoed around him. Purple flames fell from the sky and swallowed the church. The ground trembled violently, and the air slammed into it from all sides. The air fed the flames, driving them hotter. His lips curled upward, and a laugh escaped him. The longer the flames burned, the harder the ground quaked and the sharper the air cut. The louder his laughter became. He could have poured more mana into it, ended it faster, but he didn't. He watched as the flames burned the church, just as his village had burned, and his family with it. The archbishop fell to his knees, watching it all happen, his gaze distraught. Then his master burned him. He burned with his church, but he didn't let out a scream. Not until he succumbed to death. That was the day they gave him a name. Calamity. He wasn't proud of what he had done. Neither did he regret it. It was something that had to be done so he could close that chapter of his life. The one that had pushed him toward a path of blood. A path of destruction. One he wouldn't be able to return from. That day had haunted him in his nightmares, just as the destruction of his village had. The things he had done, the innocent lives lost, it still weighed on him, but not as much as it had when he first woke from that frenzy. He had promised himself that day that it would never happen again. A promise he had already broken. His mentor had kept him moving. Then his party. If not for them, he didn't know what would have become of him. Nothing good. That much he knew. His lips curled into a faint smile. The Demon King had given him another chance. A new life beyond the chains that had bound him. A chance to become something more. Something that might even make him happy. And make his mentor proud. That was a good goal to have. He would have to thank the Demon King. Maybe even learn his name if he met him in this world. He had a feeling he would. The sun was already setting by the time he returned to the clearing. The smell of iron had only deepened. The soldiers were still harvesting materials. 2 hours and they hadn't stopped once. It was good to be a mage. He didn't have to do the dirty work. Just watch from a distance. Revel sat by a tree. The color had returned to her face some time ago. She was good. Better than he had expected in the heat of battle. But she lacked confidence. She could do more than just support. Lyra would be alone for a while. He just hoped they returned in time, before her cravings got worse. He didn't want her to go through that again. He didn't know anything about her. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know much about anyone around him. Not in this life. Not in the last one. At least not before his party. They hadn't given him a choice. He needed to try harder this time. To get to know the people around him. That would be a step in the right direction. And it would make his mentor proud. He chuckled. His mentor wasn't hard to please. He stopped in front of Revel. "You did well," Adulin said. She tilted her head. That was unexpected. She looked him over. "After well," she chuckled. "Thanks, I guess." He didn't blame her. He had been overwhelmed by the attention himself. He sat down beside her. "Your awareness is good, and your instincts are on point. But you rely too much on a single spell." She frowned slightly. "And how would you know?" "Oh," he chuckled. "There's more to me than you think." He winked at her. He felt awkward the moment he did it. She was usually the one doing that. Revel stared at him, her eyes widening slightly. Then she laughed, softly at first, then louder. "Didn't know you had that side to you." He chuckled lightly. "Only when I'm in a good mood." "You are?" she pressed. He didn't answer right away. "You could say that." "The fight brought back some memories," he said, looking up at the sky. "Good? Bad?" she asked. "A bit of both." She studied him for a moment. "Looks like the good one." He just nodded. The sky had darkened, and the first stars had begun to pierce through it. They were quiet for a while. She said, "It brought some memories for me. They weren't really good, but I saw my brother's face again." She paused, taking a deep breath. It calmed me, gave me courage." When he was certain that she wouldn't continue again, he prompted, "Your brother?" She said. "He was the eldest, the most talented, the smartest." Her expression softened, something dimming behind her eyes. "He was the heir." She paused, her gaze drifting. "He was supposed to lead us. He was supposed to live." She cleared her throat. He died, she said. Because of me. Well, that didn't go as he had hoped. Or maybe it did. If the goal was to grow closer to his party, then this was one way to do it. Just not this fast. Not like this. He wasn't good at this. Comforting. Whatever he was supposed to do now. Revel was pulling him into it, whether he liked it or not. How did he die? Her face darkened at that. She was probably reliving painful memories. He brought me to see the purple forest. It had always been my wish, ever since he told me about it. Maybe that's why purple became my favorite color. Her gaze drifted, unfocused. Trees as tall as the watchtowers in our estate, he said. Their branches spread wide, thick with violet flowers. Just like the stories we heard. She chuckled softly. Then he took me there. The forest was disappointing. She hesitated. Well, it was beautiful. Just not as much as I expected. Not as much as he made it seem. She fell silent for a while. It happened then. A rift of corruption opened in the forest. And everything nearby changed. The monsters, the air, all of it. She exhaled quietly. We didn't know. We didn't know. He thought he was taking me somewhere safe. She smiled faintly. It was. For a while. We spent half the day there. Running through the forest. Enjoying the view. The mana density. He even brought a picnic basket. We sat down. Ate together. Then it happened. Monsters poured through the forest. Their skin blackened. Veins of green crawling across it. It was just like what had happened in Zent. Only this time they were corrupted. Everything they touched changed. They moved faster. Hit harder than they should have. Her fist clenched. First, the forest around us started changing. The wrongness in the air. Something vile. She drew a slow breath. Then the flowers. The purple ones around us. They started to change. Green lines spread through them. And then they blackened. Her fingers tightened. It happened fast. Less than a minute. Before Ree even thought about corruption. The monsters were on us. Her voice faltered. His squad engaged them. They made us a way out. And we ran. He didn't hesitate. He left his men to die. Because of me. Her voice shook. I saw it in his eyes. He wanted to go back. To fight with them. But he had me to take care of. The monsters were everywhere. Behind us. In front of us. Her fingers trembled. He fought. And fought. Then he carried me. And kept fighting. Her voice broke. Because of me, she swallowed hard. A corrupted creature bit him. It corrupted him. He could see her eyes glistening. A single tear running down her cheek. There was nothing he could say to comfort her. He wasn't even sure if she needed comforting. The best thing he could do was just listen. Well, that was the best he could come up with. Luke or even Eve would have known what to say. But not him. He did get a few more pieces of information about the corruption. But it wasn't enough to come to a conclusion. He decided to ask her. Just not today. Today was not the day for that. She continued. It didn't happen quickly. We didn't notice it at first. It was on his arm. If we had noticed it, we could have done something. She swallowed. We were deep in the forest. Took a long time to get out. He noticed it along the way. But he didn't say anything. I was too scared to even look at him. So I didn't know. Not until we left the forest. His whole arm was black. The green veins had started spreading through his body. It was too late. Too late. He told me not to worry. To run to the garrison. Said he would go back. Help his men. And I did. I ran. As fast as I could. I didn't look back. That was the last time I saw him. I thought about it. Countless times. He didn't want me to see him like that. What he would become. He didn't want to hurt me. Her eyes broke, and tears streamed down her face. Adulin stayed quiet, letting her get it out. Nothing came to mind, so he stayed that way. Well, his first attempt at bonding went bonding. At least he learned something about his companion. Her head slipped onto his shoulder. She didn't move, just stayed there. Her tears kept coming, soaking into his shoulder. He felt the urge to click his tongue, but forced it down. Revel had fallen asleep on his shoulder. It was getting more uncomfortable by the second. A few solutions came to mind. The best one, and the least likely to disturb her, was levitate. All he had to do was cast it and lower her gently. He cast it. The familiar screen appeared, and he closed it. It recognized the spell but didn't give him a level. Revel began to float. Once she was far enough that he wouldn't touch her, he stood up. He took a pillow from his backpack. It wasn't the best, but it was better than the ground. He placed it down and slowly lowered her onto it. Then dismissed the spell. He took his blanket and covered her. "Better," he muttered, stretching. "Prepare camp," Edrin shouted. The soldiers moved, tools appearing in their hands. They worked the ground, clearing the grass until only the hard, cold earth remained. Then they pulled out the canvas and spread it across the ground. It was large, like a small house. Adulin frowned. They brought out the poles and set them in place. It didn't take long. With their monstrous strength, it was done in less than a minute. They added additional stakes as supports, he guessed, then raised the canvas. Ropes were pulled tight and secured. What followed made Adulin want to tear his hair out. They brought out literal beds. Frames, covers, everything. The same thing was happening all across what now looked like a campsite. The others were as large as a room, maybe even larger than that. His bag sat in front of him, his hand reaching for the bedroll he was going to use. He kicked the bag and cursed under his breath. How was that fair? A soldier stopped in front of him. "Lord Dareth," he said, bowing slightly. "Would you like help with your tent?" Was he mocking him? He really was in a bad mood. "What tent?" "I don't have one. We carry extras," the soldier said, winking. "Just in case." "That would be nice." The soldier chuckled and got to work. Soon, two more joined him. Adulin just stood there, watching. He could feel a smile forming. They even called him a lord. And they were setting up a king's tent. He started whistling quietly as he watched. Soon the tent was ready, and he stepped inside. It was the same as the others. A bed stood in the middle, larger than anything he had slept on since coming to this world. A small table sat beside it, a basket of fruit resting on top. He lay down. It was soft, perfect. The covers were warm and cozy. He loved it. He needed one of these for himself. His eyes closed. The last thought before sleep took him was that he would track down every convenience spell this world had to offer. Every single one of them. They were already moving deeper into the woods. It was unusually quiet. No birds. No insects. He had a bad feeling about it. Like most of the group, they followed the tracks from the second wave. The scouts confirmed they were getting closer. He suspected it was some kind of skill. He knew quite a few like that, but his body was too weak to use them. That would have to wait. Luke was the one who had taught him. The best one. Well, not the best. Just the one he liked the most. Luke called it Flash Step. It worked similarly to Blink, but instead of teleporting, it relied entirely on speed. It was a good technique. Most enemies expected mana when he moved like that. He had caught a lot of them off guard with it. It should work the same in this world. He just needed a stronger body. Since he couldn't waste his attribute points on anything other than intelligence, it would take time. Revel walked a few steps ahead of him. She hadn't said anything since she woke up. It was probably for the best. It was kind of awkward. And what was he supposed to say if she brought it up? Maybe that was enough bonding for the week. The leading soldier raised his hand with. Everyone stopped in their tracks. The men crouched and started moving forward. Slowly, the two scouts behind him followed. He stood and waited. Everyone quieted, letting the scouts do their job. 10 minutes later, they returned. Something was wrong. One of them kept glancing back over his shoulder. The other's grip on his sword was too tight. They stopped in front of the group. "Corruption," the scout said, his voice lower than before. "I think it's corruption." Adulin glanced at Revel. A lot passed over her face, fear at first, then hatred. The fear returned, but it didn't stay. It hardened into something else. Her expression settled. A staff appeared in her hand as she stepped forward. Where? She asked, her tone cold. The scout pointed ahead. About 200 meters. The flora is already infected. Edrin cursed. We need to burn it. Burn it before it spreads. Revel didn't respond. She strode toward the corruption. This was going to be interesting, Adulin thought as he followed behind her. Revel? Clay called, running after her. Wait, we go together. The boy was right, but it wasn't his place to stop her. This was something she had to go through. Was it smart to rush in without a plan? Definitely not. But he was there, so she would be fine, no matter what mistakes she made. And it was his first time seeing corruption in this world. That alone made it worth it. Clay called again, but Revel's eyes were already red. Left with no choice, the others followed. The scout moved ahead to lead, while the second stayed in the middle, still explaining what they had seen. Everything is black. The trees, the grass, the flowers. Everything, with green veins moving through it. Pulsing. Everything the scout described matched what Revel had told him the day before. But there was a problem. The monsters they fought yesterday weren't corrupted. They were normal, yet they had gathered and attacked a village. Kinsley, Edrin said, go back. Take the fastest horse and ride to the capital. They need to be informed. If we fail, someone else must come and eradicate it. Cannot be allowed to spread. The capital will be in danger. Yes, my lord, Kinsley said, already turning. He broke into a run, heading back the way they came. We should have taken Blaze, Clay said, still trying to catch up with Revel. His element is fire. It would have helped. Too late, Edrin said, his sword already drawn. The air around them changed. Felt wrong. Unnatural. Something inside him stirred. It wanted to tear it apart. Destroy it. That was interesting. It seemed like the world itself rejected the corruption. A double-edged sword. It attracted monsters, and when they tried to destroy it, they were corrupted, slowly building its own forces. But it didn't just draw monsters. It drew everything. Smarter, stronger creatures would destroy it from a distance. And to intelligent beings, it acted like an alarm. A moment later, he saw it in the distance. Just like Revel and the scout had described. The wrongness grew stronger. So did the urge to destroy it. The group stopped, keeping their distance. Revel didn't. Adulin caught her by the shoulder. Calm down. She turned, her eyes red, anger spilling over. She pulled, trying to break free. She was stronger than him, much stronger, so he cast minor strength and held on. We'll destroy it, Adulin said. But that thing is messing with your judgment. You'll get yourself killed. He paused. And us. She still struggled. Adulin wondered if he would have to waste mana on her instead of the corruption. Revel? Edrin called, his voice cold and commanding. She stilled. Not fully, but enough. I didn't bring you here to be a liability, Edrin said. Get a hold of yourself, or I will restrain you. It took her a few moments, but she calmed down. Sorry, she said. You don't need to explain, Adulin said. Clay stepped in beside them, nodding, his hand resting on her other shoulder. She took a deep breath and stepped back into line, taking her place in the middle. He exhaled. That was harder than it looked. How was she so much stronger than him? What level was she? Women in this world were scary. He moved toward the corrupted flora with the scout, while the others stayed behind. He stopped in front of it and studied it. It wasn't like anything he had seen before. The green veins pulsed unnaturally. He couldn't quite describe it. The wrongness was stronger here, but it didn't take him much effort to shake it off. It had affected Revel because she was already emotional. She had wanted to tear it apart. The corruption had just pushed her further. Don't touch it, Edrin said. I won't. While he studied it, the men formed a defensive perimeter around them. The others spoke in low voices, while Revel stood off to the side. Quiet. He ignored it all and kept studying. Even after putting so many points into intelligence, he still didn't have enough for the stronger analysis spells. A shame. They were effective. So he cast Analyze. His mana slipped into the flower. A window appeared in front of him. Analyze complete. Corruption detected. Source: unknown. Interference level: extreme. No shit. The blessings analysis was bad. Bare minimum. He would have to do it manually. Like before. He pushed his mana and cast it again. It slipped into the plant, spreading through it. Moments later, he lost the connection to his mana. He chuckled. It had corrupted his mana. If he tried again, the same thing would happen. It was too fast. He couldn't get a proper reading before it got corrupted. Maybe it wasn't the blessing's fault. The spell was just too low level. Still, he reached the same conclusion. The mana inside the plant was wrong. Dark. That was all he could tell. It was infuriating. Not being able to use his stronger spells, but at least he understood that much. There were far worse forms of corruption in his world. This was, at most, a medium threat, or, by this world's terms, middle tier. As he studied it, the scout's voice cut through the air. Dungeon. And it's corrupted. His head snapped toward the scout. A dungeon. He was finally going to learn what it was. He stood at the base of a hill, the ground rising ahead of him. The scout led them toward the dungeon, and Adulin followed behind. The hill was steep, rocky, and thick with trees. He wouldn't have noticed it if not for the sharp incline. He was excited. It was time to learn more about the world. About dungeons. He just hoped they would explain it and not act like everyone already knew. He didn't. The second scout and Clay walked beside him, the others trailing behind. Revel was somewhere in the middle with Edrin. She had calmed down, but Adulin knew better. She was acting. He had seen it before. Bloodthirst, barely contained. He would keep an eye on her, before she got herself killed. Here! The scout pointed toward a rocky formation, covered in black with green dots. Moss. The rock was covered in moss, but it was corrupted. It did look beautiful. By the looks of everyone around him, he was the only one who thought so. He studied it and found the opening. Cave. It was a cave. Did he misunderstand the language? He didn't think so. There was a word for cave. Pesher. He felt some mana coming from the cave's entrance. But that was it. And mana inside caves wasn't rare. Dark magic users usually died there. He wasn't sure why, but it seemed like dark, narrow, and wet places attracted them. He shrugged. He didn't really care about them. Edrin walked toward the entrance, so Adulin stepped back. He stopped where he could see the entrance, keeping Revel in his peripheral vision. It was time to keep an eye on her. She stood at the back again, looking toward the entrance like everyone else. A device appeared in Edrin's hand. Wood with metal or stone. Maybe both. He stopped in front of the entrance and extended the device toward it. After a whole minute, he spoke. D-tier. 5 people can enter as a group. After entry, the groups will be split inside the dungeon. So it was a magical cave? That helped, but he wouldn't mind getting more information. He stepped back, his hand on his chin. It's corrupted, so we can't trust the readings. With the corruption increasing the strength of the monsters, it should be around C or even B tier. Do we enter, my lord? One of the soldiers asked. We have to, Edrin said. Revel, has your family cleared corrupted dungeons? No. It's my first time seeing one, Revel said. Edrin looked at Clay. The latter shook his head. We send a group to scout it out. They'll check the first room, maybe the second, Edrin said. The others burn the forest. We don't leave until everything is purged. Revel nodded. Edrin looked over the faces of his men. Sir William will lead the scouting party. You have 2 hours to explore. Yes, my lord, Sir William said. He stepped forward and picked the 2 scouts, along with 2 more men Adulin didn't know. William was the first name he had heard so far. They took 5 minutes to prepare, then stood at the entrance. We're ready. Good luck. 2 hours. No more, Edrin said. They entered the cave. Adulin waited for something magical to happen. Nothing did. He clicked his tongue. Edrin looked at him and Revel. Fire magic? Revel shook her head. Adulin knew fire magic. Quite a lot. He had learned many spells before his revenge. and burned a lot of things toward the end of it. He could be called a fire archmage. But he didn't like it. He had only learned it because his village was burned. So he wanted to burn the church. It was poetic in a way. It had also made sense at the time. He hadn't used it since. Well, that wasn't entirely true. But using it to burn corruption sounded like a good idea. I know some, he said. West Side is yours. Take Revel with you. He did say some, right? Why was he given a whole direction to burn? At least Revel would enjoy the fire. Maybe even lose some of that bloodthirst along the way. Clay, go with them. Act as their protector. Lord Ashvale was a thoughtful man. He gave him reinforcement in case Revel lost control again. Adulin was beginning to like him. Really thoughtful. We start from the beginning of the corruption and burn inward, Edrin said. Make sure not to leave anything behind. Everything must be burned. If we miss something, it will recover and start spreading again. Am I clear? Yes, my lord, his men said in unison. Edrin split them into groups and left one by the dungeon, in case something happened to the team that entered it. Adulin was already moving toward the edge of the corruption. Revel behind him and Clay next to her. Rel, you good? Clay asked. Yeah, Revel said. I'll be better when everything is burned. Well, at least she wasn't hiding it. Not too much. That's enough for me, Clay said. Just don't lose control again. Revel didn't say anything. They moved in silence after that. Clay looked uncomfortable the whole way, like he wanted to say something or do something, but wasn't sure if he should. The boy was struggling. The only way Adulin saw to help Revel was to burn. To burn the corruption. She would be back to her old self after that. Of that he was sure, and he could help her with that, quite easily. Her half-smile was starting to annoy him. They arrived at the edge of the corrupted forest and the healthy one. So? Adulin asked. Revel walked around the area, analyzing the healthy trees. It took her some time, but she finally spoke. We need to start with a few rows of the healthy trees. There's a small chance they're already corrupted. We shouldn't take unnecessary risks. She walked past 7 rows of trees. Here should be enough. The first 3 rows are infected. Rows 4 and 5 have a high chance, and there's a small chance at row 7. After that, there shouldn't be. Adulin agreed. There was no need to take risks. He walked behind her, stopping at the 10th row, and used Analyze on a tree. Analyze complete. Whistleboro tree. Interference level. Not found. Well, that did nothing. He focused on the mana already inside the tree and spread it. Through the whole tree at first, then into the roots. He didn't find anything. The tree should be free of corruption. Now he had to burn the whole section by himself. He also didn't want to waste more mana than necessary. There were a couple of ways to do it, but the best ones were using spells for the first time. So mana control was out. He needed a strong fire spell that could burn the trees quickly. There were a few options. Fire Shower. It was the same as Ice Shower, but with fire-natured mana. But it would drain his mana fast, and it wouldn't cover the entire forest. There was also Fire Wall. No, it wasn't wide enough. Was there a spell wide enough for the task? Probably not. Not with the mana he had. But he would have to do it section by section. Unless he used Firewall, then spread the fire-natured mana further with mana control. Add wind spells to push it in all directions. That would get the job done. 3 new spells, and a level increase. Step back, Adulin said. He cast Firewall, adding more mana to increase its length. A wall of fire appeared in front of him. It formed and started spreading lengthwise, increasing until it was over 12 meters in length. Clay blinked, while Revel smiled. Once it was done spreading, he controlled the fire-natured mana particles, pushing them further. The trees caught fire and started burning. The particles spread, and the next 12 rows began to catch. Moments later, over 30 rows of trees were on fire. The corruption burned, and the unnatural feeling increased. The urge to tear it apart grew as well. A defensive mechanism. The smell in the air turned to rot. An awful smell that threatened to make him vomit. He glanced back at Revel. She was smiling. "What are you looking at?" she said. "Burn it." He obliged, casting wind, but adding fire-natured mana within it. He cast it 2 more times, each from a different direction. The fire spread unnaturally. From 30 rows it grew to 50, then to 100. The black smoke that followed made it harder to breathe. He cast air bubble around his head, keeping the smoke away, only allowing pure oxygen in. Revel had cast a similar spell, but from shadow. He wasn't sure how it worked, but it did. Clay had one too. Revel's laughter followed. Fire was the perfect element for revenge. And it seemed Revel agreed. He had to cast the same spells 3 more times to cover his region. He added a 3rd wind spell to mix things up. He interfered a few times to stop the fire from spreading in the wrong direction, but it didn't cost him much mana. After that, they just walked behind the fire. It burned fast and left nothing behind. The only thing he added was wind, to help it spread faster and burn hotter. The added fire-natured mana made the wind spell more effective, letting the flames burn even hotter. It took him 2 hours before they returned to the dungeon. The others weren't back yet, only the group that had stayed behind, with Lord Ashvale standing among them. A small magical field surrounded them, isolating the smoke. "Are they back?" Clay asked as he stepped into the barrier. "No, but their time is up. They should be back soon," Edrin said. Revel had stopped laughing when they were halfway through. She probably got tired, but some of the bloodthirst was gone. Most of it. After the dungeon, she would be back to normal. He hoped. Clay looked pleased with the progress. He had calmed down as well. Well, it wasn't that hard to babysit teenagers. Not with a whole forest to burn. He smiled inwardly. He did like burning. An hour passed. No one came out of the dungeon. Edrin was pacing in front of the dungeon entrance. His men weren't any different. One stared at the ground, sharpening his dagger with a stone. Another kept glancing toward the entrance every few moments. They were worried, already thinking the worst. Adulin understood it. He had felt the same more than once. It wasn't easy to wait for the men you sent into danger, hoping they would return, especially after they overstayed their mission. From what he knew, which wasn't much, they would have to clear rooms, fight monsters corrupted by whatever this was. It was time to check his status before they entered the dungeon. By the looks of it, it wouldn't be long. They were restless. He needed to use his attribute points. Status: name, Dareth Wood. Race: human. Mana: 312/350. Level 21. Attributes: Strength: 22. Agility: 23. Endurance: 24. Intelligence: 35. Constitution: 22. Attribute points available: 2. 3 spells had gotten him 2 level increases. Well, for spells. He had also used Levitate on Revel when she was sleeping on his shoulder. It was 2 new spells per level. It wasn't too bad. The class selection was getting closer than ever. For more levels. If he had the time, he could probably do it now. But with the dungeon coming in a few tense minutes, he wouldn't have time to recover his mana. And there were too many people around him. Well, he had conserved his mana in the city. It was more of a habit than anything else. Having spent so much time on the demon continent under constant danger, fighting multiple times a day, it stuck. Not the best habit in civilization, when casting more spells made you stronger. After that, he had been on the road, and he didn't like feeling defenseless. There were guards with him, but he didn't trust anyone with his life. Maybe his party, his mentor, but other than that, no one. New skill detected: Levitate. Skill tier: 5. New skill detected: Firewall. Skill tier: 4. Level increased. Attribute points available: 1. New skill detected: Wind. Skill tier: 4. New skill detected: Minor Strength. Skill tier: 5. New skill detected: Draft. Skill tier: 3. Level increased. Attribute points available: 2. He had also forgotten the Minor Strength spell he had used. He shrugged and put all of his points into Intelligence. Intelligence: 37. Mana: 312/370. His mana was still not full, but it was more than he had ever had in this world, so he felt at ease. "It's enough, isn't it?" a soldier said. "Let's enter and find them." A few of the men stood up, their hands on the hilts of their swords. Their spears were gone since the fight. He guessed they kept them in storage. Of course they did. They had storage. Why would they carry them? "I agree," Clay said. "The sooner we go in, the sooner they get help." Revel looked like she was itching for a fight. There wasn't a trace of worry in her about the men inside the dungeon. Her staff appeared in her hand, her grip tightening around it. Edrin didn't stop pacing. He didn't even look at them. He continued for another 5 minutes, while no one said a word. "It's time," he said. "We've waited enough." He stopped and looked at them. "There are a few things we need to make clear. I know you're worried about them, but once we enter, we will be split. With the corruption adding unknown elements, we must be careful." He exhaled. "The device can read the dungeon, can't read the corruption. Don't rely too much on the information. Move carefully. We'll go in 2 groups, 5 and 4. I'll join the mage. You go together." It seemed he felt responsible for Revel and Clay. There would probably be consequences if they died under him. The world of nobles was too complicated for him. Their group would have 2 mages and 2 fighters. Not bad. The second group would be the soldiers. "One last thing," Edrin added. "If you can't clear a room safely, leave. We can't help them if we all die." He looked at everyone. "Do you understand?" Everyone nodded. "That's an order," Edrin said. "You got 5 to prepare." Adulin wanted to chuckle. Those 5 minutes were for him. Everyone else had been ready an hour ago. They were just waiting for the Lord to give the command. The 5 minutes passed in a blink, and everyone was standing in front of the cave. Well, dungeon. It was still hard to see it as anything else. The group of soldiers went first. They stood in a line ahead of him. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one person at a time. "Go," Edrin said. The soldiers took each other's hands and entered one after another. Adulin watched, eyes narrowing. Why were they holding hands? Would he need to do the same? Suddenly, he wasn't so optimistic about learning what a dungeon was. Not at all. Edrin moved next and stopped at the entrance. He put his hand behind him toward Revel. She took it, then did the same for Clay. Clay turned, waiting for him. But maybe he should go in solo. Yes, that would be better. He wouldn't need to hold back. At least not too much. "Dareth," Clay said, questioning. "Let's go." "Fuck." He cursed and took Clay's hand. It was the worst. They moved toward the entrance. Edrin had to duck to get through. He was too tall for it. The others didn't have that issue. It was his turn now, and he ducked. Not because he needed to, but because it felt better that way. He didn't need to act Dareth's height. He had been quite tall in his old world. Inside it was still a cave. The walls were narrow and sharp. They could cut his clothes if he wasn't careful. All he could hear was the breathing of the people around him and water dripping somewhere ahead. And it was dark. He still didn't understand why dark magic users always lived in places like this. It was uncomfortable, cold, and a bit too close for comfort. He couldn't feel the soldiers in front. It was like they had disappeared. There were no mana fluctuations either. At least that confirmed it wasn't a normal cave. There was a weird sensation the deeper he went. His skin prickled, and it felt he wasn't sure how to describe it. But it was the same feeling he had when he first started learning teleportation magic. He was going to be teleported. The feeling from before was gone. He was glad he had taken Clay's hand. He walked for more than a minute. Then everything went dark. Opening his eyes, he was inside. He didn't know where he was. It was bright. Too bright for his liking. Too much light came from the sun. But he was inside a cave. It took him a moment for his eyes to adjust. He was in a valley. On both sides there were tall trees and an illusion. The sides of the valley were an illusion. Interesting. Everything else felt real. It was a straight path through a green valley filled with flowers. There were quite a few colors. Red, blue, violet, green. Almost every color was present. All of them were the same, except for their color. Clay was passed out next to him. Well, teleportation magic did that sometimes. It was harsh on the body and the mind. If you hadn't experienced it, with enough use, that feeling went away. It seemed it carried over even in another body. Edrin and Revel were missing. He looked around, but there was nothing except tall green grass and flowers. What was he supposed to do in this situation? Sit right where he was. If Revel and Edrin were close, they would find them. If not, then when Clay woke up, they would move and try to get through the first room. He had to admit the dungeon had his interest. He was sure it would be an incredible adventure. Probably. It took Clay 20 minutes to wake up. He woke up screaming with the worst migraine of his life. It took him 3 minutes just to open his eyes, and another few to realize where he was. Adulin had experienced the same thing multiple times. What happened? We're inside the dungeon. You were unconscious since entering. Again? Clay asked, holding his head. Not the first time? No, it's the same every time I enter a dungeon. I hate them, he said, looking around. Where are Revel and Prince Edrin? Adulin shrugged. What? They weren't here when we arrived. Clay looked thoughtful, like he was trying to recover his memories. Probably trying to remember if he had let go of Revel's hand when they entered the cave. Did you? Clay shook his head. I don't think so. Well, it doesn't matter. Now what do we do? How do we win the dungeon? Win, Clay said. Never heard anyone call it that. He chuckled and stood up. It's conquer, and we need to defeat all the monsters in the room. The room? Clay tilted his head. Yeah. Adulin nodded. Felt awkward to ask that question. He tried to phrase it differently, but Clay didn't bite. Meh. He would figure it out on his own. Now where were the monsters? Lead the way, Adulin said, a smile forming on his face. Clay nodded and started walking forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. We need to find them if we want a chance of saving the first group, or conquering the dungeon and destroying the core. Adulin nodded, hoping he would keep feeding him information. Could he ask about the core? He wasn't certain. Where is the core located? That seemed like a better question, less obvious. He hoped. It's in the last room, the boss room. It's hidden in the walls, but I'm pretty certain Edrin has a way to locate it. He looked like he knew what he was doing. Good job, Adulin thought. They walked in silence for a while. The terrain didn't change. It stayed the same. Felt like it would go on forever. Thanks, Clay said. I don't think I would have been able to stop her. Why not? Well, His eyes snapped forward. Adulin followed his gaze. There, a few hundred meters ahead, he felt the illusion. The valley ended, and countless red eyes stared back at them. At the beginning of the valley, there weren't any white flowers. As they moved deeper, white ones started appearing in the distance. They didn't pay them much attention. Then the further they walked, the more there were. Now, looking at the end of the valley, at the edge of the illusion, every white flower opened its eyes and looked toward them. The white flowers, they weren't flowers. Bright crimson eyes stared at them. Felt like they were looking straight at his soul. There was still 100 meters between them, so he couldn't see what they really were. They started running, flowing from every direction. Hundreds. Clay unsheathed his sword, his face pale. What do we do? What are those? He asked in quick succession. Adulin didn't react. He just watched. He needed more information before committing to anything. They kept getting closer. Moments later, he saw them. White, fluffy rabbits. Crimson eyes. Sharp teeth. Rabbits, Clay said, his eyes widening. But there are too many of them. He raised his sword, his hands tightening around the grip. He was right. There were far too many of them. For a warrior, the question on his mind was how much of his strength he should reveal in the dungeon. Now that he thought about it, he really wasn't hiding anything. Not at all. That would need to change. Probably. Now the problem was getting closer. There were a few ways to deal with it. He glanced at Clay. He was already sweating. Well, he didn't want Clay to miss out on all the fun. He needed to make sure he did his best too. Now, how was he supposed to do that? Ice crystal. That would do the job. It was a spell that could encase an individual or an area in a crystal of ice. It was meant to immobilize the target or block off space. A good beginner spell for ice mages in his world. Perfect for this. He just needed to remove the ice-natured mana from inside the crystal so it wouldn't freeze them. Make it act like a shield instead of something meant to freeze people. The rabbits didn't look too strong. Well, not individually. In numbers, they could be quite deadly. With the spell, he could encase both of them, then open a small gap so Clay could kill them in waves. That was perfect. Probably not for Clay. He muttered a few random words. Ice crystal. They were encased in thick ice, a solid crystal forming around them. Then the rabbits arrived. They slammed into it. Again and again. The crystal remained pristine. Clay exhaled loudly, lowering his guard. His sword dipped, almost touching the ground. Great. You could have said something, he said between breaths. What's great? We still need to kill them to leave, Adulin said, his hands clasped behind his back. And how do we do that? It's all you. I need to keep the crystal intact. He looked distraught, but managed to calm down. So, what do I do? He was taking it better than Adulin thought. All of the rabbits were already around them, slowly climbing up the crystal using their bodies. The light inside the crystal was dimming. Clay looked around, searching for cracks or openings. He lifted his head, acting like he was pondering. I will open a hole and you will kill the ones that come in. Simple. He nodded, preparing himself, then turned. Wait, you're gonna close it after enough come in, right? Adulin tilted his head. Well, he could. But should he? He wasn't sure. Time would tell. He shrugged. Wait, Clay shouted. That's a bad plan. The rabbits had already reached the top. There was almost no light inside the crystal. Adulin opened a small opening at the top, just wide enough for 2 rabbits to enter. The rabbits started pouring in. Fuck, Clay cursed. As the word left his mouth, he dropped into a stance. Both hands on the hilt, back straight, the sword held at shoulder height. His right leg stepped back, dug into the ground. As the first rabbit fell within reach, his sword moved. It split it in half. Blood splashed against the ice and toward Adulin. Wind barrier. The blood fell harmlessly to the ground a meter in front of him. That was close. He almost got covered in blood. Clay continued slashing. Dozens were already dead, and he was covered in crimson. He was still in the same stance, hadn't moved a step. The rabbits came crashing down, split in 2. His blade moved faster than Adulin could track it. Like a whirlwind. He felt like this should have been awesome to watch. But it wasn't. It was he didn't know how to describe it. He felt sick watching it. Just bunnies hitting the ground, split in 2. His stomach churned. And the sound. Wet. For the next 5 minutes he just stared at the ground. But even that was starting to look disgusting. Blood slowly seeped from where Clay fought, creeping toward him. Well, he didn't mind the blood. He had been used to it for a long time. I can't keep this much longer, Clay said between quick breaths. You must, Adulin said. Clay didn't say anything else and continued fighting. The rabbits outside were trying their best to bite through the ice, but their teeth slid harmlessly along its surface. That was the stronger part of ice crystal. The sides were angled and slippery, so every blow was redirected, losing its momentum, like the teeth were. There were a few weaknesses, but the rabbits only had teeth to work with, so they weren't getting inside anytime soon. It would take Clay less to kill them all. Probably. The boy did look like he was working overtime. He would fall soon enough. The light inside the crystal felt like a party. It was pitch dark except for when the rabbits fell. That less than a second, between one falling and another taking its place, was the only light inside. And Clay was doing a great job, timing his strikes even in the dark. He wasn't using any skills, just his physical strength and technique. Luke would like the boy. Light erupted from his left. The rabbits were leaving a small gap in the crystal. It gave enough light for Clay to be effective, but Adulin didn't like it. He stepped closer to the opening and looked out. About 20 meters away, a larger rabbit was preparing to charge. A horn sat on its head, catching the light at the tip. It charged. In less than a moment, it was upon him. He stepped back. Where he stood, a horn had pierced the crystal. The rabbit struggled to break free, but it couldn't. Adulin chuckled. Well, that was the weakness. The crystal was far from broken. It would take a lot more of these rabbits to do it. Just as he thought that, light started pouring through multiple holes. 10, 20, 30. 30 openings for the horned rabbits to charge through. He glanced at a few of them. His prediction was right. 30 rabbits were about to charge and pierce the crystal with their horns. He clicked his tongue. "What's happening there?" Clay asked. "You should step one to the left and one back," Adulin said, relaxed. Clay did it without a second thought. Crack. The horn punched through the ice where he had stood. "What the fuck?" Clay cursed. "The bunnies stopped being cute," Adulin commented. "Cute? They are not cute. They never were," Clay said, struggling with every word. "They were. Before you split them in half." Clay's speed increased. His blade was now enveloped in mana. He was 2 to 3 times stronger. Adulin nodded approvingly. He used it before he could be overwhelmed and too tired. "They are trying to eat me," he exclaimed. Well, that much was obvious, so he didn't feel the need to comment. "Say something." Adulin ignored him. The first attack was numbers. The second, the horned bunnies, piercing holes in the crystal. Then more. So what would they do next? He watched them. Then his stomach churned again. The first bunny that had pierced the crystal was being eaten alive by the others. Well, that made sense. After getting rid of the horned ones, they would have openings. They could start crushing the ice with their teeth. Make bigger holes. Invade through them. The rabbits were definitely not cute. They were disgusting monsters. He spat. The same scene was happening all around the crystal. Everywhere the horned rabbits had pierced it. The translucent crystal was turning crimson with blood. "We might have a problem," Adulin said. "I can see that," Clay spat. "And open the crystal. We make a run for it." Well, that wasn't the worst idea he'd heard. It might even work. If Clay could make a path for them. If not, they would die a miserable death. Well, Clay would. There were also better options. But Clay suggested this one, so he decided to go with it. "Tell me when you're ready," Adulin said. "Can we outrun them?" Clay asked. "Yeah." "On the count of 3, Clay said. 1, 2, 3. Adulin opened a hole, big enough for both of them, and stepped behind Clay. Clay used a skill Adulin didn't recognize. His speed increased. He bolted through the opening and swung his sword, wiping out a few with a single strike. Mana gathered along the blade. Then he swung again. A bright arc flew out, pushing the rabbits aside. "Now!" he yelled. Adulin moved left, through the path Clay cleared, and ran as fast as he could. Clay was already beside him, sprinting at full speed. Adulin chuckled. This was getting fun. He loved it. Small boost. He cast it on his legs and ran even faster. He glanced over his shoulder. Hundreds of rabbits were charging after them, keeping pace. Murder bunnies. He liked it. "Now what?" Adulin asked as they ran. "We need to find the door to the next room and go inside it," Clay said between breaths. "You said we need to kill every enemy in the room?" "That's the easier way," Clay said. "The other is to run past them and get into the second room." They ran for 2 minutes. Adulin could feel the end getting closer. The valley would end soon, and they would reach the illusion that acted as a wall. The murder bunnies were slowly gaining on them. Clay had sheathed his sword so he could run faster. "There," Clay called out. A small opening was etched into the illusion. It looked like a cave entrance. Clay slipped inside. Adulin followed. They were inside what looked like a cave. A big one. Clay was breathing heavily, his hands on his knees. Adulin glanced back at the entrance. The rabbits were all standing outside. Something was stopping them from entering. That was close, Clay said. We made it. Why can't the bunnies follow us? The monsters can't leave their rooms. It's always been like that. Don't ask me more. He tried analyzing it but found nothing. A shame. He really wanted to learn more about dungeons. It was dangerous and he was having the time of his life. Roar. Clay stiffened. Roars came from everywhere around them. Clay ran behind a rock. Adulin joined him. They crouched there, Clay peeking over. What now? Adulin asked. I don't know. The first room was way too hard for a C-tier dungeon. He sat down, his back against the rock. I've been in C-tier dungeons. This one, it's at least A. The first room was too hard. The next ones will be worse. We might actually die here. Adulin didn't agree. The room had been easy. Well, for a mage with area of effect spells. For a swordsman, it was different. Did that make it a higher tier? He had no idea. He needed more information. That was the hard part. He didn't know what to ask yet. He had to start small. Build up. So what happens when you conquer a room? He used the right term this time. Maybe that would get him more. Conquer. Clay shook his head. Never mind. First time in a dungeon. Adulin nodded. Well, it rewards you with a chest. And it becomes a safe room for 2 hours. After that, you move to the next room and repeat. Rewards? He blurted out. Clay tilted his head. Adulin motioned for him to continue. A roar tore through the cave. Closer. Clay grabbed the hilt of his sword and slowly started drawing it. His teeth clenched. This was getting in the way of his information gathering. Adulin frowned and sent a mana pulse. His mana spread through the area around him, mapping the terrain and the life forms. It wasn't the best spell for reconnaissance, but it was the best he could do. The terrain around him was a cave system. They were in a larger opening with multiple tunnels leading deeper inside. Around 200 meters away, there was a life form. The spell only mapped the physical shape. It stood on 4 legs, larger than a dire wolf. 2 fangs stuck out of its mouth, and a tail that ended in a sharp tip. He wasn't sure what it was. He also didn't really care either. The thing was getting in the way of his information gathering. It had to go. He focused on the mana around the creature. The same mana he had spread with Mana Pulse. He shaped it into a lance, protruding from the ground and striking toward its head. Then more. From different angles. Limbs. Torso. The whole body. He wasn't taking chances. The mana had to erupt from the ground. It would have more force that way. He added 3 larger earth spears above it. For good measure. High enough for gravity to do the work. Now for all of this to work, he had to hit the creature's throat first. If it made too much noise, it could draw more monsters. Or worse. Spook Clay enough that he stopped talking. He needed him to talk. He also thought about using spells, but they wouldn't be as effective as the mana control. He wouldn't get any spell experience, but he would get a lot of information. So it was a good trade, and he would get to keep the mana he would have spent on using spells. He formed the mana. His mana pulse was still active, so he witnessed it. 3 earth spikes erupted from the ground below it, striking the neck and cutting off its vocal cords. Then everything else followed. For spikes from the front pierced its head. Small earth chains wrapped around its legs. Spikes from every direction pierced its body. The creature was already dead. Then the larger earth spears fell, piercing its back and head. He grimaced. That was too much. Way too much. No sound came from the creature. Just a low rumble after the earth spears hit. Maybe he overdid it. Well, better than leaving it to fate. He felt his mana pool increase. Did he level up? He would check later. Clay needed to spit out information now. It's gone. Go on. Clay glanced out from behind the rock. Are you sure? He asked, peeking again. Yes. He still didn't look convinced. He almost said he used a spell, but he hadn't chanted. That could have been bad. Yeah, I heard it leave. Come on, spill it. Clay sat back down, but he was still on edge. His hand stayed on his sword, half drawn. Well, the dungeon rewards you for clearing rooms. It's meant to lure people in. The reward chest appears after the room is cleared. It's one of the ways you know if there are more enemies, or if you're done. He found that really interesting. Clearing a dungeon, or as Clay said, conquering it, gave rewards. Fighting monsters and getting something in return. It was something his party would love. They would probably spend all their time in dungeons, adventuring, exploring, and earning rewards. He was sure that if they knew about them, they were already doing it. It would be nice to do it with them. Luke would be overjoyed. He felt his lips curl up. But it was too early for that. He had vowed to avoid them for a decade. And he still planned to. There was no way he would spend time with them, not after the journey. Not a chance. What kind of rewards? Artifacts, coins, materials, potions. Everything an adventurer might need and profit from. It's like it was designed to lure us in. He chuckled. Unsheathing his blade, he said, "This is a weapon from a dungeon. It's more durable than what a blacksmith can make. It's made from mana-conducting materials. The mana flows really well through it. It makes my attacks hit harder and faster. I found it on my own," he added, a proud look on his face. He had to admit the sword was of high quality. He felt it when Clay was fighting the murder rabbits. The mana flowed without interruption, like a calm river. He had thought it was made by the best smiths in the Empire, since Clay was a noble. But this was better information. Now he just had to clear some rooms to get rich. And getting rich was a dream. He felt like going back to the murder rabbits to claim the reward chest. But that sounded bad. He would have to admit he let Clay do all the work while he just watched. Enjoying the show. He felt bad. He should have cleared the room. It was all Clay's fault. Why didn't he mention the rewards sooner? He frowned. "What?" Clay asked. "Nothing," he said, his frown deepening. "Nothing." Clay looked at him, his eyes narrowing. "Say, hypothetically speaking, returning to a room you left in a hurry, would clearing it get you the reward chest? Going back? Are you nuts?" Clay asked, irritated. "Of course not. I'm not thinking about that. Just wanted to learn the rules of the dungeon." Yeah, he muttered under his breath. "Yeah, you can." Adulin nodded like he was considering the information. Now, how was he supposed to get rid of Clay while he went back for the reward chest? He had no clue. At least not now. If he wanted to pull it off, he would have to clear this room first. Then, during the break, he would slip away and clear the first room. That was the perfect plan. He also needed to tire him out so he wouldn't follow him. That was easy enough. Just make him do all the work while he acted like he was helping. Well, help just enough so he didn't get himself killed. He couldn't have that. Then back to room 1. Wipe out the not-so-cute bunnies and get the coin. What a wonderful plan. If that didn't work, he could always just put him to sleep. He would get some rest, close his eyes for a bit, and Adulin would clear the rooms in gold. Maybe he should do that now. Why wait? No, he shook off the thought. It wasn't good to do that to your party members. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not. You are. Why do I feel like you're plotting something? Adulin clicked his tongue. The dungeon is messing with your mind. What nonsense are you talking about? Clay kept talking, but Adulin ignored him. What was he even saying? He didn't plot against party members. How could he think that? He clicked his tongue. It was time to check his status. And after that, go for the gold. Status, he muttered under his breath. Status. Name, Dareth Wood. Race, human. Mana, 274/390. Level, 23. Attributes. Strength, 24. Agility, 25. Endurance, 26. Intelligence, 39. Constitution, 24. Attribute points available, 2. New skill detected. Ice Crystal. Skill tier, 5. New skill detected. Wind Barrier. Skill tier, 4. Level increased. Attribute points available, 1. New skill detected. Small Boost. Skill tier, 5. New skill detected. Mana Control. Skill tier, 10. Level increased. Attribute points available, 2. his first tier 10 spell. He wasn't sure how the blessing counted tiers. What he did with mana control wasn't anything special. Maybe it was because of the number of moving parts? That made sense. Well, it wasn't like he cared too much about it. Not when reward chests were so close. He also got another level from the other spells he used, which he appreciated. Slowly, he was climbing back toward his former power. It would take time, of that he was sure. But he wasn't going to fight demon kings or other powerful entities. So he didn't care. Clay was still acting like before, but Adulin ignored him and stood. "Let's get the reward chest," Adulin said. Clay's eyes widened. "Why do I feel like I shouldn't have told you about the reward chests?" Adulin was running as fast as he could. Somehow, Clay was in front of him, running even faster. He wasn't sure if it was adrenaline or if he had used more than one agility skill. But he was outrunning him even with small boost cast. Glancing over his shoulder, he sped up. 20-something big cats were chasing them. Their skin was metallic green. He still didn't know their name. Clay hadn't mentioned it. He was sure it wasn't important now. Running. That was important. Clay glanced over his shoulder and cursed. Again. "You sure this will work?" He felt like shrugging his shoulders, but he couldn't. Not while running at full speed this body could handle. The plan was simple. Even genius, perhaps. But their execution was lacking. And the cats were much stronger and faster than they expected. They were close to the spot they were luring the cats to. Luring. "Almost there," Clay shouted. In front of them, a deep chasm split the earth in two. It was over 20 meters wide, and far deeper than he could measure. In some places, it was even wider. "Please don't let me drop." The chasm was less than 20 meters away now. Clay kept glancing back at him, a pleading expression on his face. "Get ready," Adulin said. 5 meters. 2. 1. Jump! Clay screamed and jumped. Adulin stopped and watched. He wasn't going to make it. That much was obvious. He even messed up the jump, ruining what they had discussed. He would be 3 meters short. "Fuck!" Clay screamed. Ice wall. That was the best solution he could come up with. He just needed to lengthen it a few meters so Clay could land on it. But he already used it, and the spell had already recognized it. That made him pause. Wrong time to think. But he wanted the level. Earth wall, same as the ice one, and he hadn't used it yet. The problem was that he said he was an ice and water mage, but he had already used almost every element except water. Well, no time. Clay was about to fall to his death. Earth wall he cast, muttering something, and jumped. The earthen wall formed under Clay's feet, and he landed on it, rolling to lessen the impact. Adulin landed behind him, using a burst of levitate to soften the landing. They kept running, getting to the other side of the chasm. Glancing behind him, the cats were already jumping after them. He had to wait for the perfect moment, when every single one of them was in the air. 3 heartbeats were all it took. He released the spell, and it dissolved into mana. The big cats fell straight into the abyss. They did let out a meow on the way down. Well, not exactly that. It was more of a roar. Was there a difference? He didn't think so. Behind them, a sharp crack. Tails pierced into the ground. One. Then another. Claws bit into the edge of the chasm. Then one climbed up. Well, he wasn't the strategist in his party. He acted more of a natural disaster. Aelinth dealt with all the planning. Well, Clay was going to have to do a lot of work. It was the perfect time for him to get some more training in. Other than running for his life, it would be a decent pace of change. He glanced at him. He was already in his stance, his sword drawn. His hands slightly shook, but his face was serious, focused. He did remind him of Valor. Well, just in his style and courage. Valor was a lot more stern than Clay, but they did have similarities between them. His hands also shook when he was faced with a strong opponent. But he always fought till the end. He never let his fear affect him. Adulin stepped back behind him, ready to intervene if he had to. But other than that, he was going to watch a show. And then, get the reward chest. Clay tightened his grip on the sword. The creature charged toward him, its tail raised, ready to strike like a scorpion. His eyes closed for a moment. Then they opened. His hands steadied. His mind focused on the enemy before him. The creature was already in the air, closing the distance. His tail poised to strike. He moved, ducking under the creature. He dodged the tail by a hair's breadth. His sword stabbed upward, cutting along the creature's stomach. He dodged to the right as another tail whooshed past his head. 5 of them were already out of the chasm. 1 was already down, dying. The creatures relied on their tails to strike, while distracting him with their charge. Both were deadly if he got hit. Their fangs dripped with green poison. This was going to be a hard fight. He couldn't afford to get hit. The tail was probably poisonous as well. Shit. He saw Dareth at the edge of his vision. He was standing there watching him, his hands behind his back. Could he rely on the mage? He did come through in the previous fights. Now he just looked like he was enjoying it. He started muttering something under his breath and pointed his hand. "Frost," he heard him say. He glanced at where he was pointing, keeping it at the edge of his vision. He couldn't afford to lose sight of the creatures. The edge of the chasm froze. A moment later, a claw came up, trying to climb out, but it slid off the edge. The beast fell back down. The beasts in front of him charged. He couldn't watch any longer. It was time to end it fast or he would be too tired to win. He fell into his rhythmic breathing, the one his family's technique required. He focused on his core. His mana flowed through his channels, strengthening his body, then into his sword. He moved his hand along the edge of the blade, his mana igniting a flame along it. The flaming blade technique of his family. He still hadn't mastered it. That's why he had to ignite the mana flowing through the sword manually. But it would be enough against these beasts. His mana flowed to his legs. Then he charged. The beasts were lone hunters, and now they had to act as a pack. That made it harder for them and easier for him. He swung his sword, and an arc of flame flew toward them. That stopped their charge as they tried to get out of the way. But he was already upon them. Just as one escaped the arc, his sword flew, slicing through its side. The wound was left burning. The beast screeched, then roared. He didn't let it recover and swung again. The beast moved out of the way, but the edge of the blade still bit into its skin. The others recovered. 2 were close together on his right, so he sent another arc of flame toward them. He needed them distracted while he dealt with 1, maybe 2 at a time. The one he hurt escaped him and rolled, trying to extinguish the flames. The other 2 charged toward him, their tails aimed at his chest and heart. With a quick burst of mana to his legs, he sidestepped, bringing his blade down on the tails. Both were sliced clean off. It was his chance to get rid of one of them, so he charged the wounded one. A moment later, he was upon it and brought his blade down on its head. It was in the middle of a roll when the blade cut its head clean. 1 down. 4 to go. The beasts didn't charge. They moved toward him in an arc cautious. The smell of cooked meat came from behind him, where the body still burned. He could take them, but not without getting hit. He thought of using the flaming arc again. But the beasts kept enough distance from each other that it would be futile. He went through his skills. There were a few that could help. Burst Step would let him get close and kill one before the rest could react. Escaping after that would be harder. On his left was the beast without a tail. Next to it, one unharmed. That was his target. He could remove the one with a tail and only worry about the right side. So he did it. Burst Step. He moved faster than his body should allow. He appeared between the beasts, his sword already coming down. It cut through the creature's head without any resistance. He didn't waste time and turned right, toward the nearest threat. A tail was already coming straight for him. He jumped to the side and felt a hot pain in his hip. He had been hit. Rolling, he got back to his feet. He gnashed his teeth as the pain flared. A deep gash marked his hip, bleeding, green poison clinging to the wound. He didn't like it. He had to end this before the poison slowed him. He moved back, trying to find a better opening. It wasn't working. The wound was slowing him, and the pain grew with every step. The creatures moved toward him faster than before. They had felt his weakness and were trying to take advantage of it. He glanced at Dareth. He was the same as before. "Do something!" he screamed. The pain affecting his voice came out before he could stop it. The creatures got closer, and he settled into his stance again. But it wasn't perfect. The wound affected his leg placement. It was too loose. He wasn't sure if he should leave the stance. He scratched that thought. There was nowhere to go, and he wasn't trained in another stance. The beasts were gaining ground. He flicked 2 arcs toward them, but they dodged and kept moving. He felt his flame flicker. His breathing was uneven. It was interrupting his mana flow. He tried to steady it, but failed. His breathing was too quick. Fuck. Final Ember. Was it time to use it? He wasn't certain. His technique was about to collapse. He couldn't keep it up without proper breathing. There were other skills that could help, but he couldn't take them all down. Dareth was either busy keeping the beasts from climbing out of the chasm, or he was just watching him struggle. Bastard. It wasn't the time to rely on others. His vision blurred, darkening at the edges. The poison was taking him down faster than he expected. Final Ember. That was his only option. It would leave him defenseless afterward. But if he didn't use it, he would probably die. He focused on his core and flooded all his mana into his sword. He felt it surge through his chest, then through the channels into his hands. He screamed in pain. The overflow was worse than the wound on his hip. "Final Ember," he growled through the pain. His sword glowed. The flame shifted, almost white, with a faint trace of orange. The dark cave turned bright as he swung his sword toward the creatures. A huge arc of white, scorching flame flew toward them. Everything went black. Well, he might have overdone it. Adulin nodded as he wiped his forehead. He was already sweating from the heat wave coming off Clay's skill. It did look cool, and it was effective. Now his state wasn't ideal, but at least he pulled off a cool last stand. Adulin could respect that. Clay lay unconscious where he had cast it. Final Ember, as Adulin had heard him call it. What lay in front of him was interesting. The creatures were cooked. Literally. And the stone along the path of the arc had melted. It was a high-tier skill. He still wasn't sure what tier it would fall under. One thing was certain: Luke would love to train him, and make sure he could use it at full power without passing out. "Flaming sword," he muttered. It made sense. That was what Lord Ashvale had called him. It was probably a family-related skill. He would have to find out. Looking at Clay's unconscious body, he started whistling. He had made it easier for him. He wouldn't have to escape or use a spell to put him to sleep. He wouldn't have to feel guilty for it. He chuckled and stepped closer to Clay, careful to avoid the melted rock that had the color and consistency of magma. The spark was still there, but it was dimming. He crouched next to him and touched his forehead. "Life," he cast, flooding his body with life force. That would keep him alive and help him fight the poison until Adulin was done collecting reward chests. Then he would heal him and act as if nothing had happened. Yes, that sounded right. What if he questioned what he was doing during the fight? He had to get rid of any suspicion on his part. Clay would question him when he woke up. He was certain of that. It would be bad to tell him the truth. That could wait until he got everything the dungeon had to offer. The reward chest. Now, where was he supposed to find it? He should have gotten more information about that. There was one way he could do it. Explore. His lips curled upward. That wasn't a bad idea. It might even be interesting. He started walking around the cave. Clay. What if not all of the big cats were dead? He broke into a run, sprinting toward Clay. This could be bad. How could he have forgotten such a basic rule? You never leave your wounded members alone without any protection on the battlefield. Was this world making him too soft? Probably. But he did like it. The demon continent had made him too hardened. He had to keep it balanced so he didn't get himself or others killed. It took him 5 minutes to return at a full sprint. Clay was still in the same spot where he had left him. The bleeding had stopped, and his life force had stabilized. The life force he had given him was slowly helping him heal his wounds and fight the poison. He exhaled. The mistake hadn't cost him anything, but he could never allow himself to repeat it. He needed to make sure he would stay safe. There were a few options he thought of and had enough mana for. Earth Trap, a spell that would create earthen spikes that would trigger if something came close to him. Air Barrier would create a barrier around him, but the problem was that if he ran low on mana, it would break. And if enough enemies, or powerful ones, attacked him, it would break before he could get there. There were a few others, but all of them had the same problem. Well, he could always carry him with him. And there was no risk if he did. Now for the spell. He had already used Levitate a few times, so another one. Ice Sled, that would work. The spell was one of the few convenient ones he had. He had learned the spell to carry wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Then his equipment at the Demon Continent. He cast Ice Sled. Next to him, a sled made of ice formed. He reduced the mana usage so it was just big enough to carry him and not get stuck in tunnels. Now he had to put him on it. He should have formed the sled beneath him. How did he mess that up? He cursed inwardly and used Levitate to place clay onto the sled. Now that one problem was out of the way, it was time for gold. He started moving while the sled followed closely behind him. It took him 20 minutes to search the cave on their side of the chasm. And there was nothing. Using Levitate, again he crossed the chasm and started searching the other side. There were no tunnels on that side of the chasm, so it was fast. This part was filled with them, and so was the entrance to the next room, he guessed. Searching with Mana Pulse, it took him just over 10 minutes to find the entrance and the chest. The treasure chest. Sounded better that way. A few minutes later, he was in front of it. The entrance was cave-like, overgrown with thick roots. Was the next room a jungle? He didn't care enough at the moment and strode toward the chest. It stood a few meters away from the entrance. It was small as chests went. The chest was made of dark wood, reinforced with iron bands. He inspected the area around it, but there wasn't any trace of mana. He stepped next to it and crouched. His hands moved along its edges, feeling the hard cold surface. This is it. He moved his hands slowly to the sides of the chest and opened it, closing his eyes at the last moment. Something good. Please. He opened his eyes. A dagger? That's it. The dagger lay on a pillow. He grabbed it and tossed it aside, lifting the pillow and searching the chest inside out. There was nothing. Just the dagger. Nothing. Where was the treasure? The gold coins. He cursed. Why was his luck so bad? Why would the chest give him a dagger? It wasn't like he needed it. He needed gold. Gold to buy himself a house with a nice garden, just like the ones he had seen in the capital. Enough gold so he wouldn't need to leave his house too often. Shit. The first room. He needed to go there, get rid of the creatures, and claim the reward chest. That one would give him coins. Yes. He looked at Clay and placed 3 earth traps around him. He had been told that once the creatures were dead and the chest spawned, the room would be a safe space. But he didn't want to risk it and strode toward the rabbit room. He was going to get his gold. One way or another. Moving through the entrance to room 1, he was met with the same valley. The ice crystal was gone, along with the damage around the place it had been. It was far, but he was sure he should have noticed the corpses of the rabbits. Arriving at the spot where the ice crystal had been, there was nothing. The place was just like it had been before the fight. The rabbits had already opened their eyes and were staring at him. But he ignored them. He was wondering how the place was the same. Did the dungeon fix it when they left? He had so many questions about dungeons. The rabbits were already charging at him. He pondered for a while but didn't find an answer. He could research it in the future, when he had enough mana for his research and analyze spells. Now, dealing with the rabbits. They were almost upon him. He waited for them to get as close as possible. He needed all of them, or at least most of them, within a 5-meter radius. 2 meters. 1 meter. He waited a moment longer and cast Frost. The area within 5 meters around him froze. His mana drained, just under half. The spell was higher tier and used a lot of mana, but the effect was instantaneous. Every rabbit around him was frozen. There were other spells he could have used, but they would have made a lot more of a mess than this. He started moving toward the entrance. When he was a good distance away, he cast Wind Blades, adding a little more mana than it usually required. The frozen rabbit statues shattered into pieces. Moving toward the entrance, he saw a chest appear just before it. His lips curled upward. Gold. He stepped forward and opened it. "Fuck!" he screamed.